Hey there, welcome back to the channel. Today I have a bunch of new stories for you. Let's start right away with the first one. It is titled, "My wife's mother gave me homemade cookies to give my daughter. I accidentally dropped the jar at work. A pharmacist colleague picked one up and examined it. His face turned pale. These aren't cookies. We need to call the police." He stopped and called 911. "Take your daughter to the hospital right now." What we discovered at the hospital left me speechless. Grant Reeves had learned to read the warning signs in his wife's voice. The slight edge that crept in when her mother called, the careful neutrality that replaced warmth. This Tuesday evening was no different. Melinda stood in their kitchen, phone pressed to her ear, her free hand gripping the counter with white knuckles. "Yes, Mother. I understand." A pause? "No, that's not what I said." Another pause. Longer. "Fine, tomorrow works." Grant looked up from where he sat helping their 7-year-old daughter, Emma, with her math homework at the dining table. Emma's pencil had stilled, her dark eyes watching her mother with that unsettling perceptiveness children develop in households with tension threading through the walls. Melinda ended the call and turned, forcing brightness into her expression. "Mom's coming by tomorrow after work. She made cookies for Emma. The snickerdoodles." Emma's face lit up and Grant felt his chest tighten. His daughter shouldn't have to be this excited about something as simple as cookies from her grandmother. But Gertrude Murphy had a way of making her affection feel earned rather than given, doing out warmth like rations. "Something special," she said. Melinda's smile didn't reach her eyes. "She's been baking all week." Grant had been married to Melinda for 9 years, together for 12. And in all that time, he'd never quite managed to crack the code of his mother-in-law. Gertrude Murphy was a formidable woman, 63 years old, silver-haired, and possessed of the kind of steel-spined presence that made people instinctively straighten their posture. She'd raised Melinda alone after her husband Jeffrey passed when Melinda was 16, building a small real estate empire in the process. She was respected, successful, and had made it clear from day one that Grant, a civil engineer from a middle-class family in Ohio, was not the man she'd envisioned for her only daughter. "That's nice of her," Grant said carefully, returning to Emma's homework. "You're almost done here, sweetheart. Just 2 more problems." Later that night, after Emma was asleep, Grant found Melinda staring out their bedroom window at the Chicago skyline. They lived in a modest 3-bedroom condo in Lincoln Park, modest by Gertrude's standards. Anyway, the older woman had offered to buy them something more suitable in Gold Coast, an offer Grant had politely declined. He'd worked hard for what they had, and he wasn't about to let Gertrude Murphy buy her way into more control over their lives. She asked about Emma's school again, Melinda said quietly. "Suggested we consider Brightwood Academy." Grant's jaw tightened. Brightwood was the prestigious private school where Gertrude sat on the board. "Emma's happy at Lincoln Elementary." "I know." Melinda turned to face him, and in the dim light, he could see the exhaustion in her features. His wife was beautiful. Sharp cheekbones, auburn hair, green eyes that had first caught his attention at a mutual friend's barbecue. But lately, she looked worn down. "I told her that. And she said, we're limiting Emma's potential. That with her connections, Emma could have opportunities we're denying her." Melinda's voice cracked slightly. "Sometimes I wonder if she's right." Grant crossed the room and pulled his wife into his arms. "Emma doesn't need Gertrude's connections. She needs parents who love her and let her be a kid, not some mini-adult being groomed for your mother's version of success." Melinda nodded against his chest, but Grant could feel the doubt still coiled inside her. That was Gertrude's particular talent, planting seeds of uncertainty, making you question decisions you'd been confident about moments before. The next evening, Gertrude arrived at 6:30 sharp, as punctual as always. She swept into their home wearing a tailored charcoal suit, her silver hair in its signature French twist, carrying an expensive leather handbag, and a ceramic cookie jar shaped like a cheerful bear. "Grandmother." Emma rushed to hug her, and Gertrude's entire demeanor softened in a way Grant had rarely witnessed. Whatever else was true about the woman, she seemed to genuinely love her granddaughter. "Hello, darling girl." Gertrude bent to kiss Emma's forehead, then straightened and fixed Grant with her cool, assessing gaze. "Grant, Gertrude, thanks for coming by. I wouldn't miss seeing Emma." She set the cookie jar on the kitchen counter with a decisive thunk. "I spent 3 days perfecting these. A new recipe, Belgian butter cookies with a special vanilla bean I had imported." Grant watched as she lifted the lid. Inside were perfectly uniform cookies, each one golden brown and dusted with what looked like powdered sugar. They smelled incredible, rich with butter and vanilla. "Can I have one now?" Emma bounced on her toes. After dinner, Melinda interjected gently. "Why don't you go wash your hands? Dinner's almost ready." As Emma scampered off, Gertrude turned to Melinda. I wanted to discuss something with you both. Jeffrey's sister Maxine called. She's putting together a trust fund for Emma. College future expenses, but there are some paperwork requirements. Grant's antenna went up immediately. What kind of requirements? Gertrude's lips pursed slightly, as if his question was mildly offensive. Nothing invasive, just documentation establishing Emma's legal guardianship arrangements in case anything were to happen to you both. We already have that covered in our will. Grant said, my brother Lee is Emma's designated guardian. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Lee, the one who lives in that trailer park in Ohio. It's a mobile home community, and he's a good man with a stable job. Stable? He works at a factory. Gertrude's voice dripped with disdain. Emma deserves better than being raised by someone who peaked at assembly line work. That's enough. Grant's voice was quiet but firm. Lee is my brother and he's a good person. Better than a lot of people with bigger bank accounts. Melinda stepped between them. Her peacemaker role so practiced it looked like choreography. Mom, let's not do this. Dinner's ready. Can we just have a nice evening? Gertrude smoothed her jacket, her composure sliding back into place. Of course. I apologize. I only want what's best for Emma. Dinner was a tense affair. Conversation carefully steered toward neutral topics. Emma's upcoming field trip, a new restaurant Gertrude had tried. Grant's latest project designing a sustainable housing development. But underneath it all, Grant could feel the undercurrent of Gertrude's disapproval, her subtle undermining. She complimented Melinda's cooking with a mention of how she herself used fresh herbs from her rooftop garden. She praised Emma's report card while suggesting additional tutoring in mathematics. Each comment had a barb hidden in velvet. After Gertrude left, departing without the cookie jar, insisting Emma should enjoy them all. Grant helped Melinda clean up while Emma watched cartoons. I'm taking the cookies to work tomorrow. Grant said, share them with the team. We've been pulling long hours on the Riverside project. Melinda looked up from loading the dishwasher, surprised. Mom made them for Emma, and Emma can have some, but that's too many cookies for a 7-year-old. He glanced at the jar. Besides, it might smooth things over with your mother if I make a point of enjoying her baking. It was a peace offering in his own way, and Melinda recognized it. She smiled slightly. That's actually thoughtful. I have my moments. The next morning, Grant packed the cookie jar carefully in his messenger bag alongside his laptop and project files. His firm Morrison & Associates was a mid-sized civil engineering company with offices in a renovated warehouse in the West Loop. Grant specialized in sustainable urban development. And lately, he'd been consumed by the Riverside project, a mixed-use development that would transform an abandoned industrial site into affordable housing and community spaces. His team of 6 engineers and designers had been working overtime, and Grant had developed a reputation as a fair but demanding project lead. He built his career on competence and integrity, refusing to cut corners or compromise on safety standards, even when clients pushed back. It had cost him some contracts over the years, but he slept well at night. The morning was consumed by meetings, conference calls with contractors, budget reviews, permit discussions. It wasn't until nearly noon that Grant remembered the cookies. He was in the break room about to open the jar when his phone rang. Grant, we need you in Conference B, his boss, Clark Chung, said. The Riverside investors are here early. Grant cursed under his breath, set the cookie jar on the counter, and hurried out. The meeting ran long. Investors always had more questions than time allotted, and by the time Grant emerged, it was past 1. He grabbed the cookie jar and headed back to his office, intending to finally distribute the cookies and grab lunch. But as he rounded the corner near the elevators, he collided with someone. The cookie jar flew from his hands, hit the tile floor, and shattered. Damn it. Grant dropped to his knees, staring at the scattered cookies and broken ceramic. The cheerful bear's head had split clean off. I'm so sorry, man. Ismail Collins, one of the pharmaceutical researchers from the biotech firm that shared their building, crouched down beside him. I wasn't watching where I was going. No, it's my fault. I was distracted. Grant started gathering the larger pieces of ceramic. Careful of the sharp edges. Ismail picked up one of the cookies, examining it. These look amazing. Homemade. My mother-in-law made them. I was going to share them with the team. Grant sighed. Most of them look okay. At least the jar is the only casualty, but Ismail wasn't responding. Grant looked up and saw his friend's expression had changed. Ishmael was holding the cookie close to his face, turning it slowly, and his brown skin had taken on a grayish cast. Ismail. Grant, where did you say these came from? My mother-in-law. What? Ismail stood abruptly, still holding the cookie. Come with me right now. What? I need to clean this up. Leave it. Ismail's voice was sharp with urgency. This is important. Do you have more of these at home? Yeah, my daughter was supposed to. Why? What's wrong? Ismail was already walking rapidly toward the elevators. Grant hurrying after him. They rode down to the third floor where Ismail's pharmaceutical research lab occupied a corner suite. Ismail badged them through security, led Grant to his personal lab, and placed the cookie under a microscope. After a moment, Ismail pulled back, his hands shaking slightly. He moved to a chemical analysis station, broke off a small piece of the cookie, and began running tests Grant didn't fully understand. 5 minutes passed in tense silence. Then, Ismail's computer beeped. He stared at the screen, and Grant watched all the color drain from his friend's face. These aren't cookies, Ismail said quietly. I mean, they are, but he turned to Grant, and there was fear in his eyes. Grant, there's arsenic in these. A lot of it. Enough to make someone very sick. Possibly kill a child. The room tilted. Grant grabbed the edge of the lab table to steady himself. That's impossible. He heard himself say, Gertrude made these for Emma. She loves Emma. I'm calling 911. Ismail already had his phone out. And you need to call your wife right now. If your daughter ate any of these. Grant's hands were numb as he pulled out his phone. The call to Melinda went straight to voicemail. She'd be in her weekly department meeting at the marketing firm where she worked. He tried their home phone. No answer. Melinda's not picking up. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. Emma's at school. She's at school. She didn't have any this morning. Are you sure? Grant's mind raced back. This morning, Emma had been running late. He'd made her toast and packed her lunch while Melinda dried her hair. Neither of them had mentioned cookies. The jar had been sitting on the counter where he'd left it the night before. I'm sure she didn't have any. Ismail was talking to the 911 operator, explaining the situation. Grant heard him say arsenic poisoning and child in danger and police need to be notified. They're sending officers to the building and to your home, Ismail said after hanging up. They want you to go to the hospital with your daughter immediately. They're also sending someone to her school to make sure she doesn't consume anything your mother-in-law might have given her. Grant's shock was crystallizing into something else. A cold, focused fury. He pulled out his phone again and called Lincoln Elementary. The secretary answered on the second ring. This is Grant Reeves, Emma Reeves' father. I need to speak to her teacher immediately. It's an emergency. Minutes later, he had confirmation. Emma hadn't eaten anything unusual. She'd had the lunch Grant packed and she'd mentioned to her teacher that her grandmother had brought cookies, but she hadn't brought any to school. But Grant, Emma's teacher, Joy Buchanan, said carefully. Emma did say something odd. She said her grandmother told her to make sure she ate at least 3 cookies every day and that it was their special secret. A special secret. Grant's hand clenched around his phone so hard he heard the case crack. The police arrived within 15 minutes. 2 detectives, a man and a woman, both wearing expressions of grim professionalism. Ismail had bagged the cookie he'd tested along with several others from the scattered pile, documenting everything with photos. Mr. Reeves, I'm Detective Carol Fletcher, and this is Detective Orlando House, the woman said. She was in her 40s with sharp eyes and graying hair pulled back in a tight bun. We need to ask you some questions about your mother-in-law. Grant told them everything he could think of. Gertrude's name, address, her relationship with Emma, the tension in their family, last night's visit. He tried to be objective, but rage kept bleeding through his words. Has Mrs. Murphy ever threatened your daughter? Detective House asked. He was younger, maybe early 30s, with the kind of alertness that suggested he didn't miss much. No, never. She seemed to love Emma. She's controlling, manipulative, but I never thought. Grant couldn't finish the sentence. What about life insurance? Any financial motive? Emma has a small policy, but I'm the beneficiary, not Gertrude. There's no money motive that I know of. Detective Fletcher exchanged a look with her partner. Mr. Reeves, I need you to be honest with me. Is your marriage stable? The question hit Grant like a slap. What does that have to do with anything? Just answer the question, please. It's stable. We have the usual stress. Money, work, dealing with Gertrude's interference. But we're solid. Why? Because sometimes grandparents act to rescue a grandchild from a situation they perceive as harmful. If your mother-in-law disapproved of you strongly enough, the implications settled over Grant like ice water. Gertrude hadn't been trying to kill Emma. She'd been trying to make Emma sick enough to remove her from Grant and Melinda's custody. She wants Emma, he said slowly. She's been pushing for guardianship arrangements, criticizing our parenting, our choices. Detective Fletcher nodded grimly. We've seen cases like this before. Not common, but not unheard of. Usually involves grandparents who believe they can provide a better life. I need to get to my daughter now. Officers are already at her school. She's safe. But yes, take her to Chicago Memorial for a full toxicology screening. We're getting a warrant for your mother-in-law's residence and any communications between her and your wife. Melinda doesn't know anything about this, Grant said sharply. We'll determine that right now. Don't contact Mrs. Murphy. Don't warn her. We need to catch her with evidence, the recipe, the arsenic source, anything that proves intent. Grant drove to Lincoln Elementary in a daze, his mind churning. He kept seeing Emma's face light up when Gertrude had walked in with that cookie jar. Kept hearing his daughter say it was their special secret. Emma was waiting in the principal's office with Miss Buchanan and 2 uniformed officers. When she saw Grant, she ran to him and he scooped her up, holding her tight enough to make her squeak. Daddy, why are the police here? Did something bad happen? Grant pulled back and looked at his daughter, her dark hair and pigtails. Her small face worried but not scared. She trusted him to make things right. She always had. We're going to the hospital, sweetheart, just to make sure you're healthy. But I feel fine. I know, but we need to check something. Did you eat any of grandmother's cookies? Emma shook her head. I wanted to this morning, but you said after school, and I was going to have one when I got home. Thank God. Thank God for rushed mornings and his own forgetfulness. At Chicago Memorial, they were taken immediately to a private examination room. A doctor named Brenda Stevens, a calm woman in her 50s, explained they'd be running blood tests and a full toxicology panel. What are we looking for? Emma asked, her child's directness cutting through adult euphemisms. Dr. Stevens glanced at Grant, who nodded. His daughter deserved honesty. We're checking to make sure nothing bad was in the cookies your grandmother made. Emma's eyes widened. Like poison? Like something that could make you sick? Yes. To Grant's surprise, Emma didn't cry. She just processed this information with solemn seriousness and held out her arm for the blood draw. While they waited for results, Melinda arrived ashen-faced and shaking. She'd gotten Grant's messages and the police notifications simultaneously. How could she? Melinda kept repeating. How could she do this? But underneath the shock, Grant could see something else taking root in his wife's expression. Guilt. Because part of Melinda had always known her mother was capable of extreme actions. She just never imagined they'd be directed at Emma. The toxicology results came back an hour later. Emma's blood was clean. She'd never ingested the arsenic. But Dr. Stevens's expression was grave as she delivered the follow-up news. The police asked me to inform you. They found the same arsenic compound in a bottle of vanilla extract at your mother-in-law's home. The compound is typically used in industrial applications, specifically in wood preservatives. Mrs. Murphy worked in real estate development before retiring. She would have had access. Melinda made a small wounded sound. Grant put his arm around her shoulders. There's more. Dr. Stevens continued. Detectives found email communications between Mrs. Murphy and an attorney discussing emergency custody petitions. She'd been planning this for months. The final piece clicked into place. Gertrude hadn't snapped or acted impulsively. This had been calculated, methodical. She'd been trying to make Emma chronically ill. Sick enough to justify removing her from their home, but not sick enough to be immediately fatal. A slow poisoning that would be attributed to neglect or environmental factors until Gertrude could swoop in as the concerned grandmother seeking custody. Grant felt something dark and cold settle in his chest. The police would handle the legal aspects. Gertrude would be arrested, charged, prosecuted, but that wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. His daughter had been targeted by someone who was supposed to love her. His wife was destroyed by her mother's betrayal. And Grant was going to make absolutely certain that Gertrude Murphy paid for what she tried to do. Not just through the legal system, but in ways that would strip away everything she valued. Her reputation, her standing in the community, her carefully constructed image of the devoted grandmother and successful businesswoman. Grant had always played by the rules, taken the high road, been the better person. But Gertrude had broken something fundamental when she put arsenic in those cookies. And Grant was going to show her exactly what happened when you came after his family. The arrest happened fast. Within hours of the hospital visit, Gertrude Murphy was taken into custody at her penthouse apartment overlooking Lake Michigan. Grant wasn't there. The police had advised him to stay away, but Melinda's cousin, Tabitha Duke, called with updates. Her voice hushed and shocked. They found everything, Tabitha said. The arsenic compound, the recipe with dosage notes in the margins, emails to that lawyer about custody procedures. She'd been documenting Emma's school records, your finances, everything, building a case that you two were unfit parents. Grant sat in their darkened living room. Emma finally asleep in her bed after hours of reassurances that she was safe. Melinda was in their bedroom, alternating between crying and staring at nothing. The woman Grant had married seemed to have disappeared, replaced by a hollow-eyed stranger. There's something else, Tabitha continued. The police found a journal. Gertrude had been planning this since Emma was born. She wrote about how you weren't good enough. How Melinda made a mistake marrying you. How Emma needed to be saved from a mediocre life. Grant's grip tightened on his phone. She wrote this down in detail like she was proud of it, like she was the hero of her own story. Tabitha's voice cracked. I knew Aunt Gertrude could be difficult, but she's sick. Grant, she needs help. After hanging up, Grant sat in the darkness for a long time. His engineer's mind, trained to solve problems systematically, was already working through angles and possibilities. The legal process would unfold. Arraignment, bail, hearing, trial. With the evidence the police had, conviction seemed certain. Gertrude would go to prison, but Grant knew the reality of the justice system. She was 63, a first-time offender from a wealthy family with no prior record. Her lawyers, and she'd hire the best, would argue diminished capacity, mental illness, grandmotherly concern gone tragically wrong. She might serve 5 years, maybe 10 if they were lucky. That wasn't justice. Not for what she tried to do. Grant pulled out his laptop and started researching. He'd never been the vengeful type, never understood people who dedicated themselves to payback, but he was discovering new depths in himself, a capacity for cold, calculated fury that felt both foreign and entirely natural. Over the next few days, while Melinda struggled to function and Emma asked questions no 7-year-old should have to ask, Grant dug into Gertrude's life with the same meticulous attention he applied to structural calculations. Gertrude Murphy had built her real estate empire through a combination of shrewd investing and ruthless business practices. She'd started with the inheritance from her late husband Jeffrey, a substantial sum from his family's manufacturing business, and parlayed it into ownership of 12 commercial properties across Chicago. She sat on boards, chaired charity committees, and had her name on a wing of Northwestern Memorial Hospital. Her reputation was everything to her. Grant had seen it in the way she controlled conversations at social gatherings, the way she name-dropped connections, the way she'd react with cold fury to any perceived slight or challenge to her authority. Gertrude's arraignment was set for the following week. She'd been released on $1 million bail posted immediately by her attorney, a shark named Brendan Ramos, who specialized in defending wealthy clients. Grant attended the hearing, sitting in the back of the courtroom while Ramos argued that his client was a pillar of the community, a devoted grandmother who'd suffered a mental break brought on by grief over her late husband and concern for her granddaughter's welfare. The prosecutor, a sharp woman named Gail McGowan, pushed back hard, detailing the premeditation and the cache of evidence, but Grant could see some of the observers softening as Ramos painted Gertrude as a tragic figure. When Gertrude entered the courtroom, she looked nothing like the steel-spined woman who'd swept into his home with poisoned cookies. She appeared frail, elderly, wearing a simple dress instead of her power suits. Her silver hair hung loose around her shoulders. She dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief. It was a performance, and Grant recognized it for what it was, but it would work on some people. It always did. After the hearing, Grant was approached by a man in his late 50s wearing an expensive suit and an expression of controlled anger. He introduced himself as Ted Holmes, CEO of a commercial development firm. I knew Gertrude professionally, Ted said. We served on the architectural review board together. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for what she did to your family and I hope they throw the book at her. Grant studied the man, noting the tension in his jaw, the way his hands clenched. You don't sound like someone who just knew her professionally. Ted glanced around, then lowered his voice. 15 years ago, Gertrude and I were in competition for a prime development site in River North. She won the bid through what I later discovered were falsified inspection reports and bribes to city officials. I had proof, but by the time I could act, she'd sold the property at triple the price and buried the evidence. Cost me millions and nearly destroyed my company. Why tell me this? Because I've been waiting a long time to see Gertrude Murphy get what she deserves. And because if you're looking for leverage, Ted handed Grant a business card. I have files. Documentation I could never use in court because the statute of limitations expired, but if you wanted to damage her reputation, show the world who she really is. Grant pocketed the card. I'll be in touch. That night, Grant sat down with the files Ted had emailed. They detailed a pattern of corruption, intimidation, and fraud spanning decades. Gertrude had built her empire on the suffering of others. Small business owners forced out, contractors cheated, regulations bypassed, and she'd gotten away with it all through careful legal maneuvering and strategic donations to the right political campaigns. The more Grant read, the clearer his path became. Gertrude valued three things above all else: wealth, reputation, and control. The criminal trial would threaten her freedom, but Grant was going to systematically dismantle everything else. He started with quiet phone calls. Ted Holmes connected him with others who'd been burned by Gertrude, a contractor named Allenberg, who'd been blacklisted after refusing to use substandard materials. A former business partner named Hannah Sheridan who'd been forced out of a lucrative deal through manufactured accusations. A nonprofit director named Peggy Rosales who'd watched promised donations evaporate when she wouldn't support one of Gertrude's pet projects. Each person had a story. Each one had been powerless against Gertrude's wealth and influence, but together they represented a pattern. Grant began assembling a comprehensive dossier, cross-referencing public records with the private testimonies. He worked late into the nights while Melinda slept fitfully, and Emma had nightmares about cookies that turned into monsters. 3 weeks after the arrest, Grant made his first move. He contacted Angelo Roman, an investigative journalist with the Chicago Tribune, known for his exposés on corruption and white-collar crime. They met at a coffee shop in Hyde Park, far from Grant's usual haunts. Angelo was in his 40s with tired eyes and the rumpled appearance of someone who'd spent too many nights chasing leads. "I've been following the Gertrude Murphy case," Angelo said after Grant explained why they were meeting. "Attempted poisoning of her own granddaughter. It's horrific. It's also just the latest crime in a 30-year pattern." Grant slid a USB drive across the table. "Everything on here is documented, verified with witnesses willing to go on record." Angelo examined the drive. "Why come to me? The prosecutor already has her dead to rights on the poisoning charge. Because prison isn't enough. Gertrude Murphy built her life on a facade of respectability. She poisoned my daughter, but she's poisoned this city for decades through corruption, fraud, and exploitation. I want everyone to know who she really is." Angelo's expression shifted from skeptical to interested. "You want to destroy her legacy? I want the truth exposed. What happens to her legacy is just a consequence." Over the following month, while the legal machinery ground toward trial, Angelo's investigation unfolded like a masterclass in journalism. He started with small articles, profiles of people Gertrude had wronged, analyses of suspicious property deals, examinations of her charitable foundation's finances. Each article cited sources, included documentation, and followed every ethical guideline. There was nothing Gertrude's lawyers could do to stop it because everything Angelo published was true. The effect was cumulative and devastating. Board positions that had seemed secure began to wobble as organizations distanced themselves from the mounting scandal. Northwestern Memorial quietly removed her name from the hospital wing, returning her donation and citing changed circumstances. The Architectural Review Board accepted her resignation. But Grant wasn't done. His second move targeted Gertrude's financial empire directly through his network of engineers and developers. Grant had learned that several of Gertrude's commercial properties had code violations that had been overlooked for years through her connections with city inspectors. Armed with Ted Holmes's documentation and his own professional knowledge, Grant filed formal complaints with the Department of Buildings, triggering mandatory inspections. The inspections revealed what Grant had suspected: serious structural issues, safety hazards, violations that would require expensive remediation. Properties that had been generating steady rental income suddenly faced closure orders until repairs were completed. Gertrude's income stream began to dry up. Her legal fees, meanwhile, were mounting. Brendan Ramos didn't come cheap, and the complexity of the case was only increasing as prosecutors added charges based on the arsenic purchase records and premeditation evidence. Grant watched it all unfold with grim satisfaction, but the most important phase of his plan was still ahead. He'd been studying Gertrude's trial strategy through contacts with the prosecutor's office. Ramos was planning to argue diminished capacity that Gertrude had suffered a psychotic break brought on by unprocessed grief over her husband's death and an irrational fear that Emma was in danger. The defense would paint her as a tragic figure, a grandmother who'd loved too much and lost her way. They'd bring in expert witnesses, psychiatrists who'd testify to her mental state. They'd emphasize her age, her previously clean record, her community contributions. It was a strategy that might work, especially with the right jury. Grant couldn't let that happen. He needed Gertrude to condemn herself, and he knew exactly how to make that happen. The key to Gertrude's personality, Grant had learned over 9 years of marriage, was her absolute conviction in her own righteousness. She never believed she was wrong, only that others were too limited to understand her vision. Even now facing criminal charges, she would see herself as the victim of misunderstanding. That certainty was her weakness, and Grant was going to exploit it. Through Melinda's cousin, Tabitha, who'd been horrified by her aunt's actions, but maintained nominal contact. Grant learned that Gertrude was writing a memoir while out on bail. She was documenting her version of events, her justifications, her perspective on how she'd only been trying to protect Emma from a mediocre life with unsuitable parents. Gertrude couldn't help herself. She had to be understood, had to explain, had to prove she'd been right all along. Grant arranged for Tabitha to accidentally mention to Gertrude that a major publisher was interested in true crime stories from the inside. The publisher was real enough. A small press that specialized in controversial narratives. What Gertrude didn't know was that the acquisition editor Grant had her dealing with was actually Lon Kirby, one of Ted Holmes's employees with a background in corporate intelligence. Lon encouraged Gertrude's writing, asked probing questions, got her to elaborate on her planning, her reasoning, her view of Grant and Melinda as negligent parents. Every conversation was recorded, every email was saved. Meanwhile, Grant worked a parallel track through Emma's therapist. Dr. Mara Houston had been seeing Emma twice a week to help her process the trauma of learning her grandmother had tried to poison her. With Grant and Melinda's permission, Dr. Houston documented Emma's healing process, including statements Emma made about Gertrude's behavior leading up to the poisoning attempt. Emma talked about how grandmother had always made her feel special, but also different from other kids. How grandmother said Emma was too good for public school, for their neighborhood, for the life her parents provided. How grandmother had told her the cookies were a special medicine that would make her strong and smart like grandmother herself. The prosecution added this evidence to their case. But more importantly, Dr. Houston, with the family's consent, prepared a victim impact statement that would be read at sentencing. It was Emma's voice captured in heartbreaking clarity, describing how she trusted her grandmother and felt betrayed. As the trial date approached, Grant implemented the final phase of his plan. He'd been monitoring Gertrude's remaining business interests through public records, and he'd noticed something interesting. Her flagship property, a historic building in the Loop that housed upscale retail and offices, was mortgaged to the hilt. She'd been using it as collateral for years, refinancing repeatedly to fund her lifestyle and legal fees. Grant had a friend from college, Tyrone Kerr, who worked in commercial real estate investment. Through Tyrone, Grant connected with several investors who were interested in distressed properties. He fed them information about the building's financial instability, the mounting code violations at Gertrude's other properties, her legal troubles. The investors began making inquiries, which spooked Gertrude's lenders. Banks didn't like uncertainty, especially when their collateral was connected to someone facing criminal charges and a publicity nightmare. 2 months before trial, the bank called Gertrude's loan. She had 90 days to pay the full balance or face foreclosure. She couldn't pay. Her other properties were tied up in remediation and couldn't be sold quickly. Her legal fees had drained her liquid assets. The charitable foundation she'd controlled had severed ties. Gertrude Murphy, who'd built an empire on power and control, was watching it crumble in real time. Grant knew about the foreclosure before it was public because Tyrone called him. The building's going to auction next month. You interested? Not personally, Grant said. But I know some people who might be. He connected Tyrone with Alan Burke, the contractor Gertrude had blacklisted, and Hannah Sheridan, the former business partner she'd forced out. Together, they formed a limited partnership and placed a bid. They won the auction at 70 cents on the dollar. Gertrude's crown jewel, the building she'd pointed to as proof of her business acumen, now belonged to people she'd wronged. The symbolism wasn't lost on the press. Angelo Roman covered it in his ongoing series, tying it to the larger story of Gertrude's fall from grace. The trial began on a gray Monday in October. The courtroom was packed. Media, curious onlookers, some of Gertrude's former society friends attending more from morbid fascination than support. Grant sat in the front row every single day, Emma and Melinda beside him. When the testimony wasn't too graphic, he watched as prosecutor Gail McGowan systematically built her case. The arsenic purchase, the recipe with dosage calculations, the emails about custody, the journal entries planning the poisoning, the expert testimony about the compound's effects. Gertrude's defense was exactly what Grant had anticipated. Brendan Ramos called psychiatrists who testified about late-onset mental illness, about grief-induced psychosis, about a grandmother's love twisted into something tragic. He emphasized her age, her previously unblemished record, her charitable work. He tried to paint Grant as a vindictive son-in-law who'd poisoned the relationship between grandmother and grandchild through jealousy and control. Grant endured it all with calm composure because he knew what was coming. When it was his turn to testify, Grant spoke clearly and factually. He described the family dynamics, Gertrude's controlling behavior, the cookie arrival, the discovery at his office. He remained measured even when Ramos tried to rattle him during cross-examination. "Isn't it true you resented my client's success?" Ramos demanded. "No," Grant said simply. "I resented her attempts to undermine my marriage and control my daughter's life. Success has nothing to do with it." You've orchestrated a campaign to destroy her reputation, haven't you? I've cooperated with journalists investigating her business practices. I filed legitimate complaints about code violations. I've exercised my legal rights. Just as she exercised what she believed were her rights when she put arsenic in cookies meant for my daughter. The jury leaned forward, engaged. Grant had their attention. Melinda's testimony was harder to watch. She spoke through tears about her mother's betrayal, about the guilt she felt for not seeing the warning signs, about the damage to her relationship with Emma. My mother taught me that love meant control. Melinda said that if you really cared about someone, you made their decisions for them. I spent my whole life trying to earn her approval, and I never realized that she didn't actually want me to succeed. She wanted me dependent. But the most devastating testimony came from an unexpected source, Gertrude herself. Ramos had advised against it, but Gertrude insisted. She needed to explain herself to make the jury understand. It was her fundamental nature, the same compulsion that had led her to write the memoir, to document her planning, to believe she could justify the unjustifiable. She took the stand in a conservative dress, her silver hair styled, her posture erect, and she proceeded to bury herself. I only wanted what was best for Emma, she began, and it went downhill from there. She talked about Grant's mediocre career, Melinda's failure to maximize her potential, Emma's wasted opportunities. She described her calculations, how much arsenic would make Emma sick but not fatally ill, how she'd planned to document the symptoms, how she'd arranged for expert medical testimony about environmental toxins in their neighborhood. I was going to save her, Gertrude said, and she actually sounded sincere. Give her the life she deserved with opportunities, with culture, with excellence. Prosecutor McGowan barely had to cross-examine. She just let Gertrude talk, rope out, hang herself. You're saying you deliberately poisoned your granddaughter? I was administering a controlled dosage to create symptoms that would justify intervention. You purchased industrial arsenic and baked it into cookies. I used a precisely calculated amount. That could have killed her. No, I was very careful. I'm not a monster. The courtroom was silent except for someone in the back row gasping. Grant watched the jury's faces. They'd gone from skeptical to horrified to disgusted. Gertrude couldn't see it. She was still talking, still explaining, still convinced she could make them understand. When Ramos finally got her off the stand, cutting her testimony short in damage control mode, the harm was done. Gertrude had confessed everything, justified nothing, and revealed herself as exactly what she was. Someone so consumed by the need for control that she'd poisoned a child and called it love. The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. Attempted murder, child endangerment, criminal conspiracy. Sentencing was set for 6 weeks later. In the interim, Gertrude remained out on bail, but her world had fully collapsed. The last of her properties sold at auction to cover legal fees and debts. Her charitable foundation was dissolved amid investigations into fund misappropriation. Another gift from Ted Holmes' files. Former friends and colleagues issued statements condemning her actions. She was alone, disgraced, and facing significant prison time. On the day of sentencing, Grant arrived early. He prepared his own victim impact statement, though Dr. Houston would be reading Emma's. Melinda was beside him, thinner than she'd been months ago, but stronger in ways that mattered. The courtroom filled. Gertrude entered with Ramos, looking diminished in her orange jumpsuit, no longer able to maintain the facade of respectability. Judge Jeffrey Moyer, no relation to Gertrude despite the shared first name, was known as a fair but firm jurist. He presided over the trial with patience and precision, and Grant had watched him carefully throughout. Dr. Houston read Emma's statement first. It was simple, heartbreaking. I love my grandmother. I thought she loved me, too. But she hurt me in a way I don't understand. She made me afraid of cookies and afraid of people who say they love me. I don't know if I'll ever trust like that again. I'm only 7, but I know that what she did was wrong and I know I'm safe now because my daddy protected me. Grant's eyes burned. Melinda gripped his hand. Then Grant read his own statement. He spoke about trust betrayed, about the violation of the most fundamental bonds of family, about the calculus of evil masquerading as love. He talked about Emma's nightmares, Melinda's therapy, his own struggle to understand how someone could commit such an act. Gertrude Murphy didn't lose her mind, Grant concluded. She revealed who she'd always been, someone for whom other people exist only as extensions of her will. My daughter wasn't a person to her. She was a possession to be controlled. And when that control was threatened, Gertrude chose to destroy rather than accept. That's not mental illness. That's moral bankruptcy. And it deserves the maximum consequence the law allows. Other impact statements followed from Tabitha, from Emma's teacher, from neighbors who'd watched the family struggle. Even Ted Holmes submitted a written statement detailing the decades of harm Gertrude had caused beyond this single criminal act. Finally, Judge Moyer spoke. "Mrs. Murphy, you've been convicted of attempting to murder your granddaughter through deliberate, calculated poisoning. The evidence was overwhelming. Your own testimony confirmed your guilt. But what makes this case particularly egregious is your continued insistence that your actions were justified, that you were somehow the victim or the hero of this situation. You've shown no remorse, no recognition of the profound harm you've caused, no acceptance of responsibility. You've demonstrated a complete inability to see your granddaughter as anything other than an object to be controlled. The law allows me discretion in sentencing. I've reviewed the psychiatric evaluations. I've considered your age and lack of prior criminal record. I've noted the defense's arguments for leniency. I find them unconvincing. You planned this crime over months. You researched dosages. You manufactured opportunities. You attempted to manipulate the legal system to gain custody of a child you were actively poisoning. This wasn't a momentary lapse or a grief-induced breakdown. This was sustained, deliberate, calculating malice. I sentence you to 25 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections with no possibility of parole for 15 years. Additionally, you are permanently enjoined from any contact with the victim or her immediate family. This includes all written, electronic, or third-party communication." Gasps rippled through the courtroom. 25 years for a 63-year-old woman meant likely dying in prison. Gertrude's composure finally cracked. She turned in her seat, searching the courtroom, and her eyes locked on Grant. For a moment, he saw pure hatred there. Rage at being thwarted, fury at losing control, resentment at being held accountable. Then the baifs were escorting her out, and she was gone. Grant felt Melinda sag against him in relief. Around them, people were talking. Reporters were scribbling. Supporters were offering congratulations. But Grant just sat quietly, feeling the weight of the past month settle and then lift. It was over. Emma was safe. Gertrude would spend the rest of her life understanding what it meant to be powerless. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed. Grant made a brief statement, thanking the prosecutors, the police, the witnesses who'd come forward. He didn't mention his own role in exposing Gertrude's broader corruption. Didn't take credit for the financial and reputational destruction he'd orchestrated. That wasn't the point. The point was that Gertrude Murphy had come for his family, and he'd made sure she'd paid for it in every way that mattered. 6 months later, Grant stood in Emma's new bedroom. Not a new house, but a redecorated space with fresh paint and new furniture she'd chosen herself. The nightmares had decreased. The therapy was working. Emma was laughing more, trusting more, being a kid again. Melinda had filed for a legal name change, dropping Murphy, and reclaiming her maiden name from her father's side. She'd also started her own marketing consultancy, stepping out from under the shadow of trying to live up to Gertrude's expectations. Their marriage was stronger than it had been in years. The crisis had burned away a lot of pretense and revealed what mattered. Grant himself had been promoted at Morrison & Associates. His handling of the situation earning respect from colleagues who'd watched him navigate personal hell while maintaining professional excellence. The Riverside project had been completed ahead of schedule and under budget, with affordable housing units already changing lives. He'd also quietly established a foundation using money from the settlement of a civil suit against Gertrude's estate. The foundation provided legal assistance to victims of elder abuse and exploitation, particularly cases involving affluent perpetrators who'd previously escaped accountability. Angelo Roman's investigative series had won awards and led to reforms in how the city handled building code enforcement and political donations. Ted Holmes and the others who helped Grant had seen their own reputations rehabilitated as the full story of Gertrude's corruption emerged. As for Gertrude herself, she was in DeCar Correctional Center, a medium-security women's prison downstate. Grant had heard through the legal grapevine that she'd struggled with the adjustment, the loss of control, the institutional hierarchy, the forced equality with people she'd always considered beneath her. She tried to file appeals, but they'd been denied. Her lawyers had abandoned her when the money ran out. She was alone with the consequences of her choices. Grant didn't feel guilty about that. He protected his family and ensured that someone who'd caused decades of harm finally faced justice. The system had worked, yes, but only because he'd made sure it had all the tools it needed. Sometimes people asked him if he felt like he'd gone too far orchestrating Gertrude's financial and social destruction beyond the criminal prosecution. He always gave the same answer. I didn't destroy Gertrude Murphy. I just made sure everyone could see who she really was. The destruction was already there. I just exposed it. On a Saturday morning in early spring, Grant took Emma to the park. She ran ahead to the swings, her laughter carrying on the breeze. Melinda was beside him, their hands linked. Do you think she'll ever ask about Gertrude again? Melinda wondered. Probably when she's older, she'll have questions. What will you tell her? Grant watched his daughter soar higher on the swing, fearless and free. The truth that someone who was supposed to love her tried to hurt her. That we protected her, that justice was served, and that she's safe now. That's all. That's everything. Emma jumped from the swing at the ark's peak, landed in the mulch, and came running back to them, grinning and grass-stained, and perfectly wonderfully alive. Grant caught her in his arms and held her close. This child who'd been targeted by someone's twisted version of love and had survived because her father refused to let evil win. Gertrude had wanted to control Emma's future, to shape her into some idealized version. Instead, she'd lost everything while Emma gained something more valuable. Parents who'd proven they'd move heaven and earth to keep her safe. That was the real victory, not the prison sentence or the financial ruin or the public disgrace. The victory was Emma's laughter, Melinda's healing, their family's future unburdened by Gertrude's poison. Grant had learned he was capable of calculated revenge, of strategic destruction, of cold fury in defense of those he loved. Those weren't qualities he'd thought he possessed. But he'd also learned he was capable of surviving hell and building something better on the other side. And as he walked back to the car with his wife and daughter, Grant Reeves knew with absolute certainty that he'd do it all again if he had to. Because that's what you did when someone came for your family. You protected them. You fought back. And you made damn sure the people who tried to hurt them understood exactly what they'd lost. Story 2. I was released from my deployment a day early, and when I came home, I saw my wife and her helpful boss in our bed kissing aggressively. I left without a word, blocked all the cards, and changed the locks. But then something happened that no one expected. Wife's 467 missed calls. You know that feeling when you think you're about to walk into the best surprise of your life, but instead you're walking straight into a horror movie? Yeah. Well, welcome to my Tuesday night from hell. So, there I was, sitting in this cramped airline seat that probably cost more than most people's rent, trying not to lose my mind over the fact that some kid behind me had been kicking my seat for the last 4 hours like he was auditioning for the Rockets. But hey, nothing could kill my mood because I had a secret weapon. I was getting home a whole day early from deployment. 24 glorious hours ahead of schedule, which in military time basically means you've won the lottery and found a unicorn in the same day. The brass had cut us loose early because, and I quote, operational objectives were met ahead of schedule. Translation: we did our job so well that even the army couldn't find a reason to keep us sitting around in the desert eating MREs and pretending to enjoy it. Don't get me wrong, I love serving my country and all that patriotic stuff. But after 6 months of sand in places sand should never be, I was ready to kiss American soil and probably hug the first Starbucks barista I saw. The whole flight back, I kept thinking about Marissa, my wife, my beautiful, supposedly devoted wife, who had been sending me these sweet little care packages and tear-jerking letters about how much she missed me. How she was counting down the days until I came home. How she was planning this amazing welcome back dinner and had been sleeping in my old t-shirts because they still smelled like my cologne. Real Hallmark movie stuff. You know, the kind of romance that makes other guys jealous and makes you feel like maybe you actually won at life for once. I had this whole plan mapped out in my head during that endless flight. I'd grab a cab instead of calling her for a pickup, sneak up to the house, maybe hide behind some bushes like a creep until I could figure out the perfect moment to surprise her. I pictured her face when she opened the door and saw me standing there with my duffel bag and that stupid grin I get when I'm trying to be romantic. She'd probably scream, the good kind of scream, not the there's a serial killer at my door kind. And then jump into my arms like those cheesy military homecoming videos that make everyone cry on Facebook. Hell, I even practiced what I was going to say, something smooth like, miss me or maybe I couldn't stay away another day. I know I'm not exactly Shakespeare, but cut me some slack. I'd been rehearsing this moment for weeks. Every time I closed my eyes in that tiny military bunk, I saw her smile, felt her arms around me. Heard her whisper, "You're finally home." In that way, that made me forget all about the bureaucratic nonsense and the sand, and the fact that military coffee tastes like it was filtered through a gym sock. The cab ride from the airport should have been my first clue that something was off. Not because of anything dramatic. The driver was actually pretty cool. Some older guy who kept thanking me for my service every 5 minutes, which was nice, even if it got a little repetitive. No, it was me that felt weird. The closer we got to home, the more this strange knot started forming in my stomach. You know that feeling when you're about to take a really important test and suddenly you can't remember if you studied the right chapters? It was like that, except I couldn't figure out what the hell I was supposed to be worried about. Maybe it was just deployment paranoia. 6 months of being on high alert 24/7 will mess with your head in ways you don't expect. Every shadow looks suspicious. Every unexpected sound makes you reach for a weapon that isn't there. And every good thing feels like it might be too good to be true. The army docs have fancy names for it. But basically, it boils down to your brain being convinced that peace and happiness are probably booby traps. But as we pulled into my neighborhood, our neighborhood with all those perfectly manicured lawns and white picket fences that scream suburban dream achieved, I started to relax a little. Everything looked exactly the same as when I'd left. Mrs. Henderson still had those ridiculous garden gnomes that her homeowners association keeps trying to make her remove. The Johnsons still hadn't fixed their mailbox that leans at a 45 degrees angle like it's giving everyone a casual salute. Normal, peaceful home. Then we turned onto my street and I saw our house. My house. The house I'd been dreaming about for 6 months. The house where my wife was probably curled up on the couch in her pajamas, maybe watching one of those reality TV shows she's addicted to, completely oblivious to the fact that her husband was about to walk through the door and sweep her off her feet. But something was wrong with the picture. The upstairs lights were on, which was weird because Marissa always complained about the electric bill and had this whole routine about turning off every light in the house before going to bed. She used to joke that I married a woman who was part accountant, part environmentalist, and part drill sergeant when it came to household expenses. 2 cents saved is 2 cents earned, she'd say. Usually, while following me around the house, switching off lights I'd forgotten about. So, why were the upstairs lights blazing like she was hosting a rave up there? I paid the cab driver, grabbed my duffel bag, and stood on the sidewalk for a moment, staring up at those bright windows. My chest was tight with something that wasn't quite excitement anymore, but wasn't quite dread either. It was that in-between feeling you get when you're about to open a door and you have no idea what's waiting on the other side. The smart thing would have been to call her, give her a heads up that I was home early, but where's the fun in that? I wanted to surprise her. Wanted to see that look of pure joy spread across her face when she realized her husband had managed to come home sooner than expected. I wanted to be the hero of my own love story for once instead of just another guy in combat boots trudging through someone else's war. So, I walked up that familiar driveway, past the flower beds Marissa had planted last spring, past the American flag I'd hung up before deployment, past all the little details that made this place home. My boots were quiet on the porch steps. Old habit from months of trying not to wake up half the barracks every time I moved. The spare key was still hidden under the fake rock by the door right where we'd left it. My hand was shaking just a little as I slid that key into the lock. 6 months of anticipation, 6 months of missing her, 6 months of counting down the days until this exact moment. I turned the key, pushed open the door, and stepped into what I thought would be the beginning of the best night of my life. Instead, I stepped into the beginning of the worst one. You ever have one of those moments where your brain just refuses to process what's happening? Like when you're watching a car accident in slow motion and part of you is thinking, this can't be real, while the other part is already calculating the damage. Yeah, well, welcome to my personal train wreck. Starring yours truly as the guy who should have just stayed in that damn cab. I stood in my own doorway like some kind of statue. Duffel bag still slung over my shoulder. Keys dangling from my hand like I'd forgotten how to use basic motor functions. The downstairs was dark. Not just dark, but that kind of staged darkness you see in those home invasion movies where everything's too quiet and too perfect. Like someone had arranged it specifically to mess with your head. Our living room looked exactly the same as when I'd left 6 months ago. Same couch where we used to binge watch Netflix until 3 o'clock in the morning, arguing about whether to start another episode or actually get some sleep. Same coffee table with that ring stain from the time Marissa forgot to use a coaster and spent 20 minutes apologizing like she'd committed a federal crime. Same family photos lined up on the mantle. All smiles and look how happy we are that now felt like evidence from a crime scene. But here's the thing about coming home from deployment. Your hearing gets weird. 6 months of listening for threats, for anything that doesn't belong, and suddenly you can hear a pin drop 3 rooms away. So when I heard the sounds coming from upstairs, every alarm bell in my head started going off like a fire drill in hell. Breathless laughter, the kind that makes your stomach drop because you know exactly what it means, even when your brain is still trying to come up with innocent explanations. Maybe she's watching a comedy show. Maybe she's on the phone with her sister. Maybe she's doing one of those online workout videos that make her giggle because the instructor has a funny accent. But then came the murmur. Low, deep, definitely male, and definitely not coming from a TV or a phone call. That's when my training kicked in. Not the how to be a good husband training, but the how to assess a threat without getting yourself killed training. Silent footsteps, controlled breathing, every muscle ready to react to whatever nightmare was waiting upstairs. I didn't call her name. What was I supposed to say? Honey, I'm home early. Hope you're not doing anything you shouldn't be doing. I didn't knock on the doorframe like some polite visitor in my own damn house. And I sure as hell didn't announce my presence like this was some kind of social call. No, I channeled every bit of stealth training the army had beaten into me and made my way to those stairs like my life depended on it. Each step felt like it took an hour. You know how in horror movies the music gets all dramatic and the camera does that slow motion thing while the victim walks toward their doom? It was exactly like that, except there was no dramatic music, just the sound of my own heartbeat trying to punch its way out of my chest and the increasingly obvious sounds of my wife doing things that wives aren't supposed to do when their husbands are deployed overseas fighting for freedom and democracy and all that patriotic crap. The stairs in our house creak. I'd forgotten about that during my months away. But now, every little groan of the woods sounded like a gunshot in the silence, step by step, like I was climbing toward my own execution, which I guess in a way I was. The execution of every belief I'd had about my marriage, my life, my ability to judge character, and my general faith in the idea that good things happen to people who try to do the right thing. By the time I reached the top of the stairs, the sounds were unmistakable. I'm not going to spell it out for you because I'm not a masochist and this isn't some kind of twisted romance novel. But let's just say that my wife was definitely not alone, definitely not watching TV, and definitely not thinking about her husband, who was supposed to be thousands of miles away, missing her like an idiot. The bedroom door, our bedroom door, was cracked open just enough to give me a front row seat to the destruction of everything I thought I knew about my life. And because the universe apparently has a sick sense of humor, there was just enough light from the bedside lamp to see everything in perfect crystal clear high definition detail. Marissa, my wife, the woman who wore my dog tags around her neck in our wedding photos, and promised to love me in good times and bad, in sickness and in health, whether you're home or deployed, until death do us part. She was tangled up with some guy in what was supposed to be our bed, our sanctuary, our place. And she was kissing him like her life depended on it, like he was water. And she'd been dying of thirst. Like he was the answer to every prayer she'd ever whispered. But here's the kicker. I knew the guy, Charles Cadden, her boss from that marketing firm downtown. The same Charles Cadden she'd mentioned in her letters. Always in passing, always with some innocent little story about work drama or office politics. Charles thinks we should restructure the campaign. Charles brought donuts for everyone today. Charles is such a great mentor. Yeah, well, Charles was mentoring her in a lot more than marketing strategies, apparently. I'd met him at the company Christmas party before my deployment. Shook his hand, listened to him thank me for my service, watched him smile at Marissa with what I thought was just professional friendliness. Guy seemed decent enough. Married himself. Couple of kids. One of those suburban dad types who probably coached Little League on weekends and drove a sensible sedan. The kind of man you'd never suspect of screwing around with someone else's wife while that someone else was overseas getting shot at by people who wanted to kill Americans. They were so caught up in their little love scene that they hadn't heard me come home, hadn't heard me climb the stairs, hadn't noticed that the husband they were betraying was standing 10 feet away watching his entire world collapse in real time. And you know what the worst part was? They looked happy, not guilty, not sneaky, not like two people who knew they were doing something horrible. They looked like two people who belonged together, who fit, who made sense. My wedding photo was sitting right there on the nightstand. The same photo that used to make me smile every time I looked at it. Marissa in her white dress, me in my dress uniform. Both of us grinning like we just won the lottery. Except now it looked like the picture had turned away in shame. Tilted at an angle like it couldn't bear to witness what was happening in the bed it was supposed to be watching over. I stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, watching my marriage die in front of my eyes. Part of me wanted to kick down the door, start screaming, maybe throw Charles out the window, and give Marissa a piece of my mind that she'd never forget. Part of me wanted to break down, crying right there in the hallway, just collapse, and let the grief wash over me like a tidal wave. But you know what I did instead? I turned around, walked back down those creaking stairs, stepped out of that house like I was stepping out of my old life entirely. And I closed the door behind me quietly, carefully, like I was trying not to wake anyone up because sometimes the most devastating thing you can do isn't making noise. Sometimes it's making no noise at all. You know what's funny about life-changing moments? They don't come with a soundtrack or dramatic lighting or any of that Hollywood, they just happen usually when you're least prepared for them. And suddenly, you're standing on the other side of everything you thought you knew about yourself. One minute you're a happily married soldier coming home to surprise his loving wife, and the next minute you're a guy who just watched his entire world get flushed down the toilet by the two people he trusted most. The cab was still sitting there when I walked back outside. Same driver, same meter running, same everything, except now I was a completely different person than the hopeful idiot who'd gotten out of that car 5 minutes earlier. Funny how fast things can change when you're not paying attention. I slid into the back seat like I was moving through water. Everything feeling slow and surreal and not quite connected to reality. My duffel bag landed beside me with the same thud it had made earlier. But now it felt heavier somehow, like it was weighted down with all the expectations and dreams that had just gotten crushed upstairs in what used to be my bedroom. The driver turned around and looked at me with those kind eyes that cab drivers get when they've seen enough of life to recognize when someone's having the worst day of their existence. "Everything okay, man?" he asked. And I could tell he genuinely cared about the answer. Probably had kids of his own. Probably knew what it felt like to worry about someone you loved. Hell, maybe he'd been deployed himself at some point and understood the particular brand of homesickness that comes with military service. For a second, I almost told him, almost spilled the whole pathetic story right there in the back of his cab. How I'd been counting down the days. How I'd planned this perfect surprise. How I'd walked in on my wife screwing her boss in the bed I'd bought with my deployment pay. Almost broke down like some kind of emotional train wreck and let this stranger comfort me while I processed the fact that my marriage was dead than disco. But you know what deployment teaches you? It teaches you that sometimes the only thing standing between you and complete chaos is your ability to keep your mouth shut and figure out your next move. When mortars are raining down and your buddy's been hit and everything's going to hell around you, you don't have the luxury of falling apart. You assess the situation, you make a plan, and you execute that plan with whatever resources you have available. So instead of having a breakdown in the back of a cab, I looked at this decent guy who was just trying to do his job and said the only thing that made sense downtown. My voice sounded weird, too calm, too controlled, like it was coming from someone else entirely. The kind of calm that only happens when something inside you is snapped back into place. When all the emotional gets pushed aside and you start thinking like a soldier again instead of like a heartbroken husband. The driver gave me another look, probably trying to figure out if I was about to do something crazy or dangerous. But apparently, I passed whatever mental health check he was running because he just nodded and put the car in drive. "You got it, buddy." As we pulled away from my house, former house, I guess, I found myself staring out the window at all those perfect suburban homes with their perfect suburban families doing their perfect suburban things. Porch lights glowing like beacons of domestic bliss. TVs flickering through living room windows, probably showing sitcoms or cooking shows or whatever normal people watch when their lives aren't imploding in real time. Mrs. Henderson was watering her ridiculous garden gnomes again because apparently that's what you do at 9 o'clock at night when you have nothing better to worry about than keeping your lawn decorations properly hydrated. The Johnsons had their entire family squeezed onto their front porch swing, looking like a Norman Rockwell painting come to life. Even the teenagers hanging out under the street light looked like they belonged in some heartwarming commercial about growing up in small-town America. And there I was, driving away from all of it like some kind of ghost, like I'd never belonged in that picture-perfect neighborhood in the first place. Which, let's be honest, maybe I never had. Maybe I'd been kidding myself this whole time, thinking I could come back from war zones and hostile environments and just slip back into civilian life, like putting on a comfortable pair of shoes. The thing about deployment is that it changes you in ways you don't expect. Not just the obvious stuff, the hypervigilance, the difficulty sleeping, the way loud noises make you want to hit the deck. It's the subtler changes that really get you. The way you start to see through people's because you've spent months depending on your ability to read situations accurately. The way you learn to trust your instincts because hesitation can get you killed. The way you realize that most of the things people worry about back home are completely meaningless when you've seen what real problems actually look like. Maybe that's why I wasn't screaming or crying or punching the back of the cab driver's seat. Maybe 6 months of staying alive in a war zone had taught me that emotional reactions are luxuries you can't afford when you need to think clearly. Maybe I'd learned something about myself that I never would have discovered if I'd stayed home and played house with a woman who was apparently playing house with someone else. The city lights started getting brighter as we headed downtown. All those neon signs and office buildings and late-night diners that stay open for people who have nowhere else to go. I'd always thought of downtown as the place you visited when you wanted excitement. When suburban life got too boring and you needed a taste of something different. Now it felt like exactly where I belonged. Anonymous, temporary, full of people who were between one thing and the next. Anywhere specific downtown? The driver asked, glancing at me in the rear view mirror. I almost laughed at that. Anywhere specific? Like I had a plan, like I'd thought this through, like I was some kind of master strategist who'd anticipated coming home early to find his wife in bed with her boss. The truth was I had no idea where I was going or what I was going to do next. All I knew was that I couldn't stay in that house. Couldn't pretend I hadn't seen what I'd seen. Couldn't go back to being the naive husband who thought his marriage was solid just because he'd been getting sweet letters and care packages. But here's the thing about rock bottom. It's actually a pretty solid foundation to build on. When everything you thought you knew turns out to be a lie. When every assumption you'd made about your life gets proven wrong in the span of 5 minutes. You've got two choices. You can fall apart or you can start over. And I'd spent too many months in hostile territory to fall apart now. Just drive, I told him. I'll know it when I see it. The cab rolled through the downtown streets while I sat in the back seat, duffel bag beside me, wedding ring still on my finger, thinking about chaos and silence and the difference between reacting and responding. Deployment had taught me that when everything goes to hell, the person who stays calm usually wins. Time to find out if that lesson applied to civilian life, too. You know what they say about revenge being a dish best served cold? Well, turns out I'd been meal prepping for months without even knowing it. While I was overseas playing soldier and writing sappy letters to my cheating wife, some paranoid little voice in the back of my head had been whispering what-if scenarios that I dismissed as trust issues and deployment anxiety. Turns out that paranoid little voice was the smartest part of me. Marcus Levin's law office sits in one of those downtown buildings that tries really hard to look impressive, but mostly just looks expensive. All marble and mahogany and the kind of furniture that screams. We charge by the hour and we're worth every penny. I've been there exactly once before when Marissa and I bought the house and needed someone to handle the paperwork. Back then, Marcus had seemed like overkill for a simple real estate transaction, but my dad always said, get the best lawyer you can afford, then figure out how to afford a better one. Now, I was sitting across from his massive desk at 8 o'clock in the morning, looking like I'd slept in my uniform, which I had, in a downtown hotel room that smelled like disinfectant and broken dreams. While Marcus stared at the folder I just dropped in front of him, like it contained nuclear launch codes. You already moved everything? He asked, flipping through page after page of bank statements, property deeds, trust documents, and financial transfers that I'd been working on for months. His eyebrows kept climbing higher up his forehead with each document, like he was watching a magic trick he couldn't figure out. I nodded once, keeping my expression as neutral as possible. Started the process 3 months ago. 3 months ago, he repeated slowly like he was trying to process the timeline. You've been planning this since I started getting suspicious, I said, which was technically true. I've been getting suspicious. All right. Not about Marissa specifically, but about the general idea that anything good in my life could last without proper backup plans. Military thinking, hope for the best, prepare for the worst, and always have an exit strategy. The thing is, I hadn't actually suspected Marissa of cheating when I started moving assets around. I'd just been thinking about divorce statistics for military couples, about how many guys come back from deployment to find their entire lives dismantled, about how many wives decide that being married to a soldier is too hard and too lonely and too unpredictable. So, I'd started protecting myself just in case, moving money into accounts she didn't know about, shifting property titles into trusts she wasn't aware of. Basically, building a financial firewall around everything I'd worked for. I told myself it was just good planning, like buying life insurance or keeping emergency supplies. You don't do it because you expect disaster. You do it because disaster has a way of showing up when you're least prepared for it. And if disaster never comes, well, no harm done. You just have really good financial organization and some impressive paperwork. Turns out disaster had a name, and it was Charles Cadden. Marcus was still flipping through documents, occasionally making those little H sounds that lawyers make when they're either really impressed or really confused. This is comprehensive, he said. Finally, the house is entirely in your name through the trust. The bank accounts have been transferred. The investments are secured, even the cars, both registered to the trust, I confirmed. She's been driving around in vehicles she technically doesn't own for the last 2 months. He looked up at me with something that might have been respect or might have been mild fear. How did you know? I didn't, I said, which was the truth, but not the whole truth. I just believe in being prepared. What I didn't tell him was that deployment gives you a lot of time to think. And thinking gives you a lot of time to realize how vulnerable you are when your entire life is built on trust and assumptions. How easy it would be for someone to destroy everything you've worked for while you're on the other side of the world, unable to protect yourself or your interests. How many guys I'd served with had come home to find their wives had cleaned out bank accounts, sold houses, maxed out credit cards, and disappeared with new boyfriends who appreciated women who came with built-in financial benefits. So, I'd started making moves, quiet moves, legal moves, moves that looked like financial planning, but were actually more like building a fortress around everything that mattered to me. Opening new accounts in my name only, creating trusts that protected assets from marital division, rerouting direct deposits and automatic payments. Basically, I'd spent 3 months turning myself into a financial ghost, someone who existed on paper but couldn't be touched by the kind of betrayal I was apparently destined for. The beauty of it, I explained to Marcus, who was still staring at my paperwork like it was written in hieroglyphics, is that everything was done legally with proper documentation while I was overseas serving my country. Hard to argue that a deployed soldier was acting in bad faith when he was protecting assets he'd earned through military service. Marcus started laughing. Not the kind of laugh you hear at comedy clubs, but the kind of laugh lawyers get when they realize they're looking at a case that's already won before it started. "She's going to contest this," he said. "She's going to claim fraud, manipulation, that you hid assets." "With what money?" I asked. "Her personal accounts have exactly enough to cover her cell phone bill and maybe a trip to Starbucks. Her credit cards are maxed out from shopping sprees. She thought I didn't know about. And her boss is about to have bigger problems than helping his side piece hire legal representation." That's when I pulled out the second folder, the one I'd been saving for dessert. Photos of Charles's car in our driveway at suspicious hours. Screenshots of text messages between them that I'd recovered from our shared cloud storage because apparently neither of them had figured out how technology actually works. Hotel receipts from business trips that coincidentally happened during my rare phone calls home. Email exchanges that started professional and ended up reading like bad romance novel excerpts. "You're going to destroy them," Marcus said. And for the first time since I'd known him, he actually sounded impressed instead of just professionally polite. "No." I corrected him, leaning back in the overpriced leather chair and feeling something like peace settle over me for the first time in hours. "I'm going to let them destroy themselves. I'm just going to make sure the process is properly documented because here's what I learned overseas. The best battles are the ones where your enemy defeats themselves while you watch from a safe distance. You don't have to fire a shot. Don't have to get your hands dirty. Don't have to compromise your principles or your position. You just have to be patient, prepared, and smart enough to stay out of the way when everything collapses." "Divorce papers filed today," I told Marcus. "And I want the locks changed by tonight." "Consider it done," he said, already reaching for his phone to start making calls. "Anything else?" I stood up, grabbed my duffel bag, and headed for the door. "Yeah," I said over my shoulder. "Make it hurt." You ever watch one of those home improvement shows where they renovate someone's entire house in like 48 hours? Well, turns out dismantling someone's entire life takes about the same amount of time. Except it's way more satisfying and nobody has to pretend to be excited about the big reveal. By the time the sun started setting, I had more contractors at my house than a reality TV makeover. The locksmith, this grizzled old guy named Eddie, who looked like he'd been changing locks since the Civil War, was working on the front door while I supervised from the driveway like some kind of domestic operations commander. Behind him, a tech guy from the security company was reprogramming the garage door opener, and another specialist was updating the alarm system codes. "You sure about all this, son?" Eddie asked, drilling out the old deadbolt with the efficiency of someone who'd probably helped a lot of people lock out a lot of other people over the years. "Seems like a lot of work for one afternoon, I'm sure," I told him, watching him install a new lock that came with keys Marissa had never seen and would never see. "How long have you been doing this job, Eddie?" 37 years come October, he said, not looking up from his work. "Seen a lot of folks change their locks for a lot of reasons. Divorce, breakups, roommate drama, family disputes. Hell, I once changed locks for a lady who wanted to keep her mother-in-law out of her kitchen. Ever changed locks for a deployed soldier who came home early to find his wife entertaining company?" Eddie stopped drilling and looked at me with the kind of expression you see on the faces of people who've heard every story there is to hear. "Can't say that I have," he said quietly. "But I'm guessing this company wasn't the invited kind." "You could say that." He nodded and went back to work, not asking any more questions because guys like Eddie understand that sometimes the less you know about your customer's business, the better you sleep at night. But I could tell he was on my side from the way he was being extra thorough with the installation, making sure every screw was tight and every mechanism was smooth as silk. While Eddie handled the physical security, I was busy handling the financial warfare from my phone. Bank after bank, account after account, credit card after credit card. "Yes, I'd like to freeze this account immediately." "No, I don't need to discuss it with the joint account holder." "That's correct. I'm removing her authorization as of right now." "Military service member." "Yes." "Fraud protection." "Exactly. It's amazing how cooperative financial institutions get when you use the magic words military service member and potential fraud. Suddenly, everyone's bending over backward to help you protect your assets. Probably because they've seen this movie before and they know how it ends. Deployed soldier gets screwed over by cheating spouse. Bank gets sued for not protecting service members' interests. Bank pays out massive settlement and gets terrible publicity. Much easier to just freeze everything and let the lawyers sort it out later. The joint checking account frozen. The savings account that was supposed to be for our future house down payment frozen. The credit card she'd been using for those girls' nights out that apparently included Charles Cannelled. Even that store credit card she'd gotten for furniture shopping, the one she thought I didn't know about, gone. But the real masterpiece was the SUV. That beautiful, overpriced, payments higher than most people's rent SUV that Marissa had insisted we needed because it's an investment in our future, and we'll need the space when we start having kids. The same SUV she'd been driving to meet Charles for their little romantic renvous. Probably thinking she was so clever, so untouchable, so secure in her perfect little double life. I called the dealership while Eddie was installing the new deadbolt. "Hey, this is about the 2024 Escalade account number." I rattled off the details. "Yeah, I need to report it as let's call it unauthorized use. The primary account holder is requesting immediate repossession." "Sir, are you sure? That's going to leave the secondary driver without transportation." "That's exactly the point," I said, watching the security tech finish up with the garage door. "How soon can you pick it up? We can have a truck there within 2 hours." "Perfect. And just so we're clear, the secondary driver is no longer authorized to make any decisions about this vehicle. Any attempts to contact her about payments or account status should be directed to my attorney." I gave them Marcus information and hung up, feeling like a chess player who just put his opponent in check without them even realizing the game had started. By the time the contractors finished up, my house looked exactly the same from the outside, but was completely different on the inside. New locks, new codes, new everything. The birthday I'd used for the alarm system, Marissa's birthday, was gone, replaced with the date I'd enlisted. The garage door opener she'd programmed to her car, reprogrammed to a frequency she'd never guess. Even the smart lock on the back door had been reset to recognize only my fingerprint. "All set," Eddie said, handing me a set of keys that felt heavier than they should have. "Nobody's getting in here without your permission. What do I owe you on the house?" he said, packing up his tools with military-like efficiency. "Thank you for your service, son. And for what it's worth, she's an idiot." After everyone left, I stood in my newly secured house, listening to the silence that felt different now. Not empty, but clean. Like I just completed the most important mission of my military career. Except this time, the enemy had been my own naive assumptions about love and loyalty and the idea that some things are sacred enough to survive anything. My phone started buzzing around 10 p.m. First a few calls, then more, then a steady stream of notifications that I ignored with the dedication of a professional. Marissa was probably just getting home from her romantic evening with Charles. Probably just discovering that her key didn't work anymore and her garage door remote had mysteriously stopped functioning. I made myself a sandwich and sat down to wait for the real show to begin. There's something deeply satisfying about watching your carefully laid plans come together like a perfectly executed military operation, especially when the targets have no idea they're walking straight into the trap you've spent months setting. It's like watching a nature documentary where the gazelle wanders right up to the lion. Except in this case, the gazelle was my cheating wife and her scumbag boss. And the lion was the sweet, sweet justice they were about to get served with a side of public humiliation. Marcus and I parked across the street from what used to be my house around 2 in the afternoon, sitting in his black BMW, like a couple of detectives on a stakeout. He'd brought coffee and donuts from that fancy place downtown, the kind that charges $8 for what's basically sugar and caffeine, but tastes like it was made by angels. I had to admit, for a lawyer who usually dealt with boring corporate stuff, Marcus was really getting into the whole revenge operation thing. "You sure you want to watch this?" he asked, adjusting his rear view mirror to get a better view of the front porch. "Sometimes it's better to just let karma do its thing from a distance." "Are you kidding me?" I said, taking a sip of overpriced coffee that was actually worth every penny. "I've been deployed for 6 months. This is the best entertainment I've had since that time our sergeant got stuck in a portiati during a sandstorm. We didn't have to wait long. At exactly 2:47 p.m., I know because I was timing everything like this was a tactical exercise, a familiar silver sedan pulled into my driveway. Marissa's temporary ride, borrowed from her sister because apparently her precious SUV had mysteriously vanished sometime during the night. She stepped out wearing that little black dress I bought her for our anniversary. The one she said made her feel sophisticated and powerful. Guess she was feeling sophisticated and powerful. All right, just not with her husband. And there was Charles getting out of the passenger side like he owned the place, straightening his tie, and checking his watch like this was just another business meeting instead of an afternoon booty call at his employee's house. The guy had the nerve to look relaxed, confident even, like he'd been doing this for so long that he'd forgotten it was technically adultery and morally reprehensible behavior. They walked up my front walkway holding hands. holding hands like they were some kind of legitimate couple instead of two people who'd been lying and sneaking around behind my back for God knows how long. Marissa was laughing at something Charles had said, throwing her head back in that way she used to do when I told her jokes that weren't even that funny. The same laugh that used to make me feel like the funniest guy in the world was now making my stomach turn because she was wasting it on someone who didn't deserve it. Here we go, Marcus said, leaning forward in his seat like he was watching the season finale of his favorite TV show. Marissa reached into her purse and pulled out her house key. The same key she'd been using for 3 years. The same key that used to symbolize home and trust and the life we'd built together. She slid it into the lock with the confidence of someone who belonged there, someone who had every right to walk into that house and do whatever the hell she wanted. Nothing happened. She tried again, jiggling the key like maybe she'd just inserted it wrong the first time. Still nothing. I watched her face change from confusion to concern to the first flickerings of panic as she realized that something was very, very wrong. "That's weird," she said loud enough for us to hear from across the street. "The key's not working." Charles stepped up like the gentleman he pretended to be, probably figuring that his superior masculine lock-picking skills would save the day. He took the key from Marissa and tried it himself, putting more force behind it, turning it harder, like the lock was just being stubborn and needed a firm hand to cooperate. Also, nothing. "Did you get the lock changed?" Charles asked, which was honestly a pretty stupid question considering Marissa had been living there right up until the night before and would obviously know if the locks had been changed. "No," Marissa said, and I could hear the confusion in her voice starting to turn into something more like fear. "I don't understand. This is my house." "Wrong, sweetheart. Used to be your house. Now it's the house you used to live in before you decided to turn it into a love nest for you and your boss." They spent the next 10 minutes trying everything they could think of. Different keys from Marissa's keychain because maybe she'd grabbed the wrong one by mistake. The spare key hidden under the fake rock. Except, whoops, that lock had been changed, too. Even the back door, which they discovered was also newly secured when Charles tried to sneak around the side of the house like some kind of suburban burglar. That's when the pounding started. First just knocking, then actual pounding, then full-on beating the door like they were trying to break it down with their bare hands. "Open the door," Marissa screamed, her voice cracking with the kind of desperation you usually only hear in horror movies. "I live here. This is my house." My phone started buzzing once, twice, then constantly, like someone was holding down the call button and refusing to let go. Marissa's name kept flashing on the screen along with increasingly frantic text messages that I could see previews of without opening. "Where are you? Call me now. Something's wrong with the house." I looked at Marcus, who was watching the whole scene with the fascination of someone witnessing a car crash in slow motion. "You going to answer that?" he asked. "Nope," I said, taking another sip of my excellent coffee and settling back to enjoy the show. "I'm deployed, remember? No cell service where I am." By the time we finally drove away an hour later, Marissa was sitting on the porch steps crying like her world had just ended, which to be fair, it pretty much had. Charles was standing awkwardly beside her, probably realizing that his fun little side piece had just become a massive liability that could destroy his career, his marriage, and his comfortable suburban life. The last thing I saw in the rear-view mirror was Charles walking back to the car alone, leaving Marissa sitting there on the porch of the house she could no longer enter, surrounded by the ruins of the life she'd thrown away for a few months of excitement. Checkmate indeed. You know what's beautiful about a well-executed plan? It's like watching dominoes fall. Once you tip the first one, everything else happens automatically with a kind of mathematical precision that would make a physics professor weep with joy. And let me tell you, watching my ex-wife's life collapse in real time was better than any fireworks show I'd ever seen, including that 4th of July display at Fort Bragg where they accidentally set the entire field on fire. I was sitting in the hotel cafe at 7 a.m. the next morning, nursing my third cup of coffee and watching the sunrise paint the city in shades of gold and orange that reminded me why I'd missed American mornings so much during deployment. The coffee here was decent. Not great, but a hell of a lot better than the stuff we'd been choking down overseas that tasted like it had been filtered through sand and regret. My phone was buzzing across the table like an angry wasp, vibrating so hard it was making little ripples in my coffee cup. 23 missed calls when I woke up. 46 by the time I finished my shower, 67 by the time I made it downstairs for breakfast. The numbers kept climbing like some kind of twisted lottery where the prize was getting to hear my cheating ex-wife lose her mind in real time. I picked up the phone just long enough to check the messages, not to answer them, obviously. The voicemail started out confused and worried. "Honey, where are you? Something's wrong with the house. Call me back." Then they got panicked. "I can't get into the house. The locks are different. What's happening?" Then they turned angry. This is ridiculous. Call me right now. And finally, they devolved into the kind of desperate pleading that would have broken my heart 6 months ago, but now just sounded like white noise by the time I finished my Eggs Benedict. And yes, I was treating myself to the fancy breakfast because what's the point of destroying your ex-wife's life if you can't enjoy some overpriced Holland sauce while you do it? The missed call counter had hit triple digits. 112 calls from a woman who apparently thought that dialing the same number over and over again would somehow change the fundamental laws of physics and make me materialize in front of her. But here's the thing about military training. It teaches you patience. Real patience. Not the fake kind where you're secretly counting to 10 and trying not to lose your temper. The kind of patience where you can sit completely still for hours waiting for exactly the right moment to move because you understand that timing is everything and premature action can ruin even the best laid plans. So, while Marissa was apparently having a complete meltdown in the parking lot of whatever hotel she'd ended up at, because according to her increasingly unhinged text messages, Charles had suddenly become unavailable and needed space to think, I was calmly filing paperwork that would turn her temporary homelessness into a permanent lifestyle change. First stop, the courthouse. Divorce petition filled out in triplicate with the efficiency of someone who'd been practicing military paperwork for years. Grounds for divorce. Adultery with photographic evidence attached. Asset division clearly outlined based on the trust documents that protected everything I'd earned before, during, and after our marriage. Spousal support. Hell no. Considering she'd been stealing from our joint accounts to fund her affair. The clerk looked at my paperwork with the kind of admiration usually reserved for perfectly executed drill formations. This is very thorough, she said, stamping each page with the satisfaction of someone who appreciated attention to detail. Your attorney did excellent work. Thank you, I said, not mentioning that I'd done most of the prep work myself during those long nights overseas when I couldn't sleep and needed something productive to do with my insomnia. Next stop, restraining order. Because apparently Marissa had graduated from desperate phone calls to showing up at the hotel where I was staying, demanding answers and making enough noise to disturb the other guests. The hotel security footage of her screaming in the lobby at 6 a.m. was probably going to end up on one of those Karen freakout compilation videos, but it also made excellent evidence for a harassment claim. Then came my personal favorite, the fraud report. See, while I was overseas eating MREs and dodging hostile fire, Marissa had been using my military benefits to fund her little romance, dinners at expensive restaurants, weekend getaways to wine country, even jewelry that she'd claimed was a gift from her sister, but turned out to be charged to a credit card linked to my veterans account. Misuse of military benefits isn't just morally reprehensible. It's actually illegal with penalties that include fines, jail time, and a permanent record that follows you around like a bad smell. But wait, there's more. Because Charles wasn't getting out of this disaster unscathed while Marissa was busy having her public breakdown and probably Googling how to break into your own house, I was writing a very detailed, very professional letter to the corporate board of Charles's company. A letter that included time-stamped photos of his car in my driveway during business hours, screenshots of emails between him and Marissa discussing their lunch meetings that apparently lasted 3 hours and involved a lot more than discussing quarterly projections, and a comprehensive timeline of their workplace relationship that painted a very clear picture of sexual harassment, abuse of power, and misuse of company resources. The best part, Charles worked for one of those companies that takes workplace conduct very seriously. The kind of place that has mandatory seminars about appropriate professional relationships and zero-tolerance policies for managers who sleep with their employees. The kind of place where getting caught in an affair with a subordinate isn't just embarrassing, it's career suicide. By noon, I'd filed everything that needed filing, reported everything that needed reporting, and set in motion a chain of events that would systematically dismantle every aspect of the comfortable life that Marissa and Charles thought they could build on the foundation of my trust and naivety. The avalanche had officially begun, and I didn't have to push a single stone. I just had to sit back, enjoy my overpriced coffee, and watch gravity do what gravity does best. 467 missed calls by the end of the week, and I didn't answer a single one of them. Because sometimes the most devastating response isn't a response at all. You know what's worse than having a cheating wife? Having in-laws who think you're not good enough for their precious daughter, even when she's the one screwing around behind your back. The Whites, Philip, and Margaret, have been treating me like a discount son-in-law since day one. The kind of people who smile to your face at family dinners but spend the rest of the time whispering about how their daughter could have done better and settled too young. Well, it was time for the Whites to learn that sometimes the guy you look down on is the one who's been keeping your entire family afloat. Their house sits in one of those neighborhoods where every lawn looks like it was trimmed with nail scissors and every mailbox costs more than most people's cars. Old money vibes. Or at least the kind of fake old money vibes that come from Philip's middle management job at some insurance company and Margaret's part-time work at a boutique that sells scarves for $300 each. The kind of people who think having a cleaning lady twice a week makes them aristocracy. I pulled into their circular driveway at 10 a.m. on a Saturday because nothing says serious business like showing up when people are supposed to be relaxing in their pajamas and pretending their lives are perfect. My rental car, a basic sedan that probably cost less than Margaret's weekly manicure, looked hilariously out of place next to Philip's BMW and Margaret's Mercedes, both of which I happen to know were financed up to their chrome bumpers. The folder I carried looked innocent enough, just a manila envelope that could have contained anything from insurance documents to family photos. But inside was enough information to detonate their comfortable little world like a tactical nuke made of paperwork and uncomfortable truths. Margaret answered the door in full makeup and an outfit that probably took her an hour to put together because apparently even at home on Saturday morning, she needed to look like she was about to pose for a magazine cover about successful suburban living. Her smile was the same fake sweet expression she'd been giving me for 3 years. The one that said, "I'm being polite because I have to, but I'd rather be anywhere else." "Oh," she said, like finding me at her door was about as pleasant as discovering a raccoon in her garbage. "We weren't expecting you. Marissa said you weren't coming home until next week." "Plans changed," I said, holding up the folder. "Is Philip home? I need to talk to both of you about something important." She led me into their living room, which looked like it had been decorated by someone who'd watched too many home design shows and had more money than taste. Everything was white and beige and carefully arranged to look casual while actually being completely artificial. Philip was sitting in his leather recliner reading some financial magazine, probably pretending to understand stock market analysis while actually just looking at the pictures. "What's this about?" Philip asked, not bothering to get up or even lower his magazine completely. The same dismissive attitude he'd been giving me since the day I married his daughter, like I was some kind of hired help who'd forgotten his place. I sat down on their ridiculously expensive couch without being invited and opened the folder on their glass coffee table that probably cost more than my first car. "It's about your daughter," I said, laying out the first document. "And about the fact that you've both been living a lie for the last year." The first document was a bank statement showing payments from my account to their mortgage company. Not a loan, not a gift, not a temporary help-out situation. Regular monthly payments that had been going on for over a year covering their house payment because apparently Philip's middle management salary wasn't quite covering their upper-class lifestyle. Margaret's fake smile disappeared like someone had flipped a switch. Philip's magazine slipped from his hands and hit the floor with a thud that echoed through their suddenly very quiet living room. "You've been paying our mortgage," Margaret whispered, staring at the bank statement like it was written in a foreign language, "for 14 months. I confirmed, laying out the next document. "Every month, like clockwork, while you two have been telling everyone who'd listen that I'm not good enough for your daughter and that she married beneath her station." The next document was even better. A detailed breakdown of every loan they'd asked for over the past 3 years, the car repair that turned into a full engine replacement, the roof work that somehow doubled in cost halfway through, the credit card payments I'd helped with during Philip's temporary cash flow problems that had lasted 8 months, all of it totaling up to a number that made Philip's face go white and Margaret's hands start shaking. "But the real kicker," I said, laying out the final set of documents like I was dealing cards in the world's most expensive poker game, "is what your precious daughter has been doing while I've been overseas keeping your family financially stable." These were the photos I'd been saving for special occasions. Charles's car in our driveway. Marissa and Charles holding hands outside restaurants I couldn't afford. Hotel receipts that corresponded exactly with days when she told me she was visiting her sick friend or working late on important projects. Text messages between them that started professional and ended up reading like the kind of romance novel that would make a porn star blush. The silence in that living room was so thick you could have cut it with a knife. Margaret was staring at a photo of her daughter kissing Charles in the parking lot of the Marriott downtown. Her perfect makeup starting to run as tears formed in her eyes. Philip was reading text messages between his daughter and her boss that included detailed plans for spending my deployment money on romantic getaways. "She's been stealing from our accounts," I continued, because apparently I was just getting warmed up. "Military benefits, savings, everything we'd built together. Using my deployment pay to fund her affair while writing me letters about how much she missed me and couldn't wait for me to come home." Margaret started crying. Not the pretty, delicate tears you see in movies, but the ugly body-shaking sobs of someone whose entire worldview just got demolished with photographic evidence. Philip just sat there staring at the documents like he was trying to wish them out of existence through sheer force of will. "Why are you showing us this?" Philip finally managed to ask. I stood up, gathered my papers, and headed for the door because I sat over my shoulder. "You spent 3 years telling me I wasn't good enough for your family. Turns out your family wasn't good enough for me. And I walked out, leaving them sitting in their expensive living room with the ruins of their perfect daughter's reputation scattered across their overpriced coffee table like confetti from the world's worst celebration. There's something almost artistic about watching someone's entire social media presence implode in real time. It's like performance art, except instead of pretentious gallery openings and overpriced wine, you get front row seats to the complete destruction of someone's carefully curated online persona. And let me tell you, Marissa's digital downfall was more entertaining than anything Netflix had to offer. It started about 2 weeks after the porch incident when she apparently decided that her best strategy was to play the victim card harder than a professional poker player with a royal flush. She launched into this whole social media campaign about being abandoned and betrayed and left homeless by the man who promised to love and protect her. Real tearjerker stuff, complete with carefully staged photos of her looking sad and vulnerable in her new cramped apartment that she'd rented with what was left in her personal checking account. The apartment, by the way, was a real piece of work. I may have driven by once or twice, just to make sure she was settling into her new lifestyle appropriately. It was one of those complexes that advertises luxury living, but really means we painted everything beige and installed the cheapest possible fixtures while charging premium prices. The kind of place where the walls are so thin you can hear your neighbor's Netflix shows and the parking lot always smells like someone's cooking fish in a microwave. Marissa's Instagram posts from her new home were comedy gold. Pictures of her tiny kitchenette with captions like, "Starting fresh in my cozy new space." Translation: I went from a 4-bedroom house to a studio apartment, and I'm pretending this was my choice. Photos of her walking to work with hashtags like #independentwoman and #newbeginnings carefully cropped to hide the fact that she was taking the bus because her SUV had mysteriously vanished and she couldn't afford car payments on her retail salary. Oh yeah, the job situation. Turns out that when your boss gets suspended for sexual harassment and misuse of company resources and you're the employee he was harassing and misusing resources with, your career prospects take a bit of a hit. The marketing firm where she'd been working Charles in more ways than one suddenly found reasons to restructure her position right out of existence. Amazing how that works. So there she was, 28 years old with a college degree and 3 years of marketing experience, working at some chain clothing store in the mall, folding sweaters and asking teenagers if they'd like to sign up for the store credit card. The same woman who used to brag about her corner office with a view and her important client presentations was now dealing with Black Friday shoppers and trying to meet sales quotas set by managers who were probably younger than her favorite pair of shoes. But the real entertainment was watching her try to maintain her victim narrative while her entire support system crumbled around her. See, the thing about affairs is that they don't happen in a vacuum. Other people always know, or at least suspect, and they're usually just being polite by pretending they don't see what's obvious to everyone with functioning eyes. Her friends started unfollowing her social media accounts one by one, like rats abandoning a sinking ship. The same girlfriends who used to comment heart emojis on all her posts and invite her to wine nights and weekend trips suddenly became very busy with their own lives. Amazing how quickly people disappear when your drama becomes too messy to ignore and your social status drops below their comfort zone. Margaret stopped answering her calls after our little chat. Philip, who used to take Marissa's side in every family argument and treat me like the hired help at family gatherings, suddenly developed a very strong opinion about daughters who bite the hand that feeds them. Even her sister, the one who'd loaned her the car for that fateful afternoon, started making excuses about why she couldn't help with money or transportation or emotional support. The breaking point came when someone, and I'm definitely not saying it was me, but I'm also not saying it wasn't, left an anonymous comment on one of her more dramatic Facebook posts about being abandoned by the person who was supposed to protect her forever. The comment was simple, direct, and absolutely devastating. Didn't you cheat on your husband while he was serving overseas? 6 words, 26 characters, including spaces. One question that cut through all her carefully constructed victim narrative like a sword through tissue paper. The post disappeared within an hour, but screenshots live forever. And apparently someone had been paying attention to Marissa's story long enough to connect the dots between her sob story and the timeline of events that everyone in town was starting to piece together. Small communities love gossip almost as much as they love supporting military families. And a woman who cheats on her deployed husband doesn't get a lot of sympathy points, no matter how prettily she cries about it. Charles, meanwhile, was dealing with his own version of social media hell. His wife, remember her? The woman he'd been married to for 12 years, the mother of his 2 kids, the person he'd been betraying every time he showed up at my house to play house with my wife, had apparently received an anonymous package containing photos, text messages, and a detailed timeline of her husband's extracurricular activities. I may have heard through certain channels that she'd filed for divorce with extreme prejudice, taking the kids, and about half of everything Charles owned. Apparently, She'd also shared some of the more damning evidence with their mutual friends because Charles's social media presence went from successful marketing executive and family man to radio silence faster than you could say adultery clause. The corporate investigation at their company was apparently very thorough and very public. The kind of thing that gets whispered about in break rooms and discussed in hushed tones during lunch meetings. Charles went from corner office to suspension to pursuing other opportunities in about 3 weeks, which in corporate speak means we fired his ass so hard it left skid marks. By the end of the month, Marissa's online victim act had completely collapsed. No more sympathy comments, no more supportive messages, no more friends rallying around her cause. Just a woman in a studio apartment working retail, posting increasingly desperate updates about learning to be strong and finding herself that nobody was reading because nobody cared anymore. The internet had moved on to fresher drama, leaving Marissa to face the consequences of her choices in blessed anonymous silence, just the way I planned it. 1 year later, and let me tell you, hindsight really is 20/20. Especially when you're looking back on the best revenge story ever told while sipping coffee on the deck of your own lakeside cabin, watching the sunrise paint the water in colors that make you remember why life is actually pretty damn beautiful when you're not sharing it with lying, cheating, soul-sucking parasites. The cabin wasn't some grand mansion or anything. Just a modest place I'd found about 3 hours north of the city, far enough away from the suburban nightmare I'd escaped, but close enough to civilization that I could still get decent internet and food delivery when I didn't feel like cooking. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a kitchen that actually worked and a view that made me understand why people write poetry about nature and solitude and finding peace in simple things. I bought it with the settlement money from the divorce because apparently when your wife commits fraud using military benefits while you're deployed, the courts tend to take a very dim view of her claims to marital assets. Who knew? The whole process had been smoother than a jazz saxophone solo. Thanks to all that prep work I'd done, and the fact that Marissa's legal representation consisted of some overworked public defender who'd probably never handled a military divorce, and definitely hadn't expected to go up against someone who documented everything with the precision of a Pentagon briefing. The irony was delicious. The money Marissa had stolen from our accounts, the military benefits she'd misused, the credit she destroyed, all of it had been recovered through legal channels and court-ordered restitution. Every month, like clockwork, a payment showed up in my account with her name on it. Money that she earned folding clothes and asking customers if they wanted to open a store credit card for an additional 10% off their purchase. But here's the thing that would have surprised the hell out of the angry, heartbroken guy who discovered his wife's betrayal a year ago. I wasn't using that money for revenge fantasies or expensive toys or anything that would have given Marissa the satisfaction of knowing she was still affecting my life. Instead, every penny of her restitution payments went straight into a non-profit I'd started for struggling veterans. Guys coming back from deployment to find their lives as screwed up as mine had been, just without the benefit of paranoid financial planning. Second Chances for Service members wasn't going to win any awards for creative naming, but it was helping real people deal with real problems. Guys who came home to find their wives had emptied bank accounts, sold houses, maxed out credit cards. Women who'd been financially abused by partners who thought military deployment meant open season on joint assets. Soldiers dealing with PTSD, unemployment, homelessness, addiction, all the fun stuff that nobody talks about in those patriotic commercials about supporting our troops. The monthly board meetings were held via video conference from my deck. Because one of the advantages of running your own nonprofit is that you get to set the dress code and jeans and a t-shirt while sitting next to a lake is definitely my preferred uniform for discussing budget allocations and program effectiveness. We're up to 43 families assisted this quarter, reported Sarah, our program coordinator, who was probably young enough to be my little sister, but had more organizational skills than most generals I'd served under. The Emergency Housing Fund has helped 12 families avoid eviction, and the Legal Aid Program has handled 18 cases of financial fraud. Outstanding, I said. Watching a family of ducks paddle across the lake like they own the place, which I guess they did. What's our current funding situation? Stable and growing, said Tom, our treasurer, who is some kind of accountant wizard that Marcus had recommended. The monthly restitution payments provide a solid foundation, and we've got 3 corporate sponsors signed up for next year. Plus, that veterans organization in Texas wants to partner with us on a pilot program. Every month, Marissa's court-ordered payments helped another family avoid the kind of financial devastation she tried to inflict on me. Every dollar she earned folding sweaters at the mall became hope for someone else. Support for people who'd served their country and deserved better than being screwed over by the people they trusted most. The phone that used to buzz with 467 missed calls from a desperate cheating ex-wife had been silent for months now. Not because I'd blocked her number. I'd actually kept the same phone, the same number, everything the same. But because she'd finally figured out that I wasn't going to answer, wasn't going to engage, wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of knowing she could still get a reaction out of me. Silence, as it turns out, is the most powerful weapon in the human arsenal. Not the kind of silence that comes from being speechless or scared or overwhelmed, but the kind that comes from having absolutely nothing left to say to someone who's proven they're not worth the energy it takes to form words. I didn't hate Marissa anymore. Hate requires caring, and caring requires emotional investment. And I divested myself of any feelings about her with the same clinical efficiency I'd used to protect my assets. She was just a person who used to be in my life, like a high school classmate or a former co-worker, someone I could remember without feeling anything particular about the memories. I didn't forgive her either, because forgiveness implies that what she did was forgivable. And betraying your deployed spouse while stealing their money and lying to their face falls pretty firmly in the unforgivable category. But I also didn't need forgiveness, didn't need closure, didn't need any of those therapeutic concepts that people throw around when they're trying to process trauma and move forward. I just needed distance, physical distance, emotional distance, and the kind of silence that speaks louder than any words ever could. As I sat there on my deck, watching the sun come up over water that belonged to no one and everyone at the same time, I realized that revenge isn't always fire and fury and dramatic confrontations that leave everyone bloody and broken. Sometimes revenge is just living well, building something meaningful, and never looking back at the wreckage you left behind. Sometimes the most devastating thing you can do to someone who's hurt you is to prove that you're better off without them. And that silence, my choice, my freedom was louder than any scream Marissa could ever make. Story 3. At Christmas dinner, my father-in-law stood up and said, "I'm proud of all my grandchildren. Except one." He pointed at my daughter. The table laughed. My daughter's eyes filled with tears. My younger son laughed and calmly pulled out a folder and said, "Speaking of pride, let's talk about your second family, Grandpa." My mother-in-law fainted. The December cold bit through Douglas Dean's jacket as he stood in the driveway of the Henderson estate, watching his daughter Abigail trace patterns in the frost on his car window. She was 12, quiet, and thoughtful with her mother's dark eyes and his own reserved nature. Unlike her brothers, she'd inherited his tendency to observe rather than perform, to think before speaking. Qualities that made her brilliant at chess but invisible at family gatherings. "Do we have to go, Dad?" Abigail's breath fogged the glass. Douglas crouched beside her. His 42 years of experience reading people telling him this wasn't simple pre-party nerves. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" "Grandpa Richard always forgets my name. Last time he called me the quiet one the whole night." Her voice was small. "Blake gets to talk about his football trophies and Stephen gets to show his art. But when I try to tell Grandpa about winning the regional chess tournament, he just pats my head and walks away." Something cold settled in Douglas's chest that had nothing to do with the weather. He'd noticed the pattern, too. Had been noticing it for years. His father-in-law's calculated dismissal of Abigail, the way Richard Henderson lit up for his two grandsons, but glazed over when Abigail entered a room. Douglas had told himself it was generational preference, old-fashioned favoritism for boys. He'd been making excuses. "Come on," Douglas said, taking her hand. "Let's get through this together." Inside, the Henderson mansion gleamed with excessive Christmas decoration, the kind of display that screamed old money and desperate relevance. Douglas had grown up in a two-bedroom apartment above his father's auto shop in Detroit. He'd earned his mechanical engineering degree through night school, built a career designing industrial robotics, and made himself into something. But to Richard Henderson, he'd always be the grease monkey who'd gotten lucky marrying Candace. His wife appeared at the top of the curved staircase, elegant in a deep green dress. Candace Henderson Dean had her mother's refined features and her father's steel spine, though she'd spent 38 years learning to bend it to keep peace. She caught Douglas's eye, and he saw the familiar resignation there. The look that said, "Let's just survive tonight." Their sons thundered down behind her. Blake, 15 and built like a linebacker, carried his usual confidence like armor. Stephen, 17 and college-bound, had his portfolio under one arm, ready to impress. Both boys had inherited Candace's easier charm, her ability to navigate Richard's minefield personality. "Remember the rules," Candace said quietly as they entered the foyer. "Don't mention politics. Don't bring up the business. Let him tell his stories without correcting him. And Douglas. I know, don't mention that his self-made fortune started with his wife's family money." Douglas had heard the warnings for 14 years of marriage. Regina Henderson descended the stairs like fated royalty, her smile warm until it reached Douglas. "You're late." "We're 5 minutes early," Douglas replied evenly. "Richard expected you 10 minutes early." She turned to the children, her expression softening. "Stephen, darling, your grandfather wants to hear about your college applications." "Blake, he's in the study with Uncle Morris." Something about your last game. And Abigail, Regina's pause was slight but sharp. You can help in the kitchen. Douglas felt Abigail's hand tighten in his. Before he could object, Blake spoke up. Actually, Grandma. Abby just won a big chess tournament. Grandpa would want to hear about that. Regina's smile didn't waver. How nice. But the kitchen needs, I'll tell him myself. Richard Henderson's voice boomed from the study. He emerged, 73 years old and commanding every inch of space he occupied. Retired federal judge, former state congressman, current patriarch of a family dynasty built on railroad money and political connections. His eyes swept past Abigail like she was furniture. Blake, my boy. Morris was just telling me about that touchdown. For Defenders. Douglas watched his father-in-law clasp Blake's shoulder, steering him toward the study where the men gathered. Stephen followed, portfolio ready. Candace squeezed Douglas's arm. A warning or plea, he couldn't tell anymore, and drifted toward her aunts in the sitting room. Abigail stood alone in the foyer, invisible. Come on, Douglas said, leading her toward the kitchen. Let's see if we can steal some of those cookies before dinner. But his mind was already working, cataloging, measuring. He'd spent 2 decades designing systems, finding weaknesses, creating solutions. Somewhere in this fortress of tradition and ego, there was a flaw. There always was. Dinner seated 23. The Henderson family gathered like this 4 times a year. Christmas, Easter, Thanksgiving, and the 4th of July. Each event followed the same script. Richard presided at the head of a table long enough to host a summit. Regina managed the performance from the opposite end, and everyone else played their assigned roles. Douglas sat halfway down, positioned as always, just far enough from Richard to make conversation difficult, but close enough to hear every word. Across from him, Candace's brother Morris and his wife Deborah discussed their son's acceptance to medical school. Next to them, Candace's sister Leanne and her husband Alfonso compared vacation homes. The successful children, the favored branches of the Henderson tree. Abigail had been seated at the far end near the kitchen doors between 2 elderly great-aunts who were both mostly deaf. Douglas had watched her shoulders slump when she realized her placement. Blake, however, had been positioned 2 seats from Richard, a place of honor. His younger son sat relaxed, listening to his grandfather's stories with what appeared to be genuine interest. But Douglas knew Blake better than that. His son's eyes were sharp, focused. He was studying Richard the way he studied opposing quarterbacks before a game, looking for patterns and weaknesses. Something had shifted in Blake over the past few months. The easygoing athlete had developed an edge, a quiet intensity that Douglas recognized because he saw it in his own mirror. They'd had several late-night conversations recently. Unusual for a teenage boy and his father. Blake had asked careful questions about justice, about what you did when the system failed, about whether some wrongs were too big to forgive. Douglas had assumed it was philosophical teenage rebellion against establishment thinking. Now watching Blake watched Richard, he wondered if his son had been preparing for something. I want to make a toast, Richard announced, rising from his chair. The table fell silent immediately. Richard's word was law at these gatherings. He raised his wine glass and everyone followed suit. Another year, another Christmas with my family. My legacy. Douglas saw Abigail reach for her glass of sparkling cider. I'm proud of all my grandchildren, Richard continued, his voice carrying the same authoritative tone he'd used from the bench for 30 years. His eyes moved across the younger faces. Stephen Blake, Morris's son, Jeremy, Leanne's daughter, Samantha. They're carrying the Henderson name forward with distinction. The pause was deliberate. Douglas felt it coming like a wave building offshore. All of them except one. Richard's finger extended, pointing directly at Abigail. That one there. The strange, quiet one who can't even look people in the eye. What good is a Henderson who can't command a room? The table erupted in uncomfortable laughter? Not the full-throated kind, but the nervous social laughter of people who knew they were witnessing something cruel, but didn't have the courage to object. Morris chuckled. Leanne covered her mouth but her eyes sparkled. Even Deborah smiled, caught up in the moment. Douglas looked at Candace. His wife had gone pale, her knuckles white around her wine glass. But she said nothing. Abigail's face crumpled, tears welled in her dark eyes as she stared at her plate, trying to make herself even smaller than her grandfather believed her to be. The engineer and Douglas calculated trajectories, the distance to Richard's chair, the weight of the wine bottle, the satisfaction of watching crystal shatter against that smug face. But he'd learned long ago that violence was the tool of men who couldn't think their way through problems. Then Blake stood up. The laughter died. 15 years old, 6'2", with the calm confidence of someone who just decided to change everything, Blake reached into his jacket and pulled out a manila folder. Speaking of pride, Blake said, his voice carrying clearly across the suddenly silent room. Let's talk about your second family, Grandpa, Regina gasped. Richard's face went from ruddy to purple. What did you say? Your second family in Portland. Blake opened the folder, pulling out a photograph. He held it up for the table to see Richard Henderson, maybe 5 years younger, his arm around a woman who wasn't Regina. Behind them, 2 teenagers smiled at the camera. This is Sonia Richardson and her kids, right, Theodore and Jennifer. They live in a nice house on Maple Street. You've been paying their mortgage for 18 years. The photograph passed from hand to hand like a live grenade. Douglas watched faces transform. Shock, confusion, dawning horror. Morris's mouth hung open. Lean had gone white. Candace stared at her father like she'd never seen him before. Regina swayed in her chair. For a moment, Douglas thought she might speak, might defend her husband, or demand proof. Instead, her eyes rolled back, and she pitched forward, unconscious before her face hit the mashed potatoes. The chaos that followed Regina's collapse bought Douglas precious seconds to watch his father-in-law. While Morris and Alfonso rushed to help Regina, while Candace shouted for someone to call 911, while the great aunts clutched their pearls and Deborah fanned Regina with a napkin, Douglas stayed seated and observed. Richard Henderson didn't move to help his wife. He stood frozen, staring at Blake with an expression Douglas had never seen before. Pure, undiluted fear. Not the fear of consequences or embarrassment, but the terror of a man watching his carefully constructed world crack apart. Then Richard's eyes found Douglas. The 2 men locked gazes across the holiday table, and Douglas saw the exact moment his father-in-law understood. This wasn't teenage rebellion or lucky discovery. This was calculated. This was war. You, Richard hissed. You put him up to this. Douglas said nothing, but he didn't break eye contact. Let Richard wonder. Let him spiral. Regina regained consciousness to find her sister Iris and daughter Leanne hovering over her. She pushed them away weakly, her eyes finding Richard. Tell me it's not true, she whispered. Tell me he's lying. Mother, don't. Leanne started, but Regina cut her off. Tell me. The scream was raw. Decades of suspicion and swallowed pride erupting all at once. Richard's jaw worked. The judge who'd sentenced hundreds of criminals, the politician who'd commanded crowds, the patriarch who ruled his family with absolute authority. He had nothing. The silence stretched until Blake spoke again. There's more, Blake said quietly. He pulled out another document. Should I keep going, or do you want to tell them yourself? Blake, that's enough, Candace said, finding her voice. She looked at Douglas, her expression a mixture of shock and something else. Betrayal perhaps. Did you know about this? Douglas stood, moving to where Abigail sat trembling. He pulled his daughter into his arms, feeling her shake against his chest. I knew, he said simply. Blake and I both knew. How long? Morris demanded. How long have you been sitting on this? Does it matter? Douglas met Morris's glare. Your father just humiliated my daughter in front of the entire family. He's done it for years. I'm done making excuses for him. So you ambush us at Christmas dinner. Leanne's voice was shrill. You turn our family gathering into a circus. Your father did that. Blake said, still calm. We just revealed it. The paramedics arrived within 10 minutes. Though Regina refused to go to the hospital, she stood on shaking legs supported by Iris and pointed at the door. Everyone out. Family only. We are family. Douglas said, not you. Regina's voice was ice. Never you. I knew Candace marrying beneath herself would bring us shame eventually. Candace flinched like she'd been slapped. Mother, get out of my house. Douglas gathered his children. Stephen moved automatically, his artist's eyes taking in everything for later processing. Blake pocketed the folder. His job done. Abigail clung to Douglas's hand, tears still streaming down her face, but head held higher than before. At the door, Douglas turned back. The remaining Hendersons clustered around Regina like wounded animals, except Richard, who stood alone by the head of the table, still holding his wine glass. This isn't over, Richard said quietly. You have no idea what you've started. Douglas smiled, a thin, cold expression that never reached his eyes. Actually, I know exactly what I've started. The drive home was silent, except for Abigail's occasional sniffles. Candace stared out the window, her face unreadable. Stephen sat with his sketchbook closed. Blake watched the streets pass, still carrying that focused calm. It wasn't until they were inside their own house. A comfortable colonial in a good neighborhood earned through Douglas's work and careful planning. That Candace finally exploded. What the hell was that? She whirled on Douglas. 14 years of marriage and buried resentment erupting. You knew about my father's other family and you said nothing. You let Blake ambush him at Christmas dinner. I let Blake defend his sister. Douglas corrected. There's a difference. You humiliated my mother. She fainted. Douglas. The whole family. Your mother has known for years. Blake interrupted. She had too. The money, the trips to Portland, the separate phone. She knew and she chose to ignore it. Candace turned to her son. How did you even find this out? I've been investigating Grandpa for 6 months. Blake moved to the dining room table and opened his laptop. It started when I noticed how he treated Abby. I thought maybe there was something in his past, some reason he was such a jerk. And I found it. He pulled up files, photographs, financial records, emails. Douglas had seen them all before. He and Blake had gone through everything together, verifying each piece of evidence, building their case. Theodore Richardson is 18. Blake continued. Jennifer is 16. Sonia Richardson was Richard's law clerk back in 2007. He got her pregnant, set her up in Portland, and has been paying her off ever since. The house, the cars, the kids' private school, all funded through a shell corporation called Henderson Consulting. That's over $1 million, Stephen said. Finally speaking, he'd moved closer to look at the laptop. Over 18 years with the house and everything. Jesus, my father wouldn't. Candace started, but her voice lacked conviction. Your father absolutely would, Douglas said. And he did. Blake found the proof. We verified it. All of it. Candace sank into a chair, her perfect composure finally breaking. Why didn't you tell me? Douglas crouched in front of her, taking her hands. Because I needed you to see it happen. If I told you beforehand, you would have warned him or talked me out of it or convinced yourself I was wrong. You've been making excuses for Richard your whole life. He's my father and Abigail is our daughter. Douglas's voice hardened. He's been treating her like she's worthless since she was born. Tonight was the final straw, but it's been building for years. The forgotten birthdays, the dismissive comments, the way he lights up for the boys, but looks through her like she's invisible. I won't let her grow up thinking that's acceptable. Abigail appeared in the doorway, still in her Christmas dress. I heard you fighting. Candace opened her arms and Abigail ran to her. Both of them crying now. Douglas stepped back, giving them space while his mind continued working. Tonight was just the opening move. Richard Henderson wouldn't accept this exposure lying down. A man with his connections, his resources, his ego, he'd fight back. Douglas was counting on it. Blake closed his laptop and looked at his father. In that moment, Douglas saw himself reflected back. The same calculating intelligence, the same willingness to do what others wouldn't. What's next? Blake asked quietly. Now we wait, Douglas said. He'll make his move soon. And when he does, we'll be ready. Stephen finally spoke up, his voice thoughtful. There's more, isn't there? More than just the second family. Douglas met his eldest son's eyes and saw the same sharp understanding. Both his boys had inherited his analytical mind. They just applied it differently. Blake to strategy and execution. Stephen to observation and pattern recognition. Much more, Douglas confirmed. The second family is just what people can understand. What comes next? He paused, choosing his words carefully. Let's just say Richard Henderson built his life on secrets. We've barely scratched the surface. Candace looked up from embracing Abigail, her face streaked with tears and makeup. What are you planning, Douglas? Justice, he said simply. Your father has hurt people for decades. Used his power, his position, his family name to crush anyone who got in his way. It's time someone held him accountable. This isn't just about Abigail, is it? Candace's voice was quiet. It's about you. About how he's treated you. She's small. Richard snapped a weak quiet nothing he'll never amount to. Douglas hung up. The phone rang again immediately. He ignored it. It rang 7 more times before finally stopping. Blake appeared in the workshop doorway already dressed for school despite it being winter break. That was Grandpa making threats. How's your mom still processing? She didn't sleep. Blake moved to the workbench, examining the servo mechanism Douglas had been adjusting. Uncle Morris called and Aunt Leanne. They want her to convince you to apologize and take it all back. Of course they do. The Henderson family protects its own. Not Abby, apparently. Blake's jaw tightened. She's part of the family, too. Not to them. Douglas handed his son a screwdriver. Here, help me with this. I need to calibrate the tension. They worked in comfortable silence for a few minutes. The kind of peace that only came from shared purpose. Douglas had taught all 3 children basic engineering, but Blake had taken to it naturally. The boy understood systems, how small adjustments could create massive changes. "Dad," Blake said eventually. "That thing you mentioned last night about barely scratching the surface. What else is there?" Douglas considered his answer carefully. Blake was 15, old enough to understand consequences, but young enough to still believe in absolute right and wrong. What Douglas was planning went beyond simple exposure. It was dismantling a man's entire legacy piece by piece. But Blake deserved the truth. "Your grandfather has been a federal judge, a state congressman, and a pillar of the community for over 40 years, Douglas began. "In that time, he's made deals, accepted favors, and bent the law to benefit himself and his friends. The second family is embarrassing, but it's not illegal. What we found in his financial records, his email archives, his personal files, that's different. The bribe you mentioned, one of several. Richard Henderson has been on the take for decades, construction contracts steered to specific companies in exchange for campaign donations, favorable rulings in civil cases for defendants who made the right contributions. He's even helped cover up crimes. There's a hit and run from 2015 where the driver was the son of Richard's golf buddy. The case was dismissed due to lack of evidence even though there were 3 witnesses." Blake's hand stilled. "That's Dad. That's serious. It's criminal. If exposed properly, it would destroy him completely. Prison time, disgrace, losing everything. Then why haven't you done it yet?" Douglas met his son's eyes. "Because I needed Richard to make the first move. I needed him to show his true nature, not just to me, but to everyone who's been enabling him. Last night, your mother saw who her father really is. Today, he's threatening my job, trying to intimidate us. By the time I'm done, no one will be able to claim they didn't know what kind of man Richard Henderson really was. You're building a case. I'm building a guillotine. And when it falls, I want there to be no doubt that Richard Henderson deserves what happens to him." Blake absorbed this, his young face serious. "What do you need me to do right now?" "Be there for your sister. Help your mother process this and keep watching your grandfather. Desperate men make mistakes and Richard is about to get very desperate indeed." As if on cue, Douglas's phone buzzed. Not a call this time, but a text from an unknown number. "Your daughter will regret this. All of you will." Douglas showed it to Blake. "And it begins." They spent the next hour finishing the servo mechanism, discussing engineering principles and football strategy, and what Blake wanted to study in college. Normal father-son conversation, the kind they'd had hundreds of times before. But underneath ran a current of shared purpose, of understanding that they were in this together. When Candace appeared in the workshop doorway, she looked exhausted but resolute. "We need to talk, all of us." The family gathered in the living room. Candace on the couch with Abigail curled against her, Stephen in his usual armchair with his sketchbook, Blake standing near the window, and Douglas in the center waiting. "I called my mother this morning," Candace began. "She's not well. The doctor came by. Panic attack, elevated blood pressure." "She wants to see me alone?" Douglas asked. "With the kids, not you." Candace's voice held no judgment, just fact. "I'll go," Abigail said quietly. Everyone looked at her. The girl who'd been mocked 12 hours earlier, who'd spent the night crying, who had every reason to never want to see her grandparents again. "Sweetheart, you don't have to." Candace started. "I want to." Abigail sat up straighter. "I want Grandma to see me. Really see me. And I want to ask Grandpa why he hates me so much." The simple courage in her voice made Douglas's chest tight. This was his daughter, the one Richard called weak and worthless. She had more strength than the old judge would ever understand. "Okay," Douglas said. "But I'm driving you there and I'm waiting outside. At the first sign of trouble, you call me." Candace nodded. "I'll protect them." "Will you?" The question came out harsher than Douglas intended, but it needed to be asked. "Yesterday, you would have made excuses for him. Today, you're taking our children back to his house. How do I know you won't fold when he turns on the charm or your mother starts crying?" Candace's eyes flashed. "Because yesterday, I still had illusions about my father. Today, I don't." He pointed at our daughter and mocked her in front of the entire family. "He has a second family that he's been hiding for 18 years. And apparently her voice hardened. He's also a corrupt judge who takes bribes and covers up crimes. So no, Douglas, I won't fold. Not anymore. You believe me? About the rest of it. I believe Blake found something 3 years ago that started all this. I believe you've been investigating my father ever since. And I believe that if you say you have proof, you have proof." She met his gaze steadily. "I also believe that you're going to destroy him. And honestly, after what he did to Abby, I think he deserves it." Douglas felt something unlock in his chest. Relief, validation, renewed purpose. Having Candace on his side changed everything. "There's something you should know," Stephen said suddenly. All eyes turned to him. "I've been sketching at Grandpa's house for years. Family gatherings, holidays. He never pays attention to me drawing in the corner." He opened his sketchbook, flipping through pages of detailed illustrations. The Henderson mansion, family portraits, and interspersed throughout images Douglas had never seen. Richard in his study, talking to men Douglas didn't recognize. Morris handing his father an envelope. Leanne and Richard in what looked like a heated argument. "I date everything," Stephen continued. July 2019, that's Grandpa meeting with Francisco Ogden, the contractor who got the City Hall renovation contract. September 2020. That's Uncle Morris giving Grandpa cash before Morris's zoning variance got approved. March 2021, Aunt Leanne arguing with Grandpa right before her DUI charge disappeared. "You've been documenting his corruption without even knowing it," Douglas said in wonder. Douglas didn't deny it. "It's about all of us. Every person he's looked down on. Every time he's wielded his privilege like a weapon. Yes, seeing him humiliate our daughter was the catalyst. But the investigation that started long before tonight." "How long?" 3 years. Blake answered. "Since the summer I turned 12. Dad found something in Grandpa's study during the July 4th party. We've been gathering evidence ever since." Candace looked between her husband and son. Seeing them clearly perhaps for the first time, not as the mechanic's son and the football player, but as something else entirely. Something dangerous when motivated. "What did you find?" she whispered. 3 years ago. What started this? Douglas remembered that day perfectly. He'd gone looking for a bathroom on the mansion's second floor and stumbled into Richard's private office. The door had been left ajar, the computer on, and there displayed on the screen had been an email that changed everything. "Evidence of a bribe," Douglas said. "A federal judge accepting money to influence a case. Your father sold his integrity for $100,000 and destroyed an innocent man's life in the process. That man killed himself 2 months after the verdict." The room went silent except for the grandfather clock ticking in the hall. Candace's face had gone white again, but this time she didn't defend Richard. She just sat there holding Abigail, letting the truth sink in. "So, what happens now?" Stephen asked. Douglas looked at his family, his brilliant, wounded daughter, his fierce, strategic younger son, his talented, perceptive older son, and his wife. Caught between the family she was born into and the family she'd built. Now he said, "We tear down an empire." Richard Henderson's counterattack came at dawn. Douglas was in his home workshop, a converted garage where he designed prototype robotics and taught his children engineering principles when his phone rang. The number was blocked, but he answered anyway. "Dean?" The voice was cold, controlled. Richard had recovered his composure. "We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you." "Then listen." Papers rustled. "I've already spoken to my attorney. What you did last night constitutes defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and criminal harassment. I'm prepared to file suit against you and your delinquent son for $10 million. Douglas smiled, continuing his work on a delicate servo mechanism. "Go ahead. Discovery should be interesting. You think you're clever." Richard's control was slipping. "You think embarrassing me in front of my family gives you power. But you're a nobody, Dean. A grease monkey who got lucky. I've crushed better men than you. I'm sure you have. That's the problem." "What?" "You spent your whole life crushing people, using your position to hurt those who couldn't fight back. But you made a mistake with me, Richard." Douglas set down his tools. "I'm not afraid of you, and I'm not interested in your money or your name or your approval. All I want is to watch you fall." Richard laughed, a harsh, bitter sound. "You're insane. You've destroyed your own marriage for some petty revenge fantasy. Candace will never forgive you for this. Candace loves our daughter more than she fears you. She'll make the right choice, will she?" Richard's voice turned sly. "I've already had several conversations this morning. Your employer, Titan Robotics, isn't it? I've known Bernard Bell for 20 years. We golf together. One phone call and you'll be unemployed by Monday." Douglas had expected this. Bernard Bell was the CEO of Titan Robotics, and yes, he was part of Richard's social circle. But Douglas had prepared for this contingency, too. "You could try," Douglas said. "But Bernard values results over connections. I hold 17 patents that have generated over $30 million in revenue for Titan. My last performance review was exceptional, and I've already documented this conversation for my attorney. Threatening someone's employment in retaliation for revealing your affairs. That's blackmail, Richard. Ask your lawyer friend how that plays in court." The silence stretched. Douglas could almost hear Richard's mind working, recalculating his approach. What do you want? Richard finally asked. Money? I'll pay you to keep quiet about Portland. Name your price. I don't want your money. Then what? I want you to understand something. Douglas's voice hardened. For 12 years, I watched you treat my daughter like she was worthless. For 12 years, I told myself to be patient, to keep the peace, to let it go. But last night, you pointed at her in front of the entire family and mocked her. You made her cry. You made her feel small. I just drew what I saw. But yeah, I guess I have. Stephen looked uncomfortable. I didn't want to believe he was really that bad. I kept telling myself there were explanations. But after last night, you're ready to help. Blake finished. Stephen nodded. What he did to Abby. That was cruel. And if he's been hurting other people, too, then yeah, I'm in. Douglas looked at his family, his wife finally seeing clearly, his sons ready to fight. His daughter finding her courage. Richard Henderson had spent his life crushing people who couldn't fight back. He'd never faced someone who could match his intelligence, who had the patience to build a case, who had everything to gain from his downfall and nothing to lose. Then here's what we do. Douglas said, Candace, you take the kids to see Regina. Let her cry. Let her plead. Let her try to make this go away, but don't give an inch. Abigail, you ask Richard your question. Look him in the eye and ask why he hates you. Make him say it out loud. What if he hurts her? Candace asked. He won't. Not physically. That's not his style. He'll try to manipulate her, make her feel guilty, convince her this is all her fault. But Abby's stronger than he thinks. Douglas smiled at his daughter. Aren't you? Abigail nodded, tears in her eyes, but chin raised. Stephen, I need you to make copies of those sketches. Date and label everything. Blake, you know what to do. Blake pulled out his phone, opening an encrypted app. I've got someone watching Grandpa's house. As soon as they see movement, we'll know. Candace blinked. You have someone watching. Edward O'Neill from my computer science class. His dad's a private investigator. Eduardo's been teaching me surveillance techniques. Blake shrugged. I take my hobby seriously. Douglas had to suppress a laugh. His 15-year-old son had recruited a teenage surveillance team. All right, everyone knows their role. Let's give Richard Henderson exactly what he deserves, the truth. The Henderson mansion looked different in daylight after the previous night's disaster. The Christmas decorations seemed garish now, excessive and desperate. Douglas pulled into the circular driveway and watched Morris's BMW and Leanne's Mercedes already parked near the entrance. The whole family's here, Candace observed. My father must have called an emergency meeting. Good, Blake said from the back seat. More witnesses. Douglas turned to look at his children. Stephen sat with his sketchbook and a folder of copied drawings. Blake had his phone and his usual unshakable calm. Abigail looked small but determined, dressed in a simple blue dress that made her look older than 12. Remember, Douglas said, you're not there to fight. You're there to observe and report. Let Richard talk. Let him reveal himself. Can you do that? 3 nods. Candace squeezed his hand once, then led the children to the door. Douglas watched them disappear inside before pulling out his phone and dialing. Eduardo, they're in. Start recording. Already on it, Mr. Dean. I've got visual on the living room and study through the windows. Audio's a bit fuzzy, but workable. Good. Keep me updated. Douglas waited, monitoring his phone. Eduardo's surveillance was technically illegal, but Douglas had learned long ago that sometimes you had to bend rules to expose those who broke them entirely. Besides, everything they captured would eventually be cross-referenced with legal documentation. This was insurance. Inside the mansion, Candace later told him the Henderson family had assembled like a war council. Richard sat in his leather armchair, still dressed in yesterday's suit, as if he'd never changed. Regina perched on the sofa, supported by her sister, Iris. Morris and Leanne flanked their parents, presenting a united front. I'm glad you came, Richard said, not looking at Candace, but at the children. We need to discuss last night's incident. You mean when you humiliated Abigail? Candace's voice was ice. I meant Blake's outrageous accusations, Richard corrected. Lies told by a troubled teenager encouraged by your unstable husband. They weren't lies, Blake said calmly. I have documentation, photographs, financial records, forged documents, Morris interjected. We've already spoken to our attorneys. This is a clear case of I wanted to ask you something, Grandpa. Abigail's small voice cut through the room like a knife. Everyone stopped talking. Richard's jaw tightened, but he couldn't ignore a direct address from his granddaughter without looking even worse. What? Why do you hate me? Abigail's voice didn't waver. I've tried so hard to make you proud. I win chess tournaments. I get straight A's. I volunteer at the animal shelter, but you act like I'm invisible. Last night, you pointed at me and told everyone I was worthless. I just want to know why. The room went silent. Regina made a small sound, quickly stifled. Leanne looked uncomfortable. Even Morris had the grace to appear embarrassed. Richard stared at his granddaughter, and for a moment, something flickered across his face. Not quite guilt, but close to it. Then it hardened into the familiar arrogance. You want the truth, he said. Fine. You remind me of your father. Weak, quiet, always watching. You don't have the Henderson spirit. Your brothers do. They're fighters, leaders. But you're just like that mechanic who got lucky marrying my daughter. Dad? Candace's voice was shocked. What? She asked. Richard turned his glare on Candace. And while we're being honest, this whole mess is your fault. You married beneath yourself, brought that man into our family, and now look what's happened. Your marriage has poisoned our entire bloodline. Careful, Richard, Regina said quietly. You're going too far. I'm tired of being careful. I'm tired of pretending that Douglas Dean is good enough for my daughter. I'm tired of watching my legacy be tarnished by his inferior genetics and his lower class. You're the one who tarnished your legacy, Stephen interrupted. He opened his sketchbook, pulling out a drawing. This is you meeting with Francisco Ogden in July 2019. 2 weeks later, Ogden got the City Hall contract even though his bid was 20% higher than the competition. Want to explain that? Richard's face went purple. How dare you? I have 47 drawings, Stephen continued. All dated, all documented. Meetings with contractors, cash exchanges with Uncle Morris, private conversations that don't look very legal. I didn't understand what I was seeing until Dad explained it. But now I do. Those are nothing, Lean said quickly. Just family business, private meetings. Then why did my DUI disappear after Grandpa and I talked? Stephen pulled out another drawing. This is from March 2021. Aunt Leanne arguing with Grandpa. She was crying. 2 days later, the police report vanished and the charges were dropped. I remember because Dad told Mom it was suspicious how quickly it all went away. Leanne went white. Morris stood abruptly. This is extortion. You're trying to blackmail us. We're exposing corruption. Blake corrected. There's a difference. Grandpa has spent decades using his position for personal gain. The second family in Portland is just the beginning. Wait until people hear about the bribes, the favors, the covered-up crimes. Regina stood on shaking legs. Stop this. All of you. Stop. This is our family. No, Mother. Candace said. This is the truth. And maybe it's time we faced it instead of hiding behind the Henderson name. Richard's control finally snapped. He lunged from his chair toward Blake, but Morris caught him. You ungrateful. I could destroy you. All of you. I have connections. Power. You have secrets, Blake said calmly. And we have proof. Push us and we release everything. Every bribe, every favor, every covered-up crime. Your career, your reputation, your freedom, all gone. You wouldn't dare try us. The standoff held for a long moment. Then Abigail spoke again, her voice still quiet but clear. I don't hate you, Grandpa. I wanted to after last night, but I just feel sad for you because you have all this. She gestured at the mansion, the family, the trappings of success. And you're still so mean. You're still so empty inside that you have to hurt people to feel big. Dad taught me that people who bully others are just scared and small themselves. I think he's right. Richard stared at her, and for the first time, Douglas later learned the great Richard Henderson had absolutely nothing to say. Candace gathered her children. We're leaving. And Mother, you need to decide who you are. Are you going to keep defending a man who's betrayed you, corrupted his office, and hurt his own family, or are you going to be the woman I thought you were? Regina didn't answer. She just sank back onto the sofa, tears streaming down her face. They left the mansion in silence. It wasn't until they were in the car that Abigail finally broke down, crying against her mother's shoulder, while Blake and Stephen sat on either side, protective and proud. Douglas drove them home, his phone lighting up with Eduardo's texts. Got everything. Audio's crystal clear. Holy, your daughter is a badass. Yes, Douglas thought. Yes, she is. The next 72 hours moved like a carefully orchestrated symphony. Douglas had spent 3 years preparing for this, and now all the pieces were falling into place. First, Bernard Bell from Titan Robotics called. Douglas, I need to know what's going on. Richard Henderson called me this morning demanding I fire you. Said you were harassing his family, spreading lies. I told him to go to hell, but I need to hear your side. Douglas gave him the condensed version. The second family, the humiliation of Abigail, the evidence of corruption. Bernard was silent for a long moment. Jesus, he finally said, I've known Richard for years. Had no idea. Listen, your job is safe. More than safe. And Douglas, I sit on the State Bar Association. If you have real evidence of judicial corruption, I know people who'd want to see it. Second, Domino, then Morris called trying a different approach. Douglas, we need to talk Monto man. What you and Blake did was wrong, but maybe we can work this out. Richard's willing to apologize to Abigail if you'll keep quiet about the Portland situation. Not interested. He'll pay you. Name your price. I don't want his money. Then what do you want? I want him to face consequences for once in his privileged life. I want him to understand that he can't hurt people without accountability. And I want my daughter to see that bullies don't always win. Morris's voice turned ugly. You're making a huge mistake. The Henderson family has resources you can't imagine. We will destroy you. Try. Third domino. The family closing ranks, showing their true nature. Douglas had been recording all calls, documenting every threat. Blake's surveillance team, 3 teenage computer science students who thought they were just helping with a school project, had captured extensive footage of the Henderson mansion. Cars coming and going, late night meetings. On the second night, they caught someone burning documents in the backyard fire pit. That's Uncle Morris, Blake identified. Destroying evidence, probably. Good, Douglas said. That shows consciousness of guilt. Eduardo, can you get me a copy of that footage? Already done. Also, you might want to see this. Eduardo pulled up another video file. This is from this afternoon. Woman showed up at the mansion, argued with Richard for 20 minutes, then left crying. Douglas recognized her from Blake's Portland files. That's Sonia Richardson, the second family. She looked pissed. Fourth domino. Richard's carefully separated lives colliding. On day 3, Douglas received an unexpected visitor. Regina Henderson appeared at his door alone, looking 10 years older than she had at Christmas dinner. We need to talk, she said. May I come in? Douglas led her to the living room. Candace emerged from the kitchen, freezing when she saw her mother. I'll leave, Candace said stiffly. No, stay, Regina's voice was firm. You both need to hear this. They sat in uncomfortable silence until Regina finally spoke. I've known about Portland for 12 years. Not the whole time, but since 2013. I found hotel receipts, saw the credit card charges. I confronted Richard and he admitted it. Said it was over, said he'd made a mistake. It wasn't over, Candace said quietly. No, it wasn't. He kept lying and I kept pretending to believe him because the alternative. Regina's voice broke. The alternative was admitting my marriage was a sham, that the man I'd built my life around was a fraud. Douglas said nothing, letting her talk. But it's more than just the affair. Regina continued. I've seen things over the years. Conversations that ended when I entered the room. Money appearing and disappearing. Richard making phone calls at odd hours. I told myself it was just business, just politics. But I knew deep down I always knew something was wrong. Why are you telling us this? Candace asked. Regina met her daughter's eyes. Because I'm tired of being complicit. Because what Richard did to Abigail was unforgivable. And because she paused, visibly struggling. Because you were right. I need to decide who I am. And I'm choosing my granddaughter over my husband's ego. She pulled an envelope from her purse, handing it to Douglas. This is Richard's personal email password and the code to his home safe. Inside the safe, you'll find documents he doesn't want anyone to see. Financial records, correspondence, things that will support whatever case you're building. Douglas took the envelope, stunned. Why? Because Abigail asked him why he hated her, and his answer was cruel and wrong. Because I've watched him hurt people for decades and done nothing. Because it's time someone held Richard Henderson accountable. Regina stood. I'm filing for divorce. I wanted you to know before I tell him tomorrow. After Regina left, Douglas opened the envelope. Inside was everything he needed. Access to Richard's most carefully guarded secrets. Your mother just gave us a nuclear weapon, he told Candace. Good, she replied. Use it. That night, Douglas accessed Richard's email. What he found exceeded his darkest suspicions. 17 years of corruption documented in detail. Bribes accepted, cases fixed, criminals protected. Richard hadn't just bent the law. He'd broken it so often that it became routine. But it was the message from 2018 that made Douglas's blood run cold. Ogden's son hit that pedestrian. Kid was in the crosswalk. Driver was drunk. Witnesses saw everything. I'm making it go away. charging Ogden $200,000 for the favor. Between you and me, that pedestrian was nobody important. Just some mechanic from the east side. No family to make noise. Perfect candidate for an unsolvable case. Douglas read it 3 times. A hit and run covered up by Richard for money. The victim was identified in the attached police report. Thomas Dean, his father, the auto shop owner who'd raised Douglas alone after his mother died. The man who taught him to fix engines and think systematically, who'd scraped together money for Douglas's college despite barely keeping the shop afloat, who died in what police called a tragic unsolved hit and run 7 years ago. Douglas had grieved, moved on, told himself there was no justice for working-class victims of drunk drivers who fled the scene. He'd never imagined it went deeper than that. But Richard Henderson had made it go away, had taken money to bury the evidence, had literally profited from Thomas Dean's death. Blake found his father in the workshop at 3 a.m. staring at a printed email. "Dad, you okay?" Douglas looked up and Blake flinched at the expression on his face. "My father," Douglas said quietly. "The hit and run that killed him. It wasn't random. Richard covered it up for money." Blake went pale. "Oh my God. Francisco Ogden's son drunk driving killed my father and drove away. Richard took $200,000 to make sure no one ever paid for it." Douglas's hands shook. This whole time, all these years, Richard looked me in the eye at every family gathering, knowing he'd helped murder my father. "Dad, I thought this was about justice for Abigail, about exposing corruption." Douglas's voice was hollow, "But it's bigger than that now. So much bigger." Blake sat beside his father, both of them silent in the workshop where Douglas had taught his sons the skills his own father had taught him. "What are you going to do?" Blake finally asked. Douglas looked at his son, 15 years old, fierce and loyal, ready to follow wherever this led. "I'm going to bury him," he said completely and absolutely. "Richard Henderson destroyed my father to make a profit. Now I'm going to destroy everything he's ever built." "How?" Methodically, thoroughly, and legally, Douglas stood, moving to his computer. "We're taking this to the FBI, to the state bar, to every journalist who listen. We're going to expose every single crime Richard Henderson has committed for the past 4 decades. That's going to destroy the whole family. Uncle Morris, Aunt Leanne, they're all tangled up in his corruption." "I know," Douglas's jaw set, "but some things matter more than family loyalty. Justice matters. Truth matters. My father's memory matters." Blake nodded slowly. "Then let's do it right. Let's make sure when Richard falls, he can never get back up." Over the next week, Douglas built his case with the precision of an engineer designing a complex system. Every document cross-referenced, every email verified, every bribe traced. Stephen's sketches provided visual timeline. Blake's financial analysis showed money flows. Regina's testimony would establish motive and opportunity. But Douglas's master stroke was something none of them expected. He'd found buried in Richard's files evidence that Sonia Richardson wasn't the second family. She was the third. There had been another woman, another child years before. A child Richard had abandoned when she was born with severe disabilities, paying off the mother to disappear and never contact him again. That child, now 26, was named Jennifer Morales. She'd grown up in poverty, disabled, and forgotten, while Richard lived in his mansion and preached about family values. Douglas found her through old emails. She was living in a state facility, her mother dead from cancer 3 years prior, with no family and no resources. Richard's payments had stopped the moment her mother died. "This is it," Douglas told Candace. "This is who he really is, a man who abandons his disabled child to save his reputation." Douglas visited Jennifer personally, bringing Candace and the children. They met her in the common room of the facility, a woman with cerebral palsy, sharp-eyed and intelligent despite her physical limitations. "You're Richard Henderson's son-in-law." Jennifer's speech was labored but clear. "Yes. And I'm here to tell you that you have a family. Half-sisters, a mother, nieces, and nephews who didn't know you existed." Jennifer's eyes filled with tears. "He told my mother I was too damaged to acknowledge that I would embarrass the family name. He was wrong." Candace knelt beside Jennifer's wheelchair, taking her hand. "You're my sister, and you deserve better than what he gave you." That moment, Douglas knew, was worth more than all the revenge in the world. But he was going to get both. The press conference was held on January 15th, 3 weeks after Christmas dinner. Douglas had coordinated with the FBI, the State Bar Association, and 2 investigative journalists from major newspapers. Bernard Bell had used his connections to ensure the right people paid attention. The Henderson mansion was surrounded by cameras as federal agents executed search warrants. Richard's computers, files, and financial records were seized. Morris's construction company offices were raided simultaneously. Leanne's home, where she'd stored documents related to her DUI cover-up, was searched. Douglas stood outside with his family, watching the Henderson empire crumble. Richard emerged in handcuffs, his face a mask of rage. He spotted Douglas and tried to lunge toward him, but the agents held him back. "You destroyed me," Richard screamed over a stupid Christmas dinner comment. "Over nothing." "Not nothing." Douglas called back. "Over my daughter. Over my father. Over every person you've hurt and every law you've broken. This is accountability. Richard. It's what you've avoided your whole life." The cameras captured everything. Richard's rage. His daughter Candace standing with Douglas. His granddaughter Abigail holding her father's hand with quiet dignity. Regina appeared at the mansion door, dry-eyed and composed. She'd already filed for divorce and was cooperating with investigators. She made a brief statement. "I'm ashamed I didn't act sooner. I'm grateful to my son-in-law for having the courage I lacked." The news cycle exploded. Federal Judge Richard Henderson arrested on multiple corruption charges. Secret families and abandoned disabled child. The fall of a legal dynasty. How a Christmas dinner exposed decades of judicial corruption. Stephen's sketches appeared in newspapers as evidence of long-term criminal conspiracy. Blake's financial analysis showed how Richard had stolen an estimated $3.7 million through various schemes. Jennifer Morales gave a tearful interview about her abandonment. But it was Abigail's statement that went viral. A 12-year-old girl speaking clearly to cameras. "My grandfather told me I was worthless. He was wrong. I'm strong. I'm smart. And I deserve respect. So did all the people he hurt over the years. I'm glad my dad and brothers helped make sure he couldn't hurt anyone else." The trial took 9 months. Douglas testified about his father's death, about discovering the cover-up, about years of watching Richard abuse his power. Candace testified about the second and third families. Regina confirmed everything, her testimony devastating in its calm recitation of decades of wrongdoing. Morris and Leanne both took plea deals, turning on their father to save themselves. Francisco Ogden's son, now 43, finally faced charges for the hit and run that killed Thomas Dean. The statute of limitations had expired for the original crime, but new charges of conspiracy to obstruct justice had not. Richard Henderson was convicted on 17 counts of corruption, bribery, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. The judge, one who actually believed in the law, sentenced him to 23 years in federal prison. "You used your position to enrich yourself while pretending to serve justice." The judge said you covered up crimes, including vehicular manslaughter for profit. "You abandoned a disabled child, and created multiple families through deception. You corrupted the very system you swore to uphold. The sentence reflects the severity and duration of your crimes." Richard was 73. 23 years was effectively a life sentence. Douglas watched from the gallery as Richard was led away. No satisfaction, no triumph, just the quiet certainty that justice had finally been served. 2 years later, Douglas stood in his workshop watching Blake adjust a robotic arm prototype. His son was 17 now, heading to MIT in the fall on a full scholarship. Stephen had just finished his freshman year at Rhode Island School of Design. His portfolio of the Henderson case having earned him national recognition. Abigail, now 14, was competing in national chess tournaments and writing a blog about finding confidence after bullying. Candace appeared in the doorway. "Jennifer's here." Douglas smiled. Jennifer Morales, now Jennifer Dean, after Candace and her siblings had legally adopted her, visited twice a month. She'd moved into a supported living facility closer to the family, was working part-time as a computer programmer, and had become part of their lives in ways Richard had never imagined possible. Regina had also found her way back, slowly rebuilding relationships with her children and grandchildren. She'd sold the mansion, donated most of Richard's assets to charity, and now lived modestly, volunteering with organizations that supported disabled adults. The Henderson name had become synonymous with corruption and downfall. Morris was still serving time for his construction fraud. Lean had lost her license to practice law. Their children had changed their names, trying to escape the stigma. But the Dean family had grown stronger. "You know," Candace said, watching Blake work. "I never told you thank you for what? For seeing what I couldn't. For protecting our daughter when I was too weak to stand up to my father. For being the kind of man who fights for what's right even when it's hard." Douglas pulled her close. "I didn't do it alone." "No," she agreed. "You raised our sons to be like you. Smart, strategic, unshakable in their principles." Blake was 15 when he stood up at that dinner. 15. And he destroyed a corrupt judge with a folder full of evidence because his sister was crying. He's a good kid. He learned from the best. Abigail burst into the workshop, her chest trophy gleaming. "Dad, I won. State champion." Douglas swept her into a hug. This daughter who'd been called worthless, who'd found her strength in the aftermath of cruelty. "I'm so proud of you, sweetheart." "Grandpa Richard was wrong about me," she said matter-of-factly. "I'm not weak. I'm not worthless. I'm a dean." "Yes," Douglas agreed. "You absolutely are." That evening, the family gathered for dinner, not at a mansion, not performing for cameras or navigating political landmines, but around their own table. Jennifer joined them, as did Regina, who'd become more of a grandmother in the past 2 years than she'd been in the previous lifetime. Blake raised his glass of sparkling cider. "I want to make a toast." Everyone looked at him. The son who'd started this cascade of justice with a single folder at a Christmas dinner. "To family," Blake said, "the one we choose and the one we build. To standing up for what's right, even when it's scary. And to Dad, who taught us that intelligence and patience can beat power and privilege every single time." "To Dad," they echoed. Douglas looked around the table at his family. Imperfect, complicated, but fundamentally good. Richard Henderson had spent his life accumulating power, crushing opponents, building an empire on corruption and fear. But in the end, he'd been brought down by a mechanic's son who understood that real strength came from protecting those you loved. The engineer and Douglas appreciated the symmetry. Systems had rules, and when you broke them long enough, eventually the whole structure collapsed. Richard had broken every rule, moral, legal, familial, and his empire had crumbled accordingly. Justice, Douglas had learned, wasn't always swift, but it was thorough when done right. His phone buzzed with a news alert. Former Judge Richard Henderson denied parole. "Will serve full sentence." Douglas deleted it without reading further. Richard Henderson was the past. This family, this moment, this hard-won piece that was the future. "Dad." Abigail tugged his sleeve. "You're smiling." "Just thinking," Douglas said, "about how sometimes the best revenge is building something better than what they tried to destroy." Deep, Blake teased. "True though," Stephen added, sketching the family scene into his ever-present notebook. Candace squeezed Douglas's hand under the table, and he squeezed back partners now in ways they'd never been during the years of making excuses and keeping peace. Outside, snow began to fall, covering the world in fresh white. Inside, the Dean family laughed and talked and planned for tomorrow, secure in the knowledge that they'd face their worst and come through stronger. Richard Henderson had pointed at a 12-year-old girl and called her worthless. That girl's father had methodically destroyed him, and in doing so had taught his children that bullies always fall eventually. You just needed the courage, intelligence, and patience to engineer their downfall. Justice, Douglas Dean had proven, was just another system to master, and he'd always been very, very good with systems. Story 4. I entered my wife's birthday party with flowers only to see my wife's rich ex-lover on one knee proposing to her. "Will you leave your poor husband and marry me?" Then my wife said yes. So I walked away quietly and dropped my gift on the table. Minutes later, after she opened my gift, I had 227 missed calls and someone knocked at my door. You know that moment when your whole world shifts and you're standing there like an idiot holding flowers while your life gets auctioned off to the highest bidder? Yeah. Welcome to my Tuesday night. I stepped into the private lounge of the Meridian Tower because of course it had to be at Tristan's building, clutching white lees like they were going to somehow fix whatever train wreck was about to unfold. The small black box in my other hand felt heavier than it should have considering what was inside. But we'll get to that little surprise later. This was supposed to be Selena's birthday party, my wife's 32nd to be exact. The woman I'd been married to for 4 years, who I'd watched build her lifestyle brand a claw award from our kitchen table into something that could afford parties like this. The room screamed money in that understated way rich people love. Crystal glasses that probably cost more than most people's rent. A string quartet that wasn't playing background music so much as providing a soundtrack to everyone's carefully curated conversations, and champagne that bubbled like liquid gold under lights that cost more than my first car. But the real showstopper, that wall of glass overlooking the Hudson River, where Manhattan twinkled like it was auditioning for a movie about successful people doing successful things. The kind of view that makes you feel important just for being in the same room with it. I should have known something was up when I walked in and felt the energy shift. You know that feeling when you enter a room and suddenly everyone's trying really hard to look like they're not looking at you? Like they all got the memo about some big drama that's about to go down and you're the only one still checking your email. The room had maybe 50 people. Selena's circle, some investors, a few influencers who treated socializing like a contact sport, and enough venture capital brothers to start their own cryptocurrency. These weren't the kind of people who did anything small. When they threw parties, they threw statements. When they made moves, they made sure everyone was watching. I was scanning the crowd for my wife when the room suddenly went quiet. Not regular quiet, that theatrical kind of quiet that happens right before someone announces they're pregnant or gets engaged, or in this case decides to blow up someone else's marriage on live social media. That's when I saw him. Tristan Hale, looking like he'd stepped out of a Forbes 30 Under 30 wet dream, standing under the chandelier with a microphone in his hand and that smile that had probably closed 1,000 deals and broken twice as many hearts. The man was venture capital royalty, the kind of guy who could fund your startup over brunch and buy your building before dessert. He was also my wife's ex-boyfriend, the one she totally got over but somehow still texted about business opportunities. The one whose name came up just a little too often in conversations about AITAH Awards' future growth plans. The one who apparently had been planning this little performance for God knows how long. Tristan looked around the room like he owned it, which, let's be honest, he probably did. And then his eyes found Selena. My wife stood near the bar looking like she'd rather be anywhere else, but also like she'd been expecting this moment her entire life. The contradiction should have been my first clue, but hindsight's always 20/20 when you're watching your marriage get demolished in real time. "Ladies and gentlemen," Tristan said into the mic, his voice carrying that smooth confidence that comes from never having to worry about student loans or whether your car will start in the morning. "I hope you're all enjoying Selena's celebration tonight." The crowd murmured its agreement. Phones already starting to rise like some kind of digital seance, because nothing says authentic moment like 40 people recording it for their Instagram stories. "I've known Selena for 8 years, Tristan continued, moving through the crowd like he was working a campaign rally. "I've watched her build something incredible with AITAH Award. I've seen her turn ideas into reality, dreams into revenue, vision into empire. I felt my grip tighten on the lees. Where exactly was this going? But more than that," he said, stopping right in front of Selena. "I've watched her settle for less than she deserves." And there it was. The knife sliding in smooth and precise. The room held its breath as Tristan dropped to one knee. Actually dropped to one knee and pulled out a ring box that probably cost more than most people's houses. The chandelier light hit the diamond and threw rainbows across the ceiling like some kind of cosmic joke. "Celine Ward," he said, his voice echoing through the suddenly silent room. "Will you leave your poor husband and marry me?" Poor husband. The words hit like a slap, but not because they weren't true. Hell, compared to Tristan's portfolio, I was basically broke. But the way he said it, like I was some kind of obstacle to be removed, some outdated software that needed upgrading. That's what made my blood freeze and boil at the same time. I watched my wife's face, waiting for her to laugh, to tell him he was crazy. To remember that her actual husband was standing 20 feet away holding her birthday flowers like some kind of discount delivery service. But when her eyes met mine, I didn't see shame or surprise or even guilt. I saw relief. Pure, undiluted relief, like she'd been holding her breath for years and could finally exhale. "Yes," she said, her voice clear enough to carry across the room without the microphone. "Yes, I'll marry you." The crowd erupted. Actual cheering like they were at a sports game instead of watching someone's marriage get cremated in public. Phones shot up everywhere, capturing every angle of Tristan sliding that massive rock onto Selene's finger while she smiled like she just won the lottery, which, let's be honest, she probably had. I stood there for maybe 10 seconds watching my wife hug her new fiancé while strangers applauded the destruction of my life. My throat felt tight, like someone had wrapped a cable around my neck and was slowly turning the crank. But then something interesting happened. The tightness cooled just like that, like someone had flipped a switch and turned off the emotional temperature in the room. The noise faded to background static and suddenly I could think clearly for the first time in months, maybe years. I walked through the celebrating crowd like I was invisible, which, let's face it, I probably was to most of these people anyway. Made my way to the gift table, a ridiculous spread of expensive boxes and bags that looked like a luxury department store had exploded, and set the white lees down carefully. Then I placed the small black box right on top where everyone could see it. The box that contained 2 very specific items that were going to make this celebration a lot more interesting than anyone expected. But that's a story for later. I turned around and walked toward the exit. Not the main entrance where everyone was still taking selfies with the happy couple, but the service entrance that led to the loading dock. The one that wouldn't require me to navigate through a crowd of people pretending they hadn't just witnessed a public execution. I didn't break anything. Didn't throw punches or make speeches or perform for the cameras that were still rolling. I just left quiet as smoke. While behind me, the party continued like nothing had changed. The service door opened onto the loading dock, and the night air hit my face like clean water. After swimming in chlorine all day, the Hudson River stretched out below, dark and infinite, while the city hummed its electric lullaby around me. For the first time in hours, maybe months, I could breathe. The thing about betrayal is that it's almost never a surprise when it finally happens. It's just the end of a long, slow process that you've been watching unfold in real time, making excuses for every red flag until you're standing in a field of them, wondering when everything turned red. I pulled out my phone and looked at the time, 9:47 p.m. perfect. Still plenty of time to make some calls. Because here's what Tristan and Selena and their audience of venture capital vultures didn't know. Quiet doesn't mean powerless. And sometimes the person everyone underestimates is the one who's been playing the longest game of all. Time to remind them that invoices are always louder than applause. You want to know the beautiful thing about being underestimated? People stop paying attention to what you're actually doing. They see what they expect to see. In my case, the poor husband with the soft eyes and the quiet demeanor, and they assume that's all there is to the story. Big mistake. I stood in our loft kitchen at 10:15 p.m. still wearing my party clothes, but feeling like I'd shed an entire layer of skin back at that celebration. The kitchen where I'd spent countless Saturday mornings renovating with my own hands and money, ripping out the builder-grade cabinets and installing custom walnut ones that cost more than most people's cars, where I'd rewired the electrical myself because I was too cheap to hire an electrician and too stubborn to live with outlets that didn't work. The irony wasn't lost on me that I was standing in a space I'd literally built while everyone assumed I was just along for the ride in my own life. But here's the thing about being the quiet guy in the room. You get really good at listening and watching, and most importantly remembering. While Selena was building her brand and Tristan was building his empire, I'd been building something, too. Something they never bothered to notice because it didn't come with press releases or TED Talks or photo oots for Forbes. I'd been building a foundation, and foundations by design are supposed to be invisible. Let me break down what Team Tristan and Aline forgot to factor into their little hostile takeover. First, there's my mother's trust. Mom died when I was 25, and she left me something that most people don't get. Actual, honest to God, money. Not buy a yacht, money, but never worry about renegade money. The kind of financial cushion that lets you make moves without desperation clouding your judgment. I never talked about it because frankly it wasn't anyone's business, but it meant that when opportunities came up, I could act fast and think long term, like those shares in Hale Meridian Capital that I'd been quietly accumulating for the past 3 years. Yeah, you heard that right. While Tristan was busy being the face of venture capital success, I was becoming one of his minority shareholders. Not through some dramatic corporate raid or hostile takeover. Just boring methodical purchases through index baskets that no one pays attention to. A few shares here, a small block there, always staying below the reporting thresholds that would trigger disclosure requirements. By my last count, I own 12.4% of his firm. Not enough to control anything, but definitely enough to make things interesting when combined with other minority shareholders who were getting tired of Tristan's publicity-seeking antics. Then there's AITAH Ward, Selene's precious lifestyle brand, the company that everyone assumed was her baby, built with her vision and her hustle and her Instagram perfect aesthetic. What they didn't know, what she apparently forgot in all the excitement of becoming Mrs. Future Hale, was that I personally guaranteed every single operating line of credit that kept her business running. Every single one. The printing contracts for her packaging guaranteed by Julian Reyes. The shipping agreements with her logistics partners. Julian Reyes' personal guarantor. The credit lines with her suppliers. You guessed it. When banks looked at AITAH Ward's financials and saw a lifestyle brand with inconsistent cash flow, they saw risk. When they saw my signature on the guarantee forms, they saw stability. I'd spent 4 years building relationships with vendors across printing, shipping, and retail tech. Not because I wanted to be the puppet master behind Selene's success, but because someone had to handle the boring stuff while she focused on being the face of the brand. Someone had to make sure the invoices got paid and the shipments arrived on time and the credit facilities stayed current. Guess who that someone was? The funny thing is, I actually enjoyed it. There's something satisfying about building systems that work, creating processes that run smoothly, establishing relationships based on trust and reliability rather than flash and personality. While Selena was at industry conferences talking about disrupting the lifestyle space, I was in warehouse offices in Queens making sure her products actually got to customers who ordered them. But the real kicker, the detail that was going to turn tonight from embarrassing to catastrophic for the happy couple, was the postnuptial agreement we'd signed 2 years ago. You see, after AITAH Ward started taking off and Selena began getting attention from investors, her lawyer suggested we clarify our financial arrangements, protect the business interests, separate personal assets from corporate ones, that sort of thing. Very reasonable, very modern, very much in keeping with how successful couples handle money in the 21st century. What that post-nup actually said in very clear black and white language was that any business ventures launched during our marriage using jointly held assets or credit facilities would be subject to specific division protocols in the event of separation or divorce. And since I guaranteed most of AITAH Award's operating expenses, and since those guarantees were secured against assets I brought into the marriage, well, let's just say the math was about to get very interesting for everyone involved. The best part, tonight's party itself was funded through my merchant services account. The venue, the catering, the string quartet, the crystal glasses, the champagne, all of it running through payment rails that I'd established and that I controlled. When the venue manager ran Celane's corporate card for the final bill, the transaction was going to hit my underwriting system, the system that I could shut down with a phone call. I looked around our kitchen, my kitchen, and started making a mental inventory of all the things that existed because I'd made them exist. The custom cabinets I designed and installed, the commercial-grade appliances I'd researched and purchased, the smart home system I programmed to control everything from lighting to temperature to security. The apartment itself was in my name, purchased with money from my mother's trust before Selena and I were even engaged. The insurance policies, the utility accounts, the maintenance contracts, all tied to my social security number and my credit score and my bank accounts. Everyone thought I was just the calm husband with the soft eyes standing quietly in the background while more interesting people did more interesting things. They saw what they wanted to see, a supporting character in someone else's story. What they missed was that I'd been writing the story all along. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts. 3 calls to make. 3 people who understood that business was business regardless of whatever personal drama was playing out on social media right now. Amara Okafor, my attorney. Luis Mendoza, my banker. Nua Khalid, my operations lead. The people who knew exactly what I'd built and how it all worked and what would happen when I decided to stop being quite so supportive. The funny thing about foundations is that they're invisible until you remove them. Then suddenly, everyone notices what was holding everything up. Time to give Tristan and Selena a crash course in structural engineering. I poured myself a glass of water, sat down at the kitchen island I'd installed myself, and started making calls. Outside, the city glittered like a circuit board. All those lights powered by invisible infrastructure that most people never thought about. Just like the infrastructure I'd built around my own life. The infrastructure I was about to shut down. You know what's better than having friends? Having friends who don't ask stupid questions when you call them at 10:30 p.m. and say, "I need to burn some bridges tonight and I need your help." The first call went to Amara Okafor. Amara is the kind of lawyer who makes other lawyers nervous at dinner parties. She doesn't do small talk, doesn't bill for phone calls that last under 5 minutes, and has never, in the 8 years I've known her, asked me to explain why I need something done. She just asks when and how much. Julian, she answered on the second ring like she'd been waiting for my call. I saw the Instagram stories. Congratulations on your freedom. See what I mean? No wasted time on how are you feeling or are you okay? Or any of that emotional support nonsense that just slows things down when you're trying to execute a plan. Straight to business, which is why Amara bills $400 an hour and worth every penny. I need the envelope opened, I said. Which envelope? Separation and asset control. The one we drafted 6 months ago. There was a pause, but not the kind of pause that means someone's thinking about whether they should do something. The kind of pause that means someone's already opening their laptop and pulling up the right files. The nuclear option, she said. You sure about this timing? The optics aren't great. Dumping your wife on her birthday after she gets engaged to someone else. The optics were never going to be great, I said. And the timing is perfect. She just gave me cause. Material misrepresentation of marital commitment, Amara said, and I could hear her typing. Public humiliation constituting emotional abuse, breach of fiduciary duty regarding jointly held business interests. Yeah, I can work with this. This is why I love working with professionals. They don't need 30 minutes of emotional backstory to understand the assignment. How fast can you file emergency motion for asset preservation? I can have it in the system by midnight. Temporary restraining orders on the joint accounts by morning. Full separation paperwork by end of week. Do it. Consider it done. Anything else? Yeah. Make sure the filing includes the post-nup provisions about business guarantees. All of them. Another pause. This one with some actual weight behind it. Julian, you realize that's going to freeze her company operations, right? Like completely. I realize that. And you're okay with that? I'm okay with a lot of things tonight that I wasn't okay with this morning. Fair enough. I'll send you the filing confirmation once it's submitted. Click done. 1 down. The second call went to Luis Mendoza. Luis runs the private banking division at Meridian Financial. Yeah, the same building where tonight's little drama went down, which is either ironic or cosmic justice, depending on how you look at it. He's the guy who handles accounts for people who have enough money to need someone like Louise, but not so much money that they're worth Goldman Sachs' time. Perfect sweet spot for someone like me. Julian, my friend, Louise answered in that voice that somehow managed to sound both relaxed and completely alert. Working late tonight. I need some account adjustments. I said tonight. What kind of adjustments are we talking about? The kind that protect my interests while other people figure out what their interests actually are. Louise laughed, but it wasn't a mean laugh. More like the laugh of someone who'd been waiting for this call for months. You want to talk about this on the phone, or should I assume you're already thinking 3 moves ahead? I'm thinking 5 moves ahead. Can you handle a time-boxed fund sweep at 2,359? I can handle whatever you need handled. What are we sweeping? Everything that runs through my merchant rails. Everything guaranteed against my assets. Everything authorized under my signature, including her business accounts, especially her business accounts. There was some keyboard clicking on Louis' end. The sound of someone pulling up multiple screens and cross-referencing account numbers and authorization codes. Okay, I'm looking at the structure here. Louise said, this is going to be comprehensive. You sure you want to do this all at once? Louise, in about 12 hours, Selena's going to wake up and realize she just blew up her marriage on live television. Then she's going to call her lawyer, who's going to tell her to freeze every account she can get her hands on. I'd rather not give her that opportunity. Makes sense. What about timing on the merchant holds? Immediate. And I want authorization rekeyed on anything that currently runs automatic payments. So if someone tries to run her company card, it gets declined. Even if it's for something that was pre-authorized, especially if it's for something that was pre-authorized. More typing. Louise was the kind of banker who never made you explain the same thing twice, which is probably why his clients trusted him with 8-figure account balances. Alright, I've got the framework set up. Sweep executes at 2,359. Holds go active immediately after. Rekeying happens overnight. You'll get confirmation emails for everything. Thanks, Louise. Julian, for what it's worth, I saw the videos. She handled that badly. Yeah, well, live and learn. Right. Anything else you need tonight? Just make sure everything posts before she thinks to call her own banker. Consider it handled. Click. 2 down. The third call went to Norcolid. Nor is my operations lead, which is a fancy way of saying she's the person who actually makes things happen while everyone else is busy having meetings about making things happen. She manages vendor relationships for 3 different companies I'm involved with, knows more about supply chain logistics than most people know about their own jobs, and has never, in the 4 years we've worked together, failed to deliver on a deadline. Also, she's got the kind of mind that can look at a complex system and immediately see where all the pressure points are. Julian, she said when she picked up, this is either about the Instagram thing or you're calling to tell me we're expanding operations. Given the time, I'm guessing it's the Instagram thing. It's the Instagram thing. I need a network pause. Which network? AITAH Ward. Everything. Or just the new stuff. Everything. Shipments, payments, auto renewals, pinning orders. I want it all stopped, reversed, and clawed back to our facilities pending new authorization. Nor was quiet for about 10 seconds, which in Norm is like a 5-minute conversation. Julian, that's going to strand about $40,000 worth of product in transit, plus whatever sitting in third-party fulfillment centers. I know. And it's going to burn some relationships with vendors who thought they were dealing with a stable operation. I know that, too. And Selena's going to wake up tomorrow to discover that her entire business has basically been turned off. That's the idea. Another pause. Are you sure about this? Because once I send these messages, there's no taking them back quietly. This is going to make noise. Nor I've been guaranteeing her business operations for 4 years. Today, she decided she didn't need me anymore. I'm just helping her get what she wanted. Fair enough. How do you want me to handle the vendor communications? Clean and professional operational pause pinning authorization review from primary guarantor. No drama, no explanations, just business. And if they ask questions, tell them to call me. I'll be available. Okay. This is going to take me about an hour to execute properly. You want status updates? Just confirmation when it's done. You got it, Juliet? Yeah, for what it's worth, I never understood why you let her treat your support like it was invisible. Well, now it's about to become very visible, I guess. So, I'll get this started. Click. 3 for 3. I set my phone down on the kitchen counter and looked at the time. 11:08 p.m. Less than an hour until Louis' sweep executed. Less than an hour until Amara's filings hit the system. Less than an hour until Noor's network messages started propagating through vendor systems from Brooklyn to Bangladesh. I made myself a cup of tea. The good stuff, the Earl Grey that Selena always said was too expensive for everyday use, and sat down to wait. The beautiful thing about having the right people in your corner is that you don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to justify your decisions or defend your choices or convince anyone that you're doing the right thing. You just have to point them at the target and let them work. And in about 52 minutes, Celine and Tristan were about to discover that the quiet guy in the background had been holding all the important pieces together. Time to see what happens when those pieces stop being held. You want to know the difference between revenge and justice? Revenge is emotional. Justice is paperwork. That little black box I left on the gift table wasn't some dramatic gesture or cryptic message designed to make people wonder what the mysterious husband was thinking. It was a business communication, professional, precise, and absolutely devastating in its simplicity. See, while everyone was busy taking selfies with the newly engaged couple and posting stories about true love conquering all or whatever hashtag bullshit they were using, nobody bothered to check the gifts. Why would they? It's a birthday party, not Christmas morning. Presents are for later after the champagne runs out and people start getting bored with congratulating themselves for witnessing history. But around midnight, when the party finally started winding down, and Selena realized she should probably at least acknowledge the pile of expensive boxes that people had brought to celebrate her existence, someone was going to open that box. And that's when the real party would begin. Inside that innocent-looking black jewelry box, the kind you get from boutique stores that charge $300 for earrings, were two items that were going to turn Selena's engagement celebration into a crash course in contract law. First item, a silver key, not just any key. This was the key to safe deposit box number 247 at Meridian Trust, the bank in the basement of the same building where we just watched my marriage get publicly executed. Box number 247 contained the original documents for our postnuptial agreement, signed and notarized copies of every vendor guarantee I'd personally backed for a claward, and the venue contract addendum for tonight's party. You know, the addendum that clearly stated in Section 12C that if the primary event sponsor withdrew support due to material misrepresentation of the nature or purpose of the event, all associated costs would immediately transfer to the personal accounts of the named beneficiary. The beneficiary being one Celine Ward, soon to be Selena Hale, who was about to discover that her fairy tale engagement party came with a 6F-figure or price tag that her business credit cards couldn't cover. But the key was just the appetizer. The real main course was item number 2, a simple white card, business size, with 4 lines of text in that clean, professional font that makes everything sound official and unavoidable. Notice of sponsor withdrawal effective immediately. *** chargeback authorization number 7 refs *** rescission of power of attorney for a claw ward operations ***. Read the attached barcode. ***. Yeah, that's right. A QR code. Because nothing says, your life is about to get complicated quite like having to pull out your phone to scan a barcode that's going to show you exactly how complicated it's about to get. When Selena scanned that code, and she would scan it because curiosity killed the cat, and Selena had always been very, very curious about anything that might affect her business. It would open a link to a dashboard I'd had Noor build 3 months ago. Not because I was planning this exact scenario, but because I'd learned a long time ago that information is power and real-time information is nuclear power. The dashboard was beautiful in its simplicity. Clean white background, a Clawwords logo at the top, and a series of status tiles that normally showed green check marks next to things like venue deposits confirmed and vendor payments current and credit facilities active. Tonight though, Selena was going to watch those green check marks turn red in real time. Venue funds withdrawn ** 11:47 p.m. Floral arrangements cancelled ** 11:52 p.m. Photography license revoked ** 11:58 p.m. Jewelry gifts flagged as unauthorized corporate purchases ** 12:03 a.m. But the real kicker, the tile that was going to make Tristan's champagne taste like vinegar, was the one at the bottom of the screen. Hale Meridian Capital Minority Block activated 12.4% ***. See, Tristan thought he was hot because he controlled the board at his venture capital firm. What he didn't know was that I'd been quietly building relationships with other minority shareholders over the past 18 months. Not the flashy investors who wanted their names on Forbes lists, but the boring institutional guys who cared more about returns than recognition. Coffee meetings in Midtown, lunch at places that don't have Instagram accounts, conversations about governance and oversight, and the importance of keeping high-profile partners from making decisions that could create reputational risk for the firm. Turns out, A lot of Tristan's investors weren't thrilled with his tendency to make business decisions based on his personal life. Funny how that works. So, when my 12.4% stake activated its voting block provisions, the ones buried in Section 47 of the partnership agreement that nobody reads because it's about as exciting as watching paint dry, it would automatically trigger a defensive position with the other minority shareholders. I'd been courting. Suddenly, Tristan's controlling interest wasn't quite so controlling anymore. The beautiful thing about the dashboard was that it updated in real time. So Celine could watch her world fall apart in high definition with timestamps and confirmation numbers and all the professional courtesy of a bank statement. No drama, no emotional manipulation, no screaming or crying or throwing things. Just the cold hard facts of what happens when you mistake someone's support for weakness. By now, Louis' sweep would be executing. Amara's emergency filings would be hitting the court system. Noor's vendor messages would be propagating through fulfillment networks from here to Hong Kong. And somewhere in a private lounge overlooking the Hudson River, my wife was about to discover that the man she'd just traded in for a newer model had been the one keeping her engine running all along. I imagined Celine's face when she realized that those jewelry gifts Tristan had been sending her, the diamond tennis bracelet, the vintage Cartier watch, the ruby earrings that showed up just because it all been purchased using AITAH Ward's corporate accounts. Accounts that I guaranteed accounts that were about to be frozen pending a full audit of personal versus business expenses. The IRS was going to have some very interesting questions about those gifts. Questions that would require lawyers to answer expensive lawyers. I imagined Tristan's face when he realized that his romantic gesture, proposing in public, making it a social media moment, turning my humiliation into his victory lap, had just triggered the minority shareholder revolt he'd been worried about for 2 years. The board meeting on Monday was going to be fascinating. But most of all, I imagined the moment when both of them realized that the quiet guy they dismissed as irrelevant had been playing a completely different game than they thought. They were playing house. I was playing chess. And I'd been thinking 5 moves ahead since the day Selena first mentioned that Tristan was just helping with some business connections. The QR code would also give them access to one more thing, my new contact information, because after tonight, the old phone number wasn't going to work anymore. The old email wasn't going to work anymore. The old Julian who smiled and nodded and paid for everything while pretending not to notice what was happening wasn't going to work anymore. If they wanted to talk to me, and they were definitely going to want to talk to me, they were going to have to go through Amara. And Amara, as I mentioned, doesn't do small talk. I finished my Earl Grey and looked at the clock. 11:43 p.m. 17 minutes until the midnight sweep. 17 minutes until Celine's credit card started getting declined. 17 minutes until the most expensive birthday party in Manhattan history became the most expensive mistake in Selena Ward's carefully curated life. Time to see if love really could conquer all, especially when all included a 6-figure bill and a minority shareholder revolt. You know that moment in horror movies when everything goes quiet right before all hell breaks loose? Yeah, that lasted about 12 minutes. At exactly 12:03 a.m., my phone started lighting up like a Christmas tree that was also somehow on fire. The first call came from Selena. Obviously, I let it go to voicemail because honestly, what was she going to say? Hey honey, just wanted to chat about how I got engaged to someone else at my birthday party and also my credit cards aren't working and also what's this thing about minority shareholder blocks and also are you completely insane? The second call came 30 seconds later. Also, Selena also sent to voicemail. The third call, Selena again, but this time she was clearly panic dialing because the ring lasted about 2 seconds before she hung up and immediately called back. By 12:15, I had 27 missed calls. By 12:30, it was 63. By 1:00 a.m. my phone had basically given up trying to keep count and just started vibrating continuously like it was having some kind of electronic seizure. I turned the phone face down on my kitchen counter and went to make another cup of tea. Earl Grey again. Because apparently I was having a very expensive night in more ways than one. The beautiful thing about letting people panic call you is that it gives you a real-time reading of their mental state. The progression from confused to concerned to completely losing there is fascinating to watch even when you can't actually hear the conversations. Call pattern analysis. Nua had taught me. You can learn a lot about a crisis by tracking who calls when and how often. Selena every 30 seconds for the first hour. Classic denial phase. She was still thinking this was some kind of misunderstanding that could be cleared up with the right conversation. Mary Soul, Selena's sister, every 5 minutes starting at 12:45. Someone had filled her in on the situation and she was trying to play mediator. Good luck with that, Marissa. Tristan's assistant, Rhea, calling every 2 minutes starting at 1:15, which meant Tristan had figured out the Hale Meridian angle and was now in full damage control mode, Probably trying to schedule an emergency board meeting to explain why his personal life was suddenly threatening his professional one. Quinn LaMare, Selene's PR fixer. 3 calls then nothing. Quinn was smart enough to know when a situation was beyond spin control. When your client gets engaged to someone else's husband and then her entire business collapses in the same night, that's not a messaging problem. That's a maybe we should all lawyer up problem. The venue manager. 7 calls between 1:30 and 2 a.m. Someone was discovering that their 6F deposit had been clawed back and they had a very expensive party to clean up with no way to get paid for it. The florist. 2 calls. Apparently, someone had tried to cancel the flower arrangements after they had already been delivered. Awkward. The string quartet leader. 1 call at 2:15 a.m. I actually felt a little bad about this one. Musicians don't get paid enough to deal with rich people's personal drama. Even the valet captain called the valet captain, which meant the night had gotten so messy that even the parking guys were confused about who was supposed to pay for what. But the really interesting calls were the ones that started coming in around 2:30 a.m. numbers I didn't recognize. Area codes from all over the country. A few international numbers that my phone marked as possible spam, but that I knew weren't spam at all. Those were the minority shareholders. Because apparently when you activate a defensive voting block at a major venture capital firm, word travels fast. And when word travels fast in finance circles, people start making phone calls to figure out what the hell is happening and whether they need to protect their own interests. I could practically hear the conversations happening in home offices and hotel rooms from here to Hong Kong. Did you see the filing? What filing? The emergency governance review at Hale Meridian. Who called for it? Some guy named Reyes. Minority shareholder. Apparently Tristan just made a very public decision that could constitute reputational risk. What kind of decision? The kind where you propose to someone else's wife at a party that's being live-streamed on Instagram. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And get this, the husband owns 12% of the firm. Cue panic calling. The thing about finance people is that they don't care about your personal life until it affects their money. But the second your personal life threatens their returns, they become very interested in your personal life very quickly. And Tristan's little romantic gesture had just made his personal life everyone's business. By 3 a.m., I had 184 missed calls. By 4 a.m. it was 227 and my phone had started sending me battery warnings because it had been vibrating nonstop for 4 hours. I finally turned the damn thing off and went to bed. Well, I tried to go to bed. Hard to sleep when you can hear your downs. Apparently, some enterprising reporter had figured out where I lived and was calling everyone in the building trying to get someone to buzz them up. Good luck with that, too. My building's got the kind of security that requires 2 forms of ID and a blood sample just to get past the front desk. At 5:30 a.m., my door intercom bust. Hugo, the night concierge, sounding like he'd been dealing with this kind of thing for years. Mr. Reyes, I'm sorry to disturb you, but there's a gentleman from Hale Meridian Capital downstairs says it's urgent. I looked at the intercom camera screen. Young guy in an expensive suit that looked like it had been slept in. Carrying a briefcase and wearing the kind of stressed expression that you get when your boss sends you to clean up a mess at 5:30 in the morning. What's his name? I asked. Marcus Webb says he's from their legal department. Of course he was. Tristan was sending lawyers now. Probably figured that if he couldn't reach me directly, maybe he could intimidate me through official channels. Tell Mr. Webb that if he wants to schedule a meeting, he can contact my attorney, Amara Okafor at Steinberg & Associates. Her office opens at 9 o'clock and if he says it can't wait until 9 o'clock, tell him that everything waits until 9. And Hugo, yes, sir. Offer him some water. He looks like he needs it. Very good, sir. I turned off the intercom and looked out my bedroom window. The sun was starting to come up over the East River, painting the sky that weird orange color that makes Manhattan look like it's on fire. Down on the street, I could see news vans starting to gather. Not the big network trucks, but those smaller operations that chase local stories and social media drama. Someone had figured out that last night's engagement party was connected to a bigger story, and now they wanted to be here when the other shoe dropped. They were going to be waiting a while. See, the thing about creating a financial avalanche is that it takes time for all the rocks to finish falling. What happened at midnight was just the first tremor. The real earthquake was going to hit when the markets opened and people started trying to figure out what the hell had happened to Claw Awards credit facilities and why Hale Meridian Capital was suddenly calling emergency board meetings. I made coffee, the good stuff, because why not, and sat down at my kitchen table to wait for my phone to start working again. 227 missed calls in one night. That had to be some kind of record. Too bad I wasn't planning to return any of them. You know what's funny about desperate people? They always think the rules don't apply to them when they're in crisis mode. Like somehow their emergency becomes everyone else's emergency and basic courtesy goes out the window because they're having a bad night. The knock came at exactly 12:08 a.m. I know because I was watching the clock, waiting for Louis' sweep to execute at midnight. 3 sharp raps on my door, the kind that says official business, but with an undertone of please don't make this harder than it has to be. I looked through the peephole and had to suppress a laugh. Rhea Morani and Quinn LaMere standing in my hallway like the world's most expensive door-to-door sales team. Both of them looked like they'd been dragged through a hedge backwards, which was particularly impressive considering they'd been dressed for a high-end party about 2 hours ago. Rhea was Tristan's assistant, the kind of person who could schedule a hostile takeover between lunch meetings and make it look effortless. Normally, she had that unflappable executive assistant energy that could handle anything from booking private jets to managing PR disasters. Tonight, she looked like someone who'd just discovered that her boss's romantic gesture had accidentally triggered a financial nuclear bomb. Quinn was Selena's PR fixer, a woman who'd built a career on making problems disappear before they became problems. She specialized in reputation management for lifestyle brands, which was a fancy way of saying she cleaned up messes for people who couldn't afford to have messes. Usually, she looked like she could spin a natural disaster into a brand partnership opportunity. Tonight, she looked like she was personally having the natural disaster. Both of them were pale in that specific way that happens when someone realizes they're dealing with a situation that's way above their pay grade. I opened the door and leaned against the frame, not inviting them in. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is make people say their piece while standing in a hallway. Julian Quinn started her hands up in that universal gesture of I come in peace. This is all just a misunderstanding. I looked at her for a long moment, letting the silence stretch until it got uncomfortable. Quinn was used to controlling conversations, steering narratives, managing the flow of information. Making her stand in my hallway at midnight while she tried to figure out what to say was probably the most off balance she'd been in years. Nothing is misunderstood. I finally said, keeping my voice calm and level. Everything is documented. That hit them both like a slap. You could see the realization dawning that this wasn't some emotional outburst they could talk me down from. This was business. Cold, calculated, and completely legal business. Rhea stepped forward, pulling a manila folder from her bag with the kind of careful precision that meant she'd been practicing this moment in her head for the last hour. Julian, I know tonight was difficult, she said, using that careful diplomatic language that people use when they're trying not to admit how badly someone screwed up. But Mr. Hale wanted me to bring you these proposals, bridge agreements, temporary accommodations, ways we can work together to make sure everyone comes out of this hole. She held the folder toward me like it was some kind of peace offering. I could see the edge of a letterhead that probably started with in consideration of mutual benefit and ended with please don't destroy my client's life. I took the folder, flipped it open, and spent exactly 30 seconds scanning the contents. Standard damage control stuff. Hush agreements disguised as consulting contracts. Non-disclosure agreements wrapped in financial settlements. A don't embarrass her publicly clause that was probably Quinn's contribution. The kind of paperwork that rich people use to make problems go away quietly. I closed the folder and handed it back to Rhea. The best non-disclosure agreement in the world, I said, is silence I owe myself. Both of them stared at me like I'd just spoken in ancient Greek. But Julian Quinn tried again. We can make this work for everyone. Selena never meant for things to go this far. The engagement, the public announcement, it all happened so fast. People get caught up in the moment, you know. Yeah, I said. I know exactly how people get caught up in the moment. I watched it happen for about 10 minutes while I stood in the back of the room holding birthday flowers. Quinn winced. Rhea looked down at her expensive shoes. Look, Rhea said, trying the Tristan angle. Mr. Hale has significant resources. He can make everyone whole. Whatever tonight cost, whatever disruption this causes, he's prepared to cover all of it. He should start with himself. I replied. That's when I pulled out a copy of the venue contract addendum from my back pocket. The one I'd been carrying around since this afternoon when I'd had a feeling this conversation was going to happen eventually. I handed it to Quinn because she was the one who supposedly understood legal documents and their implications. Section 12C. I said helpfully. Primary sponsor withdrawal due to material misrepresentation. Quinn's face went from pale to white as she read. You could practically see her brain doing the math, calculating the total cost of tonight's party, and realizing that every penny of it was about to become Selena's personal responsibility. The venue rental, the catering, the string quartet, the flowers, the champagne, the photographer, the security, even the valet service. All of it reverting to Celine Ward's personal accounts because the woman who'd just gotten engaged to someone else had somehow forgotten to mention that little detail when she'd booked a party using her husband's credit facilities. "This can't be legal," Quinn said. But her voice had that hollow quality that meant she knew it absolutely was legal. "It's very legal," I confirmed. "It's also very enforceable and very expensive." Rhea tried one more time, reaching for the folder again. "Julian, Mr. Hale can write a check tonight. Whatever the number is, he can cover it. He just wants to avoid any unnecessary complications." Unnecessary complications, I repeated like minority shareholder revolts. The color that had just started returning to Rhea's face disappeared again. "You know about the board meeting," she said. It wasn't a question. "I know about a lot of things," I said. "I know about emergency governance reviews. I know about reputational risk assessments. I know about what happens when the guy who's supposed to be making sound financial decisions for other people's money decides to propose to someone else's wife on Instagram Live." Both women looked like they wanted to be literally anywhere else in the world. "What do you want?" Quinn asked, finally cutting through all the diplomatic and getting to the point. It was a fair question and I had a fair answer. "I want accuracy." I said I want Celine to sign the separation agreement that my lawyer is filing tomorrow morning. I want her to return every penny she spent from company lines for personal expenses. I want her to issue a public statement in her own words, not yours, acknowledging that I built what I built and she chose what she chose. And after that, I want all of us to go very, very quiet. "And if she does all that," Rhea asked, "then she gets to keep her business and her reputation and her new fiancé. And Tristan gets to keep his board seat and his controlling interest and his shiny public image. And if she doesn't," I smiled. The kind of smile that doesn't reach your eyes. "Then we find out exactly how much damage one very quiet minority shareholder can do when he stops being quiet." I stepped back into my apartment and started to close the door. "Wait," Quinn called out. "How do we reach you?" "Your phone's going straight to voicemail." "You don't reach me," I said. "You reach my attorney, Amara Okaper at Steinberg & Associates. She'll be expecting your call." And I closed the door gently, leaving them standing in the hallway with their folder full of hush money and their slowly dawning realization that they were dealing with someone who'd been planning this conversation for a lot longer than they'd been dreading it. Through the peephole, I watched them stand there for another 30 seconds, probably trying to figure out what the hell they were going to tell their clients. Good luck with that. You know what they say about death by 1,000 cuts. Turns out financial death only takes about 7. At exactly 23:59, while Rhea and Quinn were probably still standing in my hallway trying to figure out how to explain to their clients that diplomacy had failed, Louise executed the sweep. I didn't need to watch it happen in real time. Louise was thorough enough to set up automated confirmations that would hit my email every time a transaction processed. But I'll admit, there was something deeply satisfying about sitting in my kitchen with a cup of Earl Grey, watching my phone light up with notifications as the financial infrastructure of Celine's carefully curated life systematically shut down. 12 o'clock and 1 second. Authorization revoked. AITAH Ward Corporate AMX*** 12 o'clock and 3 seconds. Authorization revoked. Celine Ward Personal AMX Business Guarantee ** 12 o'clock and 7 seconds. Authorization revoked. Merchant account number 4471 to 982 ** 12 o'clock and 12 seconds. Hold placed. Joint checking account #SS 4492 ** 12 o'clock and 18 seconds and hold placed business line of credit #lock 8847 **. The beautiful thing about modern banking is that everything happens instantly. No waiting for business hours, no processing delays, no grace periods. 1 minute your credit cards work, the next minute they don't. And there's no middle ground where you can charm your way through a transaction. The first casualty was the gown stylist. Apparently, Selena had arranged for some designer dress situation for the after party because obviously the outfit that was good enough for getting engaged wasn't fancy enough for celebrating the engagement. The stylist tried to run her card for the rental fee at 12:23 a.m. and got the kind of decline message that makes retail workers nervous. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Hi, this is Madison from Atelier Block. Is there another payment method for Ms. Ward's evening gown rental?" The card on file was declined. I deleted the text without responding. Not my problem anymore. The after-party lounge was next. See, when you get engaged at a birthday party in Manhattan, apparently the thing to do is immediately migrate to another venue where everyone can continue celebrating your life choices while running up another 5-figure bar tab. Celine and Tristan had booked a private room at some rooftop place in Soho, the kind of spot that charges $300 for a bottle of champagne that costs $30 at the store. At 12:47 a.m., the venue manager called me directly. "Mr. Reyes, this is David from Skyline Lounge. We're having an issue with the payment authorization for the Ward party. The card we have on file is being declined, and Ms. Ward suggested we contact you." The audacity was almost impressive. Celine had given them my number as backup payment even after getting engaged to someone else 2 hours earlier, like I was some kind of customer service department for her lifestyle choices. "I'm not responsible for Ms. Ward's expenses," I said politely. "You'll need to work that out directly with her." "But sir, we have a signed agreement that lists you as the guarantor for check the timestamp on that agreement." I interrupted. Any authorization I provided was revoked as of midnight tonight. There was a pause while David presumably looked at his paperwork and realized that his very expensive party was suddenly his very expensive problem. "What should I tell the guests?" he asked. "Tell them to talk to the happy couple about payment arrangements." I hung up and added David's number to my block list. Poor guy was just doing his job, but I wasn't running a charity for other people's celebration expenses. The catering company was the third to fall. These were the vendors who'd provided the elaborate spread at the birthday party. Caviar service, champagne tower, those ridiculous little appetizers that cost $40 per bite and taste like disappointment. They'd been scheduled to clean up and clear out by 1 a.m., but apparently someone had tried to add some last-minute charges to the bill. Maybe additional champagne for the impromptu engagement celebration. Maybe overtime fees for dealing with the extended party. Maybe just the standard rich people tax that high-end vendors add when they think they can get away with it. Doesn't matter what it was. The payment bounced harder than a rubber ball on concrete. The catering manager, a woman named Elena, who sounded like she'd been dealing with rich peoples for about 20 years too long, called Selena directly to sort out the payment issue. I know this because I could hear Selene's voice through Elena's phone when she called me at 1:15 a.m. "Mr. Reyes, this is Elena from Prestige Catering. I have Miss Ward here and she's saying there's been some kind of misunderstanding about the payment authorization." In the background, I could hear Selena frantically trying to explain something about technical difficulties and temporary holds and how this was all just a big mix-up that would be sorted out in the morning. "There's no misunderstanding," I told Elena. "Ms. Ward is responsible for her own expenses now. You'll need to work out payment arrangements directly with her, but the original contract was nullified as of midnight tonight. Check your email for the formal notification because of course Amara had already sent termination notices to every vendor who'd been operating under my guarantees." The woman was nothing if not thorough. Elena sighed, the kind of sigh that comes from dealing with rich people drama when you're just trying to get paid for honest work. "Ma'am," I heard her say to Selena, "you're going to need to provide an alternative payment method or we're going to have to hold the equipment until this gets resolved." The line went quiet and then I heard Selene's voice closer to the phone now. Julian, please. This is insane. People are watching. There are photographers here. You're humiliating me." "I left your party without making a scene," I said calmly. "You've humiliated our marriage. I'm just correcting the accounting." "What do you want?" she asked. And for the first time all night, her voice cracked a little. "Money, an apology. Time to think about this." "I want accuracy," I said. "I want you to sign the separation papers my lawyer is filing in the morning. I want you to pay back every penny you've spent from company accounts for personal expenses. I want you to issue a public statement in your own words, not Quinn's, acknowledging what I built and what you chose. After that, we go quiet." The line was silent for a long moment. Then I heard the sentence I'd been expecting for months, maybe years. "You were never enough, Julian." There it was. The truth that had been hiding behind all the smiles and social media posts and carefully curated couple photos. The truth that had been sitting in the room during every dinner party and business meeting and quiet evening at home. I wasn't enough. I had never been enough. I was convenient. I was useful. I was financially reliable, but I wasn't enough. "You're right," I said. I was more than enough. I was convenient. And I hung up. By 2 a.m., the damage reports were rolling in like storm updates. Amara's emergency filings had hit the court system exactly on schedule. The temporary financial orders were in place, freezing the 3 joint accounts that Selena used for what she generously called brand expenses. Noor's vendor pause orders had propagated through the supply chain, halting shipments and suspending advice from Brooklyn to Bangladesh. But the real masterpiece, the paper cut that was going to leave the deepest scar, arrived in Tristan's email at 2:17 a.m. A formal notice from Santiago, Hale Meridian's compliance chair, confirming that the minority shareholders' defensive bloc had officially called for an emergency governance review of any transactional engagement that presents material reputational risk to the firm's fiduciary responsibilities. The subject line was beautifully dry. Rego Governance Review Protocol. Urgent action required. The meaning was anything but dry. Stand down or face a very public audit of every decision you've made that could be construed as putting your personal interests ahead of your investors' interests. Starting with tonight, I poured myself another cup of tea and looked out at the city. Somewhere out there, Selena was probably trying to explain to a room full of people why her credit cards weren't working. Somewhere else, Tristan was probably getting his first taste of what it felt like when the people who controlled his money started asking uncomfortable questions about his judgment. And somewhere in between, a bunch of vendors and service providers were learning that rich people's problems become everyone else's problems real fast when the money stops flowing. Paper cuts that bleed. Sometimes the smallest wounds take the longest to heal. You know what's funny about people who never listen? When they finally start listening, they have no idea how to process what they're hearing. By morning, my phone wasn't ringing anymore. It was vibrating like a trapped bee having an existential crisis. The missed call counter had given up somewhere around 300 and just started showing many like my phone had developed a sense of humor about the situation. I made coffee, real coffee from the espresso machine I'd bought myself for Christmas 2 years ago because Celine thought it was too much machine for our kitchen aesthetic. Funny how different things look when you're not worried about someone else's aesthetic preferences. The sun was coming up over the East River, painting the sky that pale gold color that makes Manhattan look almost peaceful if you ignore all the sirens and construction noise and general chaos of 8 million people trying to get somewhere important. I sat at my kitchen table, the one I'd refinished myself because paying someone else to sand would seem like a waste of money, and watched the city wake up. At 7:23 a.m., I answered one call. "Selena." "Julian," she said, and her voice had that hollow quality that comes from not sleeping and crying and probably drinking too much champagne while your entire life implodes in real time. "Please, you humiliated me." I took a sip of my coffee and looked out at the river. A garbage barge was making its way north, probably headed to some landfill in the Bronx where all of Manhattan's mistakes eventually end up. "I left your party without a scene," I said softly. "You humiliated our vows." "I'm only correcting the ledger." There was a long pause in the background. I could hear voices. Quinn probably, and maybe Marisol, Selena's sister. The damage control team working overtime to figure out how to spin a situation that was fundamentally unspinnable. "What do you want?" Selena asked finally. "Money, an apology? Time to think about this?" It was the same question she'd asked last night, but now it carried real weight. Now she understood that this wasn't some emotional outburst that would blow over if she just waited long enough. This was business, permanent, documented, legally binding business. "I want accuracy," I said using the same words I'd used 12 hours ago. But this time, I knew she was actually listening. "I want you to sign the separation agreement that Amara is filing this morning. I want you to return every penny you've spent from company accounts for personal expenses. I want you to issue a public statement in your own words, not Quinn's, acknowledging that I built what I built and you chose what you chose. After that, we go quiet." The silence stretched so long I thought she might have hung up. Then I heard her breathing. That shaky kind of breathing that comes right before someone either starts crying or starts screaming. "The separation agreement," she said. "What does it say?" "It says what we both know is true. That our marriage ended months ago. We just forgot to file the paperwork. It divides assets according to who actually earned them and who actually paid for them. It protects your business interests as long as you can fund them yourself. It keeps everything civil and legal and boring and the personal expenses." I pulled out my phone and opened the spreadsheet I'd been maintaining for the past 6 months. Yes, a spreadsheet. Because when someone is slowly bleeding your finances dry while planning to leave you, documentation becomes important. "Jewelry purchases through a Claw Ward's corporate accounts," I said reading from the list. "Total $47,836. Personal travel charge to business expenses $22,412. Business dinners that were actually dates with Tristan $8,963. I could hear her sharp intake of breath. "Should I continue?" I asked. "Because I've got 2 more pages." "That's not, those were legitimate business." "Selena." I used the voice I reserved for when someone was about to say something that would make the situation worse for everyone involved. "Don't." Another long silence. When she spoke again, her voice was smaller. "The public statement. What exactly do you want me to say?" "The truth. That Julian Reyes provided financial backing, operational support, and infrastructure development for a Claw Ward from inception through current operations. That the success of the company was built on a foundation of shared resources and joint effort. That I chose to prioritize the business over personal recognition. And you chose to prioritize personal opportunities over marital commitments. That makes me sound like someone who made choices, which you did. People will think I'm a gold digger. People who know you will think you're someone who built a business with help and then moved on when better opportunities presented themselves. People who don't know you will think whatever they want to think regardless of what you say. And after that, after I sign everything and pay everything back and humiliate myself publicly. After that, you get to keep your business, your reputation, and your new fiancé. You get to start fresh with someone who can afford your lifestyle without expecting credit for it. You get to be exactly who you want to be with exactly who you want to be with. And you get what? I looked around my kitchen at the cabinets I'd built and the appliances I'd chosen and the view I'd paid for it, the space that was mine because I'd worked for it, not because someone had given it to me or because I'd leveraged someone else's guarantees to afford it. I get accuracy, I said. I get credit for what I built. I get to stop funding a story that erases me. Julian. Her voice broke a little. We were happy once. We were convenient once. I corrected. There's a difference. The line went quiet again. When Selena spoke, it was in that flat tone. That means someone has finally accepted a reality they've been fighting. How long do I have? Amara will send you the paperwork this morning. You have 72 hours to review it with your own lawyer and respond. The financial reconciliation needs to be completed within 30 days. The public statement can happen whenever you're ready. But it needs to happen before the separation agreement is finalized. And if I don't, then we find out how much damage one very quiet minority shareholder can do when he stops being quiet. We find out how much a claw award is worth when its credit facilities disappear overnight. We find out how much Tristan's board position is worth when his investors realize he's making business decisions based on his personal life. You'd really destroy everything we built together. Selena, there is no we anymore. There hasn't been for months. I'm just making it official. The silence that followed was different. Final. Like the moment when you realize that a conversation you've been having for years is finally over. I need to think about this. She said, no, you don't. You need to sign the papers and write the statement and move on with your life. Thinking is what got us into this situation in the first place. That's not fair. Fair would have been having this conversation 6 months ago when you started planning your exit strategy. There would have been not getting engaged to someone else at a party I paid for. There would have been a lot of things that didn't happen. I finished my coffee and looked at the clock. 8:15 a.m. The markets would be opening soon and Santiago would be calling his emergency board meeting, and somewhere in Midtown, Tristan would be discovering that his romantic gesture had accidentally triggered a corporate governance crisis. I have to go, I said. Amara will send you everything you need. Read it carefully. Sign it quickly. And Selena, yeah, next time you want to leave someone, just leave. The dramatic gesture thing doesn't suit you. I hung up and deleted her number from my contacts because accuracy, it turns out, includes knowing when a conversation is finally finished. And this one had been finished for a long time before either of us had the courage to admit it. Time to make some more coffee and wait for the morning news to catch up with what had happened overnight. This was going to be an interesting day. You know what's weird about winning? The moment after everything falls into place, when the dust settles and the chaos stops and you're just sitting there thinking, well, that happened. The day unfolded with the kind of steady rhythm that comes after you've set a bunch of dominoes in motion, and now you just get to watch them fall. At 9:15 a.m., my email pinged with a confirmation from the court clerk. Temporary financial orders approved. Joint accounts frozen pending separation proceedings. Asset preservation measures in effect. All very official, all very legal, all very permanent. Amara had attached a note. Clean work. They can't touch anything until this gets resolved. Expect pushback by noon. At 10:30 a.m., Nua sent me a status update that read like a military operation report. Vendor notifications delivered. Shipment reversals processing. Inventory recalls 73% complete. Credit facilities suspended pending new authorization from primary guarantor. That would be me. She'd included a thank you note from our logistics partner in Brooklyn. Appreciate the clarity on authorization changes. Refreshing to work with someone who communicates expectations clearly. Even the vendors were taking sides. At 11:45 a.m., my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Emergency board meeting scheduled. Governance review initiated. Your attendance requested but not required. Sickball Santiago being diplomatic. The minority bloc had done its job. Tristan was about to spend his morning explaining to a room full of investors why his engagement party had triggered a shareholder revolt. But the text that made me actually smile came at 12:30 p.m. from a contact I hadn't heard from in months. Auntie Fion Nana. That's what I called my mother's best friend since I was 7 years old. Even though we weren't related. And she'd moved to Atlanta 10 years ago. She'd been watching the whole drama unfold through the magic of social media and family gossip networks. The message was perfect in its simplicity. A single red heart emoji followed by a pot of soup emoji. No questions, no advice, no "are you okay" check-ins, just love and the promise of pepper soup the next time I made it down to Georgia. Sometimes the best support comes from people who've known you long enough to understand that you don't need fixing, just witnessing. I packed 2 bags that afternoon, not because I was running away, but because staying in the loft felt like living in a museum of someone else's life. Every piece of furniture, every carefully curated decoration, every Instagram-worthy corner reminded me of conversations about our aesthetic and our brand and our vision for the space. Turns out most of it had been her vision. I'd just been the guy who figured out how to pay for it. I found a short-term rental in a building overlooking Washington Square Park. Clean walls, hardwood floors, a simple desk by the window, and most importantly, a lease that didn't require anyone else's signature. The kind of place where you could think clearly because nothing was trying to make a statement except the view. That evening, I made a list. Called it mine because I worked for them. Expected it to be long, detailed, full of expensive items and complicated assets. Instead, I wrote down 5 things. 1. The coffee roaster I bought myself for Christmas. 2. The books on financial systems and operational design. 3. My mother's ring, the one that never fit Selena's aesthetic. 4. The set of tools I used for the kitchen renovation. 5. The quiet satisfaction of knowing exactly what I built. 5 items. That was it. Everything else was just stuff. Accumulation. The material evidence of a life that had been designed by committee rather than lived by choice. It felt heavy and light at the same time. Heavy because it meant starting over. Light because it meant starting over. At 8:30 p.m., Hugo buzzed from downstairs. Different building now, different concierge. But the message was familiar. Someone to see me. This time it was Marisol, Selena's sister, holding the white leaves I'd left at the party. The flowers looked like they'd been through a war, wilted and bruised from being passed around between venue managers and catering staff and probably a few confused photographers. "She's breaking," Marisol said without preamble, holding out the flowers like a peace offering. I took them, not because I wanted them back, but because Marisol had driven across town to return something that was already dead. I broke quietly. "Months ago," I said. "I'm only finishing." Marisol nodded like she understood. Maybe she did. Maybe she'd been watching her sister's marriage fall apart from the inside and wondering when someone was finally going to acknowledge what everyone could see. "Is there anything she can do?" Marisol asked, "to fix this?" "She can sign the papers." I said, "She can tell the truth. She can take responsibility for her choices. And then we all get to find out what our lives look like when they're not built on pretending that convenient is the same thing as happy." Marisol left the flowers and walked away without saying goodbye. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do is let someone finish what they started. I put the leaves in a glass of water, not because I thought they'd recover, but because even dying things deserve dignity. Outside my window, Washington Square Park was full of people living their actual lives. Students studying under streetlights. Couples having real conversations on benches. Street musicians playing for tips instead of Instagram stories. Peace, it turns out, is quiet. Accountability is quieter. You know what's beautiful about the truth? It doesn't need a marketing strategy. 1 week later, Selene signed everything. The separation agreement, the repayment plan, and the statement that Quinn had probably rewritten 17 times trying to make it sound less like a confession and more like a mutual decision. It didn't work. The truth has a way of cutting through spin like a knife through tissue paper. Tristan paused his campaign because apparently running a venture capital firm had become a political race in his mind and retreated to focus on investors, which was corporate speak for spend the next 6 months convincing people that my personal life isn't a liability to their money. The board at Hale Meridian adopted Santiago's reputation risk protocol with actual teeth, new rules about public behavior, social media presence, and the radical concept that other people's marriages weren't appropriate venues for hostile takeovers. Ward downsized to what it actually was instead of what Selena had been pretending it could become. Turns out, when you remove artificial credit facilities and marketing budgets funded by someone else's guarantees, most lifestyle brands become hobby businesses pretty quickly. But here's the thing, it survived. Smaller, more honest, more sustainable. Sometimes the best thing you can do for something you built is stop propping it up and let it find its natural size. I kept my promises. No interviews, no tell-all articles, no victory laps on social media. I went back to my own company, my small team, my ordinary calendar that didn't require anyone else's approval to fill. I woke early, brewed coffee with the good machine, and watched Washington Square Park fill with runners who didn't know my name or my story or the details of my very public, very quiet divorce. Peace, it turns out, is invisible to people who aren't looking for it. People still ask what was in that gift box I left on the table. Reporters mostly and a few business bloggers who think there's some deeper meaning to decode. I tell them the truth, a key and a barcode, a future and a mirror. One opens what's yours, the other shows what you did, but the real gift wasn't what was in the box. The real gift was the door I didn't slam the scene. I didn't make the explanation I didn't know. The real gift was walking away with my dignity intact and my finances documented. True story. And the door they knocked on at midnight. I opened it, listened to what they had to say, and chose not to explain anything that the paperwork already said. Because sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is let your work speak for itself. Even when your work is letting go. Story 5. The night my son was airlifted to the hospital, my father-in-law texted. Family dinner Sunday. Don't be late. I replied, my son is dying. His response, he'll be fine. Your wife's birthday is more important. I blocked his number. 72 hours later, my son opened his eyes, looked at me, and whispered, Dad. You must know this about Grandpa. The fluorescent lights of St. Catherine's ICU burned into my retinas as I watched the monitors tracking my son's vital signs. Each beep felt like a countdown I couldn't control. Ethan, my 8-year-old boy, lay motionless in the bed, tubes snaking from his small body like parasitic vines. The doctor said he'd collapsed at school. Sudden onset seizures, cause unknown. By the time I gotten the call from Samantha, the helicopter was already lifting off the elementary school's football field. That was 3 hours ago. 3 hours of watching my son fight for his life while my wife sobbed in my arms. Her mascara leaving dark trails down her cheeks. 3 hours of specialists in white coats speaking in hushed tones about neurological events and unexplained symptoms and running more tests. My phone buzzed. I almost ignored it, but Samantha had gone to call her mother, and I thought it might be important. Herbert Whitehead, my father-in-law, family dinner Sunday. Don't be late. I stared at the text message, reading it 3 times to make sure I understood correctly. The man knew we were at the hospital. Samantha had called her mother the moment we arrived. I typed back with shaking fingers. My son is dying. The response came within seconds. He'll be fine. Your wife's birthday is more important. We've made reservations at the club. 7 p.m. sharp. I felt something crack inside my chest. Not break, crack. Like ice forming over a lake that's been warm for too long. My thumb hovered over the screen. Then I blocked his number. Blocked Catherine's, too. Whatever game they were playing, whatever twisted priority system they lived by, I wanted no part of it. Brian. Samantha's voice was small, fragile. She stood in the doorway, her blonde hair disheveled, still wearing the designer pantsuit she'd worn to her real estate showing that morning. Any change? I shook my head, pocketing my phone. The doctor said the next 48 hours are critical. She moved to Ethan's bedside, taking his small hand in hers. He's strong like you. Her voice cracked. He has to be okay, Brian. He has to be. I wrapped my arms around her from behind, and we stood there in silence, watching our son breathe. The next 72 hours blurred together. Samantha and I took shifts, sleeping in the uncomfortable chairs they brought in. We lived on vending machine, coffee, and whatever the hospital cafeteria was serving. Specialists came and went. They found elevated levels of something in his blood. Toxins, they said, but couldn't identify the source. Environmental exposure, possibly. They were running more tests. My brother, Brent Lopez, showed up on the second day. We'd had different fathers, different last names, but we'd been raised together after his dad left. And my mother married his mother. He was a research journalist for the Boston Herald, known for his investigative pieces that took down corrupt politicians and crooked businessmen. How's the little man? He asked, studying Ethan's sleeping face. Stable. They don't know what caused it yet. Brent's jaw tightened. He'd always been protective of Ethan, the cool uncle who showed up with agent inappropriate gifts and took him to Red Sox games and the in-laws. Block them. He raised an eyebrow. About damn time. What did Herbert do this time? I showed him the text exchange. Watched his expression go from surprise to disgust. Jesus Christ. Even for him, that's cold. Brent had never liked the Whiteheads. He'd warned me before I married Samantha that her family was trouble. Old Boston money. The kind that looked down on everyone else, especially a guy like me who'd worked his way up from a South Boston neighborhood where the closest thing to a country club was the corner bar. Samantha doesn't know, I said quietly. She's got enough to deal with. You're too good to her, you know that. Too good to all of them. Maybe he was right. I'd spent 10 years trying to prove myself to Herbert and Catherine Whitehead, trying to show them I was worthy of their daughter. I'd built a successful architectural firm, designed buildings that dotted the Boston skyline, bought Samantha the house in Beacon Hill she'd always wanted. And still, Herbert looked at me like I was dirt he'd scraped off his Italian leather shoes. On the third day, just after dawn, I was alone with Ethan. Samantha had finally agreed to go home and shower. Brent had gone to grab us real breakfast from a diner he knew. The nurse had just finished checking vitals when I heard it. "Dad." The voice was so faint, I thought I'd imagined it. But then Ethan's eyes fluttered open, those green eyes he'd inherited from his mother, and he was looking right at me. "Ethan." "Oh, God. Buddy." I pressed the call button frantically while leaning over him. "You're okay. You're going to be okay." His small hand gripped mine with surprising strength. "Dad, you need to know about Grandpa." "Shoo, don't talk. Save your strength. The doctors are coming." "No." His voice was urgent despite its weakness. "You have to know. Grandpa, I saw him at the factory." "What factory?" "Ethan, you're confused. The pill factory near my school." His eyes were wide, frightened. "He was there with bad men. They were talking about the medicine. The medicine that makes kids sick." The nurse rushed in, and soon the room filled with doctors. They pushed me aside gently but firmly as they examined Ethan, their voices excited that he'd regained consciousness. But all I could hear was my son's words echoing in my head. The pill factory, medicine that makes kids sick. There was a pharmaceutical plant about a mile from Ethan's school. I'd driven past it 100 times. Medi-Source Technologies. I'd never paid much attention to it. But now I needed to know why my father-in-law had been there and what it had to do with my son lying in a hospital bed. Samantha was overjoyed when she returned to find Ethan awake. The doctors cautiously optimistic. They wanted to keep him for observation, run more tests, but the immediate crisis had passed. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt a cold determination settling into my bones. That evening, after Samantha had fallen asleep in the chair next to Ethan's bed, I stepped into the hallway and called Brent. "I need you to look into something," I said quietly. "My Source Technologies, the pharmaceutical plant on Route 9, the one by Ethan's school." I could hear the clicking of keys already. Brent was always ready for a story. "What am I looking for?" "Anything connecting it to Herbert Whitehead and anything about medication that might harm children?" The typing stopped. "Brian, what did you find out?" Ethan said something before the doctors came about seeing Herbert there with bad men talking about medicine that makes kids sick. "He's 8 years old and just woke up from a coma." "I know how it sounds, but look into it anyway, please." "Already on it." The typing resumed. "Give me 24 hours. I returned to the room to find Ethan awake again, his eyes tracking me as I entered. Samantha was still asleep. "Dad," he whispered. "Is Mom okay?" "She's fine, buddy. Just tired. She's been here the whole time. I'm sorry I scared everyone." I sat on the edge of his bed carefully. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Can you tell me more about what you saw at that factory?" His face scrunched up in concentration. "It was last week. On Tuesday, we went on a field trip to the Science Museum, remember? But the bus broke down on the way back. We had to wait for another bus and I walked to the gas station to use the bathroom. That's when I saw Grandpa's car, the black one with the special plates. Herbert's Mercedes vanity plates that read WHD1. I thought maybe he was getting gas, so I went to say hi, but he was parked behind the building, the factory building. He was talking to 2 men in suits. They were arguing. Could you hear what they were saying?" Ethan nodded. "Grandpa was mad. He said something like, 'I don't care about the side effects. We're behind schedule and the board won't wait.' And one of the other men said, 'Kids are getting sick, Herbert. If this gets out.' But then Grandpa saw me. My blood ran cold. What did he do? He got really quiet. Told the men he'd call them later. Then he came over and asked what I was doing there. I told him about the field trip. He seemed nice. Dad, he bought me a candy bar from the gas station and told me it would be our little secret. That Grandma would be mad if she knew he was eating sugar." "A secret?" "Of course. Did you eat the candy bar?" Ethan's face palled. "Yeah, right away. It was a Snickers. My favorite." "You don't think?" "No, buddy. No, but I was already thinking it. The unexplained toxins in his blood. The timing. Did Grandpa give you anything else?" "He had this bottle in his car. Said it was vitamins. That growing boys need vitamins. He gave me 2 pills and watched me take them with water from the gas station." "Jesus Christ. Why didn't you tell us?" "I forgot. I didn't think it was important." And then at school the next day, I started feeling weird. And then I don't remember much after that. I forced my voice to stay calm. You did good telling me now, Ethan. Real good. But I need you to do something for me. Don't mention this to anyone else yet. Not Mom. Not the doctors. Not until I figure some things out. Can you do that? He nodded solemnly. Is Grandpa in trouble? I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out. I spent that night researching Medisource technologies on my phone while Samantha and Ethan slept. The company had been founded 15 years ago by a biochemist named Dr. Stanley Beasley and was primarily known for producing generic medications and supplements. On the surface, everything looked legitimate, but there were cracks if you knew where to look. 3 years ago, there had been a lawsuit, a class action involving a batch of contaminated children's vitamins. The case had been settled out of court for an undisclosed amount with no admission of wrongdoing. The lawyer who represented the plaintiffs was named Matthew Rivera. I made a note to contact him. Then I found something else. Medisource Board of Directors, and they're listed as a non-executive director Herbert Whitehead. My father-in-law was on the board of the company that had produced contaminated children's vitamins. The same company my son had seen him visiting, arguing about side effects and kids getting sick. The same company whose products had possibly put my son in the ICU. I looked at Ethan, sleeping peacefully now, his small chest rising and falling. Then at Samantha, her face slack with exhaustion. She loved her father despite everything. She made excuses for his coldness, his superiority complex, his casual cruelty. Growing up in that world, she'd been taught that money and status mattered more than kindness or empathy. But she loved our son more than anything. And when she found out what Herbert had done, no, I couldn't tell her. Not yet. Not until I had proof. Not until I had a plan. My phone buzzed. A text from Brent. You need to see this coming by in the morning. Don't show Sam. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in that uncomfortable chair watching my family and felt that crack in my chest widen into a chasm. On one side was the man I'd been patient, understanding, willing to take Herbert's abuse because I loved my wife. On the other side was someone new, someone cold, and calculating. Someone who was going to make Herbert Whitehead pay for what he'd done. When Brent arrived the next morning, he was carrying a folder thick with documents. We met in the hospital cafeteria away from Samantha and Ethan. Tell me I'm wrong, he said, spreading papers across the table. Tell me this is all coincidence. But it wasn't coincidence. It was systematic, calculated evil. Medisource Technologies had been cutting corners for years, using substandard ingredients in their supplements and medications, falsifying safety reports, bribing FDA inspectors. And Herbert Whitehead, as a board member, had not only known about it, he'd championed it. Brent had found emails, memos, internal documents from his sources. They've been poisoning kids for profit, Brent said, his voice shaking with rage. The contaminated vitamins 3 years ago, that wasn't an isolated incident. It's been happening regularly. They pay off the families, bury the stories, and keep producing their garbage. And Herbert? He's the one pushing for faster production, lower costs, higher margins. He doesn't care who gets hurt as long as the stock price goes up. Brent pulled out another document. And here's the kicker. 3 months ago, Medisource launched a new line of children's chewable vitamins. Guess which school district they donated free samples to as a community health initiative? My hands clenched into fists. Ethan's district. Every kid in 3 elementary schools got a bottle. Free. They sent them home with instructions to take 2 daily. He met my eyes. Your son's not the only one who got sick. Brian, there have been 4 other cases of unexplained seizures and neurological symptoms in kids from those schools in the past month. The families are all working ass, all insured by the basic state plans. None of them have the resources to investigate or sue. And many source lawyers are already preparing the settlement paperwork. I thought about Ethan taking those pills from Herbert. Had they been from the contaminated batch? Or was my father-in-law testing something even worse on his own grandson? I need you to hold this story, I said quietly. Brent stared at me. What? Brian, this is huge. Kids are being hurt. I need to. I know and you will, but not yet. I met his eyes. Herbert Whitehead doesn't just get to lose his reputation and maybe serve some cushy white-collar sentence. He tried to kill my son, Brent. My son? He poisoned him and then told me a birthday party was more important than his life. What are you planning? I don't know yet, but I need time to figure it out. Can you give me that? Brent studied me for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. 2 weeks. That's all I can sit on this. After that, I'm running the story with or without you. That's all I need. Ethan was discharged 4 days later with a clean bill of health. The doctors still couldn't explain what had caused his symptoms, but all his tests were coming back normal now. They attributed it to some kind of environmental toxin that had worked its way out of his system. They prescribed monitoring and follow-up appointments, but said he could go home. Samantha was ecstatic. She wanted to celebrate, to have a family dinner, and she wanted to reconcile with her parents. "I know my father can be difficult," she said as we drove home. "Ethan asleep in the back seat, but he's still my father, Brian. And he's Ethan's grandfather. We can't just cut them out of our lives over a text message." "It wasn't just a text message, Sam. I know it was insensitive. I know his timing was terrible, but that's just how he is. He doesn't know how to express emotion properly. You know, his childhood was difficult. His childhood doesn't excuse him treating our son's life as less important than a dinner reservation." She was quiet for a moment. "What if we invited them over here to our house? That way, it's on our terms and they can see Ethan is okay." I think my father was probably just scared, Brian. Scared of losing Ethan. So, he pretended it wasn't serious because that's how he copes. I wanted to tell her the truth. Wanted to show her the documents Brent had found. Tell her about the contaminated vitamins and the poisoned children and her father's role in all of it. But she looked so hopeful, so eager to believe the best of Herbert despite everything. "Okay," I said finally, "but just dinner. And the first time he's rude or dismissive, they leave." She kissed my cheek. "Thank you. You're a good man, Brian Hale." I didn't feel like a good man. I felt like a man planning something dark and irreversible. But I smiled and squeezed her hand and drove us home to our beautiful house in Beacon Hill, the one I'd bought to prove I was good enough for her. That evening, after Ethan was tucked into bed, I went down to my home office and opened my laptop. I'd spent the past few days thinking, planning. Herbert Whitehead was wealthy, connected, and protected by lawyers and privilege. A man like him didn't go down easy, but every man had weaknesses, and I was going to find all of Herbert's. I started making a list. Everyone he did business with, every board he sat on, every club he belonged to. The Whitehead's world was small and insular, built on reputation and old money and carefully maintained appearances. That was going to be his downfall because when you build your entire life on appearances, the truth becomes your greatest enemy. I opened a secure email account and drafted a message to Matthew Rivera, the lawyer who'd handled the class action against Medisource. Then I sent similar messages to 3 other attorneys who'd represented families in medical malpractice cases against pharmaceutical companies. I wasn't a lawyer. I wasn't an investigator, but I was an architect. I knew how to build things from the ground up. How to make sure every piece supported the whole structure. And I was going to build a case against Herbert Whitehead that would destroy him completely. The dinner with the Whiteheads was scheduled for Sunday evening, exactly 1 week after Herbert's text message. Samantha spent all day cooking, making Herbert's favorite dishes, setting the dining room table with her grandmother's china. She wanted everything perfect. I wanted everything documented. Before they arrived, I placed my phone in the built-in bookshelf near the dining table, camera aimed at Herbert's usual seat, set to record. I wasn't sure what I'd capture, but I'd learned in my years designing buildings that you always wanted a record of the foundation before you started construction. Herbert and Catherine arrived. Exactly on time, which for them meant 15 minutes late. Fashionable tardiness for people who considered punctuality a middle-class concern. Catherine swept and wearing Chanel and diamonds. Herbert in a cashmere blazer that probably cost more than my first car. "Samantha, darling." Catherine air-kissed her daughter. "You look tired." "I've been at the hospital all week." "Mother." "Yes. Well, children are so resilient." "I'm sure it was all very dramatic, but he's fine now, isn't he?" I watched Herbert waiting for an apology, an acknowledgement, anything. He simply poured himself a scotch from our bar without asking and settled into his usual armchair. "Brian," he said, not looking at me. "I trust your latest project is on schedule. The waterfront development, so we were just going to pretend. Pretend he hadn't dismissed his grandson's life-threatening emergency. Pretend everything was normal, on schedule, and under budget," I said evenly. "Good. Wouldn't want to disappoint the investors." He took a sip of his drink. "Where's the boy?" "Ethan is upstairs. Homework." "Homework. It's Sunday evening. When I was his age, when you were his age, you weren't recovering from a neurological event." The room went quiet. Catherine coughed delicately. Samantha shot me a warning look. Herbert's eyes finally met mine. They were cold, flat. Sharp's eyes. "Are we going to have a problem, Brian?" "That depends. Are you going to acknowledge that your grandson almost died last week? Boys get sick. It happens. Coddling them doesn't help." I felt Samantha's hand on my arm, squeezing tight. A warning, a plea. Dinner's ready, she said brightly. Let's eat. We moved to the dining room. Samantha had made prime rib, roasted vegetables, twice-baked potatoes, all of Herbert's favorites. Catherine picked at her food while commenting on Samantha's weight. You're looking healthier, dear. Have you been eating more? And the house's decor. So much clutter. We really should introduce you to our minimalist designer. Herbert held forth on politics, business, the declining standards of modern society. Everything he said was designed to assert dominance, to remind everyone at the table that he was the patriarch, the authority, the man in charge. I let him talk, let him feel comfortable and superior. And I watched him, studying every gesture, every expression, looking for the tells, the weaknesses. Uncle Brian, Grandpa, Ethan appeared in the doorway, wearing his pajamas, holding a school project, a model of the solar system made from painted styrofoam balls. Ethan, honey, it's late. Samantha started, but Herbert cut her off. Come here, boy. Let me see that. Ethan approached cautiously. Herbert examined the project with the same critical eye. He'd use on a business proposal. Mars is too large relative to Earth and your orbital spacing is inaccurate. He handed it back. You'll want to fix that before you turn it in. Otherwise, you'll look foolish. Ethan's face fell. But Mrs. Henderson said it was really good. Mrs. Henderson is paid to be encouraging. I'm your grandfather. I'm paid to tell you the truth. Herbert turned back to his meal. Run along now. Adults are talking. I stood up so fast my chair scraped loudly against the floor. Samantha grabbed my wrist. Brian, don't. But I was already moving around the table, kneeling down to Ethan's level. Your project is amazing, buddy. The best one I've seen. Don't change a thing. I looked up at Herbert. And for the record, Mrs. Henderson is right. Your grandfather is wrong. Bryant. Catherine gasped. Herbert's face flushed red. How dare you contradict me in front of who? Your grandson. The one you didn't give a damn about when he was dying in the ICU. I stood up, putting myself between Ethan and Herbert. The one whose life you valued less than a dinner reservation. You blocked my number. Herbert slammed his hand on the table. How was I supposed to know he was actually sick? Children get ill all the time. Samantha was always dramatic about these things growing up. He was airlifted to the hospital. Herbert airlifted. But sure, your daughter was being dramatic. Samantha was crying now. Brian, please. Dad, you too. Can we just? No, I said quietly. We can't. Not anymore. I looked at Herbert directly. I want you to leave. And I don't want you near my son again. You can't, Catherine started. I can. It's my house, my family, and I'm done pretending that your husband's money and connections make up for the fact that he's a cruel, heartless bastard who doesn't care about anyone but himself. Herbert stood, drawing himself up to his full height. He was taller than me, broader through the shoulders despite his age, trying to intimidate me the way he probably intimidated everyone in his life. You're making a grave mistake, Brian. My family has connections in this city. Connections that could make or break your little firm. One phone call for me. And in what? You'll ruin me. I smiled and it felt cold on my face. Go ahead, try. But while you're making your phone calls, I'll be making mine. To the families of the other children who got sick. To the lawyers who'd love to take another crack at Medisource Technologies. To the journalists who'd love to write about a board member who tests contaminated products on his own grandson. The color drained from Herbert's face. You have no idea what you're talking about, don't I? Tell me. Herbert, what were you doing at the Medisource plant 3 weeks ago? The one near Ethan's school. Catherine looked confused. Samantha had stopped crying, was staring at her father with growing horror. I have business interests in many. You gave him vitamins from a bottle in your car. Told him it was a secret. I took a step closer. What was in those vitamins, Herbert? What did you give my son? I don't know what lies the boy has been telling you. Ethan doesn't lie. Unlike some people in this room. Herbert's jaw clenched. I think we're done here. Yes, I agreed. We are. You're done here. Done with my family. Done poisoning children for profit. Done with all of it. They left in a fury of slammed doors and Catherine's indignant screeching. Samantha stood in the middle of our destroyed dinner, mascara running, staring at me like she'd never seen me before. What did you mean about vitamins? She whispered. About poisoning children? I glanced at Ethan, still standing in the doorway, clutching his solar system. Buddy, can you go upstairs, please? He nodded and disappeared. Smart kid. He knew when adults needed to talk. I showed Samantha everything. The documents Brent had gathered. The emails, the lawsuit history, the contaminated vitamins, Ethan's story about seeing Herbert at the factory, about the pills he was given. She read it all in silence, her face growing paler with each page. Finally, she looked up at me. My father did this. He's been hurting children. Not just hurting. Some of them have permanent neurological damage and he knew. He's known for years. But Ethan, her voice broke. He gave Ethan those pills. His own grandson. I think he was testing something. Or maybe he genuinely thought they were safe and didn't care about the risk. Either way, he put our son in the hospital and then told us a birthday dinner was more important. Samantha sank into a chair. What do we do? I'm going to destroy him, I said simply. I'm going to take everything he has, his reputation, his wealth, his freedom. I'm going to make sure he pays for what he did to Ethan and all those other kids. How? I don't know yet, but I will. I knelt beside her, taking her hands. I need to know you're with me on this because it's going to get ugly. Your mother will never forgive us. Half of Boston society will turn against us. We might lose friends, clients, our social standing, everything we've built. She looked at me with those green eyes. Ethan had inherited. And I saw steel beneath the tears. He hurt our son. She said he hurt other people's children. I don't care what it costs. Make him pay. And just like that, we were in it together. United against the man who had lorded over both our lives for the past decade. I kissed her forehead. I love you. I love you, too. And Brian, she gripped my hand tight. Burn it all down. I intended to. The next morning, I met with Matthew Rivera in his office in downtown Boston. He was younger than I expected, maybe 40, with sharp eyes and a reputation for taking on cases other lawyers wouldn't touch. I've been waiting for someone to come after Source again, he said after I explained why I was there. The settlement 3 years ago was a joke. The families got pennies compared to what their kids suffered. But Whitehead and his cronies have deep pockets for legal defense. What if you had inside information? Documentation of their corruption? Rivera leaned forward. What kind of documentation? I spread out copies of everything Brent had found. Rivera's eyes widened as he read, his fingers drumming on the desk. This is Jesus. This is criminal conspiracy. Wire fraud, racketeering. The FDA violations alone could put half their board in prison. He looked up at me. How did you get this? My brother's an investigative journalist. He has sources. Can he testify? If it comes to that, Rivera was quiet for a moment. Mr. Hale, I need to be straight with you. Going after someone like Herbert Whitehead is a war. He'll come at you with everything. Private investigators digging into your past. Lawyers filing nuisance suits. He'll try to destroy you financially, professionally, personally. I know. And it could take years. Class action lawsuits move slowly. Even with this evidence, he could tie it up in appeals forever. I don't need it to be fast. I just need it to be thorough. Rivera smiled. Then we're going to get along just fine. I'll start reaching out to the families. Build the plaintiff list. With this documentation, we can file within a month. He paused. But I should warn you, the moment we file, this becomes public. Your father-in-law will know it came from you. Good. I said, I want him to know. While Rivera worked on the legal angle, I worked on the social one. Herbert Whitehead's power wasn't just in his money. It was in his connections. The clubs he belonged to, the boards he sat on, the charity galas he attended. He'd built his reputation over decades, carefully crafting an image of respectability and civic duty. I was going to dismantle that image piece by piece. I started with the Beacon Hill Society, a charity organization both Herbert and I were members of. I joined reluctantly at Samantha's urging, attended the quarterly meetings, written checks for their causes. I'd never paid much attention to the politics. Now I did. The president was a woman named Diane Dalton. Old money like the Whiteheads, but with actual principles. She ran a foundation for children's health and safety. When I showed her the documents about Source, about the contaminated vitamins and the sick children, she went pale. Herbert Whitehead is on our board, she said quietly. We've been accepting donations from Source for 3 years using their products in our care packages for low-income families. How many packages have you distributed? Thousands. We looked at each other, the implications settling like lead in the air. I need to call an emergency board meeting. Diane said this. This is unconscionable. Wait. I leaned forward. Don't tip your hand yet. Keep accepting his donations. Keep him thinking everything is normal, but document everything. Every interaction, every donation, every product they've given you. When this goes public, you're going to need to show that you acted in good faith. You're protecting the society. I'm protecting the children you serve. When Herbert goes down, Metasource goes with him. The lawsuit will destroy the company. You need to have your response ready. How you'll replace those products. How you'll support any families who were affected. Be the hero of the story, not another victim. Diane studied me. You thought this through. I've thought about nothing else for 2 weeks. She nodded slowly. What do you need from me for now? Nothing. Just be ready. When the time comes, I'll need you to make a public statement condemning Herbert and cutting all ties with MedSource. Your voice carries weight in this city. Other organizations will follow your lead. You're isolating him. I'm showing everyone who he really is. The pieces fell into place over the next month. Rivera filed the class action lawsuit with 17 families as plaintiffs. The documents went public. Within hours, every news outlet in Boston was running the story. MediSource board member accused of knowingly distributing contaminated vitamins to children. Brent's investigative piece ran the same day, diving deep into Herbert's emails and the company's pattern of fraud. It was nominated for a Pulitzer. Within a week, Herbert's world began to crack. The Beacon Hill Society expelled him. 3 other charitable boards followed suit. His country club membership was suspended pending investigation. Business partners started distancing themselves. The phone call stopped. The dinner invitations dried up. Catherine called Samantha crying, begging her to talk to me to make this stop. Samantha hung up on her, but Herbert himself stayed silent. No public statements, no denial. His lawyers issued a standard response. Mr. Whitehead denies all allegations and looks forward to clearing his name in court. He was digging in, preparing for war. Good. So was I. I'd been documenting everything, building a timeline of Herbert's involvement with MediSource, and I'd found something interesting. A pattern of stock transactions. Herbert had been selling off his MediSource shares incrementally over the past 6 months, always just under the reporting threshold that would trigger SEC scrutiny. He'd known something was coming, had been quietly extracting his money while leaving other board members and investors exposed. I sent the trading records to the SEC's enforcement division with an anonymous tip. Let them dig into possible insider trading. Then I found the property records. MediSource owned a storage facility in Worcester. According to the company's public filings, it was used for archival storage of old records. According to the photographs my private investigator took, it was full of products. Pallets of vitamins and supplements that should have been destroyed years ago. Products that had failed quality control, been recalled, or simply expired. Products that kept mysteriously reappearing in low-income communities through charity initiatives. I sent those photographs to the FDA. Herbert's cracks became fissurers. The SEC launched an investigation. The FDA raided the Worcester facility. More families came forward with sick children. The plaintiff list in Rivera's lawsuit grew to 43. And through it all, I went to work, designed buildings, attended Ethan's soccer games, had dinner with my wife, lived my normal life while methodically destroying my father-in-laws. Samantha asked me once if I felt guilty. No, I told her honestly. I feel patient because the best revenge wasn't fast. It was thorough. 3 months after the lawsuit was filed, Herbert showed up at my office. My secretary, Tiffany Parker, buzzed me. Mr. Hale, Herbert Whitehead is here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment. I'd known this moment would come. Eventually, Herbert would stop hiding behind lawyers and accountants. Eventually, he'd confront me directly. Send him in. Herbert entered my office looking older than I'd ever seen him. His hair, usually immaculately styled, was disheveled. His expensive suit hung slightly loose like he'd lost weight. The arrogance was still there, but it was frayed around the edges. Ryan, he didn't sit, didn't offer a handshake. We need to talk. I have nothing to say to you. Then listen. He moved to the window, looking out at the Boston skyline. You're destroying me. You know that? Yes. The lawsuit, the investigations, the media circus. My reputation is ruined. My business partners won't return my calls. Catherine and I have been disinvited from events we've attended for 30 years. He turned to face me. Are you satisfied? Not even close. His jaw clenched. What do you want? Money? I'll write you a check right now. Name your price. You think this is about money? Everything is about money, Brian. You of all people should know that. You spent 10 years trying to prove you could run with my crowd, buy the right houses, wear the right clothes. Don't pretend you're above it. I'm not above it. I agreed. But this isn't about money. It's about my son. It's about the other 43 children you poisoned. It's about you standing in my dining room and telling me Ethan's life mattered less than a birthday reservation. I made a mistake. You made a choice. You chose profit over safety, over children's lives, over your own grandson. I stood facing him across my desk. And then when your choice put him in the ICU, you chose your pride over his life. I didn't know the vitamins would hurt him. I thought you thought what? That the contamination reports were exaggerated? That the side effects wouldn't affect your family? Or did you just not care because the lawsuits were cheaper than recalling the products? Herbert's face flushed. You self-righteous little. You have no idea how business works at that level. Sometimes people get hurt. It's unavoidable. You make the best decisions you can with the information you have. You had all the information. You had reports, test results, medical records. You knew children were having seizures, neurological damage, liver failure, and you buried it. To save the company, to save jobs, hundreds of people work for Medors, and their children deserve to take vitamins that won't put them in the hospital. I slammed my hand on the desk. You don't get to hide behind noble intentions, Herbert. You poison kids for profit. Period. We stared at each other across the desk. Two men who'd never liked each other, finally dropping the pretense of civility. What do you want? Herbert asked again, quieter this time. Tell me how to fix this. You can't fix it. You can only face it. I sat back down. The lawsuit goes forward. The investigations continue, and when they're done, you'll go to prison. That's how this ends. I'll fight. I know. And you'll lose. Herbert's hands curled into fists. I could still destroy you. One call to my lawyers. We file a defamation suit based on what? Documented evidence of your crimes. Good luck with that. I could make you toxic in this city. No one would work with your firm. No investor would touch you. Then do it, I said calmly. Call everyone you know. Tell them all about how I'm targeting you. See who answers. See who still takes your calls. I smiled. Because I've spent 3 months making sure everyone knows exactly who you are. You have no power left, Herbert. Just ego. He stared at me for a long moment and I saw it. The moment he realized I was right, that his influence, his connections, his carefully built empire was crumbling and there was nothing he could do to stop it. You're destroying my family, he said quietly. No, you did that yourself. I'm just making sure everyone sees it. Herbert turned to leave, but paused at the door. Samantha will never forgive you for this. She'll resent you for turning her against her own father. Samantha knows what you did, what you are. She made her choice. Children always choose their parents eventually. Blood is thicker than marriage vows. Brian, you'll see. He left. I didn't watch him go. I pulled out my phone and texted Brent. He came to the office. Tried to buy me off. Record it if he contacts you. The response came immediately. Already got 2 voicemails from his lawyers. This is going to be good. The trial began in the fall. Not a criminal trial. That would come later after the federal investigations concluded. This was the civil suit. 43 families against Medisource Technologies and its board of directors. The courtroom was packed. Media in the back rows. Families in the front. I sat with Samantha watching as Rivera systematically dismantled Herbert's defense. The emails were damning. Herbert arguing against her calls. Herbert pushing for faster production despite quality control warnings. Herbert calculating that lawsuit settlements were cheaper than fixing the manufacturing process. Money over safety every time. Rivera told the jury. That was Herbert Whitehead's philosophy. And these children paid the price. They brought in the victims. Kids with tremors they'd never had before. One 9-year-old girl who'd lost partial vision. A 6-year-old boy who still had seizures despite medication. And Ethan, I'd fought against it. Didn't want to put my son through testifying. But Rivera insisted and Ethan wanted to do it. I want to help the other kids, he'd said. Grandpa hurt them, too. So, we sat in that courtroom and watched our 8-year-old son take the stand. Watched him describe seeing Herbert at the factory taking the pills from the bottle in Herbert's car. Getting sick the next day. Did your grandfather visit you in the hospital? Rivera asked gently. No, Ethan said. He sent a text to Dad about a birthday party instead. You could hear the jury's collective intake of breath. Herbert's lawyer tried to discredit him. Isn't it true you don't really remember much about being sick? That you were confused? I remember Grandpa giving me pills. I remember him saying it was our secret. I remember getting sick. Ethan looked directly at Herbert sitting at the defense table. And I remember Dad staying with me the whole time while Grandpa didn't care if I died. The judge called a recess. Samantha took Ethan out of the courtroom while I stayed, watching Herbert lean over to whisper furiously to his lawyer. In the hallway, I found Catherine Whitehead waiting. She looked older, too, brittle and fragile in her designer suit. I hope you're happy, she said. You've destroyed our family. Herbert destroyed your family. I'm just holding him accountable. He made mistakes. We all make mistakes. But this public humiliation, this trial, it's barbaric. You know what's barbaric, Catherine? 43 sick children, some of them with permanent damage. Because your husband cared more about his stock portfolio than their lives. The company's lawyers said those reports were inconclusive. The company's lawyers lied. And you know it. I stepped closer. How many charity events have you attended? How many galas for children's hospitals? And all that time, your husband was poisoning the exact children you claimed to care about. Her hand cracked across my face before I saw it coming. The slap echoed in the marble hallway. Don't you dare judge me, she hissed. You with your working class background and your precious moral superiority. You never belonged in our world. Samantha deserved better than you. Maybe, but Ethan deserved better than Herbert, and so did all those other kids. Security guards appeared, drawn by the commotion. Catherine swept past them, her heels clicking sharply on the marble. I touched my stinging cheek and smiled. Even she was cracking. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. When they returned, the verdict was unanimous. Guilty on all counts. Negligence, reckless endangerment, willful violation of safety standards. The damages were staggering. $200 million to be split among the plaintiffs, plus punitive damages, plus legal fees. Medisource Technologies filed for bankruptcy within a week. Herbert Whitehead's net worth, carefully built over decades, evaporated. The stock was worthless. The company assets were liquidated. His personal holdings, tied up in guarantees for the company's debts, were seized. The house in Beacon Hill, the one Catherine had inherited from her grandmother, went on the market. The Martha's Vineyard estate followed. The art collection, the cars, everything. And then the criminal charges came. Wire fraud, conspiracy, securities fraud, the FDA violations, the SEC insider trading case. Herbert Whitehead, pillar of Boston society, was indicted on 37 federal counts. I watched the news coverage with Samantha, her head on my shoulder, as reporters detailed the fall of a man who'd thought himself untouchable. Do you think he'll go to prison? She asked. Yes, good. The sentencing hearing was in February, almost a year after Ethan's hospitalization. Herbert had taken a plea deal, 20 years in federal prison in exchange for testimony against the other Medisource executives. 20 years. He was 72. He'd die in prison. I attended the hearing with Samantha. We sat in the gallery while Herbert, wearing an orange jumpsuit instead of cashmere, stood before the judge. The families were allowed to make statements. One by one, they stood and described what Herbert's greed had cost them. Medical bills, permanent disabilities, lost childhoods. Then it was my turn. I stood looking directly at Herbert. He didn't meet my eyes. My son almost died, I said simply. Not because of an accident, not because of bad luck, but because this man, his own grandfather, valued profit over his life. And when my son was fighting for his life in the ICU, this man texted me to say a birthday dinner was more important. I paused, letting that sink in. But my son survived. He's strong and healthy and smart. He's got his whole life ahead of him. And every milestone he reaches, every success he achieves, every moment of happiness he experiences will be something Herbert Whitehead will never see because he'll be in prison alone, stripped of everything he thought made him important. I looked at the judge. That's not revenge, Your Honor. That's justice. The judge nodded gravely, then delivered the sentence. 20 years, no parole. Herbert was led away in handcuffs. Catherine sobbed in the front row, and I felt nothing, no triumph, no satisfaction, just a quiet sense that the scales had finally balanced. Outside the courthouse, reporters mobbed us. Cameras flashing, microphones thrust in our faces. Mr. Hale, how does it feel to see your father-in-law sentenced? Like I can finally breathe, I said. Will you reconcile with the Whitehead family? No, my family is my wife and son. Anyone who prioritizes appearances over children's safety isn't family. What's next for you? I looked at Samantha, then at Ethan, waiting with Brent by the car. Next, I'm going to take my son for ice cream and tell him how proud I am of his courage. The rest of the world can sort itself out. Life didn't immediately return to normal. There were still depositions, appeals, media requests. Catherine tried to reach out several times, wanting Samantha to visit Herbert in prison. Samantha blocked her number. My firm weathered some initial backlash from clients who'd been friends with the Whiteheads, but it passed. Turns out most people don't want to be associated with a man who poisoned children. New clients came, drawn by the publicity, by the story of a father who'd fought back. The other families from the lawsuit started a support group, monthly meetings where the kids could play together, where the parents could share resources and healing. Samantha and I attended regularly. Ethan made friends with kids who'd been through what he had. Brent won his Pulitzer, used the prize money to fund an investigative nonprofit focused on corporate accountability, asked me to sit on the board. I said yes, and slowly, month by month, we rebuilt. Not the life we'd had before, trying to fit into Herbert's world, seeking approval. We'd never get a different life, better. 6 months after Herbert's sentencing, we were at Ethan's soccer game. He'd made the select team, was playing midfield with the same determination he'd shown in that hospital room when he opened his eyes and told me about his grandfather. Samantha squeezed my hand as Ethan scored, his teammates mobbing him in celebration. "I'm glad we destroyed him," she said quietly. "Does that make me a bad person?" "No," I said, "it makes you a good mother." I keep thinking about what he said. That I'd resent you for turning me against my father. "Do you?" She looked at me, those green eyes clear and certain. "He turned me against himself the moment he chose a dinner party over his grandson's life. You just showed me who he really was." We watched Ethan run back to position, waving at us from the field. "He's going to be okay," Samantha said. "All of this, everything that happened, he's going to be okay." "Better than okay," I agreed. "He's got his mother's strength and his father's stubbornness. He's going to be great." That night, after Ethan was asleep, I went to my office and pulled out a box I'd kept hidden. Inside were copies of everything. The documents, the emails, the photographs, the complete record of Herbert Whitehead's crimes, and my campaign to expose them. I'd considered burning it all, moving on completely. But something made me hesitate. Then I understood this wasn't about Herbert anymore. It was a blueprint, a record of how to fight back when powerful people think they're untouchable. How to dismantle an empire built on cruelty piece by careful piece. I labeled the box and put it in the safe in my office. Maybe someday someone else would need it. Some other father facing some other Herbert Whitehead. And they'd know you can fight back. You can win not through violence, not through matching their cruelty, but through patience, documentation, and the systematic application of truth. That's how you destroy a monster. Not in one dramatic confrontation, but in 1,000 small cuts that bleed them dry. I closed the safe and went upstairs to my wife and son, to the life we built from the ashes of Herbert's empire. And I slept well that night, knowing that somewhere in a federal prison, Herbert Whitehead was learning that the boy from South Boston he'd looked down on for 10 years had taught him the most important lesson of his life. Never underestimate a father protecting his son. Story 6. While I was enjoying my first approved break in 6 years in Paris, my wife's father, the CEO, called. "What do you think you're doing? You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig." I laughed and hung up before he could finish his sentence. Then raised my glass and toasted with the man sitting next to me, the CEO of our biggest competitor, who happened to be staying at the same resort. When I returned, things got hysterical when the terrace overlooked the Seine like a painting I'd only ever seen in screensavers. The kind of view that exists in other people's lives, not mine. 6 years. 6 years of 60-hour weeks of skipped lunches and swallowed pride, of watching my wife's family treat me like expensive help they regretted hiring. And here I was finally with a glass of Chateau Margaux in my hand and the Eiffel Tower glittering in the distance like a promise I'd forgotten how to believe in. The wine was exceptional. I'd ordered it specifically because it cost more than my first car. And for once, for the first time in half a decade, I didn't feel guilty about it. "You look like a man who just remembered he's allowed to breathe." The gentleman next to me said he was older, maybe early 60s, with silver hair and the kind of calm that comes from never having to check a price tag. His suit probably cost more than my monthly salary. Used to cost more than my monthly salary. I laughed. It felt strange in my throat, like a language I'd forgotten. Something like that. First time in Paris. First time anywhere in 6 years. He raised an eyebrow. The kind of expression that said he'd heard a story before I'd even told it. "Let me guess. You work in corporate. They told you the company needed you. That taking time off would be selfish. That the team was counting on you." Close. I swirled the wine, watching it catch the light. "Family business. Same script, different cast." He nodded knowingly. The golden handcuffs with a wedding band. I should have been offended, but he was right. I'd married into the Hartwell empire, Hartwell Industries, manufacturing and distribution, 32 facilities across 11 states, revenue in the high 9 figures. My father-in-law, Richard Hartwell, was the kind of CEO who appeared in business magazines with headlines like "The Man Who Never Blinks," and how Richard Hartwell turned family values into profit. What they didn't write about was how he turned family into profit margins. How he dangled the CFO position in front of me like a treat for a performing dog, always just out of reach. How my wife Vanessa had slowly transformed from the woman I'd fallen for into a carbon copy of her father, all edges and expectations. No warmth left to spare. But I wasn't thinking about that. Not here. Not with this view. My phone buzzed. I glanced at it, saw Richard's name, and felt my stomach drop in that Pavlovian way it had learned over 6 years of conditioning. You going to answer that? The gentleman asked. I'm on vacation. Good man. It kept buzzing, then stopped, then started again. I picked it up on the 4th call. What do you think you're doing? Richard's voice came through so loud that the gentleman next to me could probably hear it. I held the phone slightly away from my ear. I'm in Paris, Richard, like I told you I would be. Like I put in the request for 3 months ago. Like you approved. I approved a weekend. Not how long has it been? 4 days. It's been 3 days of a 2-week vacation that was approved. I kept my voice level, but I could feel something shifting inside me. Like tectonic plates finally deciding they'd had enough. 2 weeks. Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea what's happening here? The Bergman contract is falling apart. The quarterly reports are due. And you're sitting in some cafe drinking wine like you don't have responsibilities. The gentleman next to me caught my eye and mouthed. Family business. I nodded. He smiled and shook his head in sympathy. Richard. I left detailed notes. I trained Marcus on the Bergman account. Everything is handled. Marcus is an idiot. You're the CFO. I'm the senior financial analyst who does the work of a CFO for the salary of a senior financial analyst, and I'm on an approved vacation. There was a pause. In that pause, I could hear everything. His shock that I'd interrupted him, his rage building like a pressure cooker, the calculations running through his head about how to reassert control. You're fired. The words hung in the air between us, between Paris and Connecticut, between the man I'd been and whoever I was about to become. I'm sorry. What? You heard me. You're fired. We don't need a lazy pig who abandons ship. The moment things get difficult, you're done. Don't bother coming back to the office. We'll have security pack your things. I looked at the sin, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the wine in my glass that tasted like freedom and cost like revenge, and I laughed. It started as a chuckle, then built into something fuller, something that came from a place so deep I'd forgotten it existed. I laughed like a man who just realized he'd been holding his breath underwater for 6 years and finally broke the surface. Are you listening to me? Richard's voice had gone shrill. Oh, I'm listening. I'm just enjoying the moment. See, Richard, here's the thing. There's no thing. I hung up, just pressed the red button, and watched his name disappear from my screen. Then I turned to the gentleman next to me, raised my glass, and said, I just got fired by my father-in-law. He studied me for a moment, then lifted his own glass with a smile. That suggested he understood more than I'd said. Then this calls for a toast. To new beginnings. To new beginnings, I echoed. We clinkied glasses and the crystal rang like a small perfect bell. I'm James, by the way, he said. James Morrison. The name registered immediately. James Morrison, CEO of Apex Consolidated, Hartwell Industries' largest competitor. The man Richard Hartwell had spent the last 3 years trying to destroy, outbid, and outmaneuver in every market they shared. I must have gone pale because James smiled wider. I take it you recognize the name. You're Apex. I am Apex. Yes. And you are recently unemployed. He laughed. A genuine sound that made his eyes crinkle. I heard the whole terrace heard. Actually, your father-in-law has impressive lung capacity. He practices yelling. It's like cardio for him. Tell me something. James leaned back in his chair completely relaxed. In your professional opinion, and I'm asking as one finance person to another, not as competitors, what's H. Hartwell's biggest vulnerability right now? I should have said nothing. Loyalty, even burned loyalty, should have kept my mouth shut. But loyalty is a two-way street, and Richard had just set fire to his end. They're overextended on the Bergman contract, I heard myself say. Promised delivery schedules they can't meet without massive overtime costs. The margins are going to be razor thin. And if there's any delay, which there will be because the equipment they need is backordered, they'll breach contract and face penalties that'll wipe out the entire profit. James nodded slowly. And theoretically, if someone were to secure that backordered equipment first, Hartwell would be scrambling, probably have to subcontract, which would kill their margins completely. They'd either take a massive loss or breach contract. Either way, their Q4 numbers would be catastrophic. Interesting. James took a sip of his wine. Very interesting. My phone buzzed again. Vanessa, this time I let it go to voicemail. It buzzed again immediately. Text message. Call me now. Your wife? James asked. My soon-to-be ex-wife, I'm guessing. Ah, she's upset about the firing. She's upset that I might have actually stood up for myself. That's not part of the script. The phone buzzed twice more in quick succession. I turned it face down on the table. Can I tell you something? James said. In my experience, the best revenge isn't dramatic. It's not angry. It's precise. It's walking away with your dignity intact and watching them realize too late exactly what they've lost. That sounds nice in theory. I'm not talking about theory. He pulled out his wallet, extracted a business card, and slid it across the table. I'm talking about an offer. Apex is opening a new division. We need a CFO who understands the manufacturing and distribution sector. Someone who knows the landscape, knows the players, knows where the opportunities are, someone who isn't afraid to take a vacation when they've earned it. I stared at the card. James Morrison, CEO, Apex Consolidated, a phone number, an email address. I can't you can't what? Accept a job offer? You're unemployed as if he checked his watch approximately 4 minutes ago. You're allowed to be employed again. It's not that simple. There's Vanessa and the family and they just fired you on your first vacation in 6 years while you were drinking wine in Paris. He leaned forward, his voice gentle but firm. Let me ask you something. If they valued you, would you be sitting here having this conversation? The truth of it hit me like cold water. No. If they valued me, Richard would have called to ask how Paris was. Vanessa would have sent photos of things she wanted me to see. I would have felt missed, not managed. Instead, I felt liberated. Think about it, James said, standing. No pressure, but the offer stands. We can discuss details when you're back in the States. For now, enjoy your vacation. You've earned it. He shook my hand firm. Brief, professional, and walked away, leaving me alone with the sen, the wine, and a business card that felt like a loaded gun. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Vanessa. Dad says, you lied at him. What is wrong with you? I picked up the phone and typed, I'm on vacation. We'll talk when I get back. Her response was immediate. There's nothing to talk about. You're coming home now. I looked at the river, at the lights, at the half-full glass of wine that had cost as much as my first car and tasted like the beginning of something I didn't have a name for yet. Then I typed no, just that, one word, 2 letters, the smallest rebellion possible. I pressed send and watched the message disappear into the digital void. Then I ordered another glass of wine, the same bottle, the same vintage, the same beautiful excess, and I sat there on that terrace overlooking the Seine. And I let myself imagine what it would feel like to work somewhere I was actually wanted. The phone exploded with messages. Vanessa, Richard, Vanessa's mother, Susan, with a message about family loyalty and disappointing everyone. My brother-in-law Thomas with a surprisingly kind note asking if I was okay. I turned the phone off completely. The waiter brought my wine. The night air was perfect. Somewhere in the distance, a street musician was playing La Vie en Rose on an accordion, which should have been cliched, but somehow wasn't. And for the first time in 6 years, I felt like myself. Not the person they'd needed me to be. Not the role I'd been playing, just me drinking expensive wine, watching the lights on the water, holding a business card that might be a life raft or might be a grenade. Either way, I was done drowning. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'd come to Paris to take a break from my life. And instead, my life had broken completely. But as I sat there, watching the city glow against the night sky, I realized something. Sometimes breaking is the only way to rebuild into something stronger. And I was ready to be strong again. The flight back to Connecticut felt longer than the flight to Paris had, even though they were the same duration. Funny how time works that way, how anticipation makes hours disappear and dread makes minutes stretch like taffy. I'd stayed the full 2 weeks every single day of my approved vacation. Despite the constant barrage of messages, voicemails, and increasingly unhinged emails from Richard, despite Vanessa's threats, then pleading, then cold silence, despite the part of me that whispered I was being childish, that I should just come home and smooth things over like I always did. But I didn't. I visited the Louvre. I ate at cafes where no one knew my name or cared about quarterly projections. I walked along the Seine every evening, sometimes alone, sometimes with James Morrison, who turned out to be staying at the same hotel for a European business tour. We talked about finance, about family businesses, about the particular hell of working somewhere that treated loyalty like a contract with fine print you weren't allowed to read. He never pressured me about the job offer. Never even mentioned it after that first night. But it sat between us like a third presence at every conversation possibility. Dressed in a tailored suit, sipping espresso. On my last night in Paris, James handed me a folder over dinner. What's this? Nothing official. Just some reading material for the flight. Details about the CFO position if you're interested. Salary range, benefits, the usual. He paused, cutting into his steak with surgical precision, and maybe some information about Hartwell Industries that you might find enlightening. I opened the folder just enough to see the first page, a financial analysis of Hartwell Industries, complete with projections, market positioning, and several sections highlighted in yellow. Where did you get this publicly available information? Mostly some industry contacts. Nothing. You couldn't find yourself with enough time and the right questions. He met my eyes. I believe in making informed decisions. Whatever you decide about the job offer, you should know what you're walking away from or what you're walking back into. I tucked the folder into my carry-on. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. You haven't read it. I read it on the plane. Every page, every footnote, every highlighted section that James had marked for my attention. And with each page, the picture became clearer and uglier. Hartwell Industries wasn't just struggling, it was hemorrhaging. The Bergman contract I'd mentioned was one of 7 major accounts that were underwater on margins. Richard had been bidding aggressively on contracts, undercutting competitors to win market share, but the actual costs of fulfillment were eating them alive. They were winning battles and losing the war. And someone had been cooking the books to hide it. Not cooking exactly, more like seasoning, creative accounting, optimistic projections presented as certainties, deferred maintenance costs, delayed equipment purchases that would come due eventually with interest. I recognized my own work in some of the reports, but twisted numbers I'd presented with caveats were being shown to the board without context. Conservative estimates I'd calculated were being reported as guaranteed outcomes. My careful hedging had been stripped away, leaving only the optimistic skeleton. And then I found the section about the life insurance policies. Every executive at Hartwell Industries had a keyman life insurance policy, standard practice for a family business. If something happened to a critical employee, the company would receive a payout to cover the cost of replacement and training. What wasn't standard was the size of my policy, $15 million, or the fact that it had been increased from $2 million just 8 months ago, right after I'd successfully renegotiated the supplier contracts that had saved the company $4 million in annual costs, or the fact that Richard was the sole beneficiary on behalf of the company, and that there was a clause I'd never seen before about suicide exclusions being waived after the first 2 years. My policy was now in year 6. I read that page 3 times. My coffee going cold in my hands, turbulence rocking the plane while my stomach rocked for entirely different reasons. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was standard. Maybe I was being paranoid. But I thought about the increasingly dangerous efficiency consultations Richard had sent me on factory floors where I had to inspect equipment, warehouses where forklifts zipped past within inches, site visits to facilities with questionable safety records. I thought about the time he'd insisted I personally oversee a late-night inventory at the chemical storage facility alone, despite that being wildly outside my job description. I thought about how tired I'd been lately. How the coffee at the office had started tasting bitter. How I'd had that weird dizzy spell last month that sent me to the ER, where they'd found nothing wrong but suggested I was probably just overworked and should take a vacation. A vacation Richard had initially approved, then seemed surprised I was actually taking. The plane hit another patch of turbulence and I gripped the armrest. Maybe I was being paranoid. Or maybe 6 years of gaslighting had trained me not to trust my own instincts. I pulled out my phone, still in airplane mode, and looked at the last message Vanessa had sent before I stopped checking. "You're going to regret this. We gave you everything. Everything. A job where I did executive work for analyst pay. A marriage that felt like a performance review. A family that treated me like an asset on a balance sheet. Valuable until I wasn't, and then disposable." The flight attendant came by with the breakfast service. I wasn't hungry, but I took the croissant anyway. Picked at it while I watched the sun rise over the Atlantic. Somewhere down there, Connecticut was waiting. Vanessa was waiting, Richard was waiting, and I was flying toward them at 500 miles per hour with a folder full of information that made my 6 years at Hartwell Industries look less like a career and more like a crime scene. The landing was smooth. Logan Airport, then a connecting shuttle to Hartford. I'd left my car at the long-term parking, and it started on the first try, which felt like a small miracle. The drive to our house, Vanessa's house, really bought with Hartwell money before we'd even married, took 40 minutes. 40 minutes of suburban sprawl and familiar exits of radio stations I'd programmed and coffee shops I'd stopped at 1,000 times. It should have felt like coming home. Instead, it felt like being a stranger in my own life. The house was a colonial revival in West Hartford. 4 bedrooms and 3 baths, professionally landscaped with a driveway that could fit 4 cars and usually held Vanessa's Mercedes and my significantly more modest Honda. Today, there were 3 cars in the driveway. Vanessa's Mercedes, Richard's Escalade, and Susan's Lexus. A welcoming committee. I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the house I'd paid the mortgage on for 6 years, despite Vanessa's name being the only one on the deed. Looking at the windows I'd replaced, the garden I'd painted. Then I grabbed my suitcase, the folder from James, and my laptop bag, and I walked up to my own front door like a man approaching a firing squad. I didn't need to knock. The door opened before I reached it. Vanessa stood there, and for a moment I saw the woman I'd married. Dark hair, sharp cheekbones, the kind of beauty that looked expensive because it was. She was wearing a cream cashmere sweater and tailored slacks. The uniform of a woman who'd never had to worry about price tags. But her eyes were cold. "You have a lot of nerve showing up here," she said. "I live here." "Not anymore, you don't." She stepped aside and I saw them in the living room. Richard in the wing-back chair like a king holding court. Susan on the sofa with her spine straight and her pearls perfect. Both of them looking at me like I was a stain on their expensive carpet. "Welcome home," Richard said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "How was Paris? Did you enjoy your little tantrum?" I set my suitcase down carefully. It wasn't a tantrum. It was a vacation, one you approved. I approved a weekend, not a. He waved his hand dismissively. European sabbatical while the company crumbled. The company didn't crumble. I left detailed instructions. Marcus handled everything. Marcus is an incompetent fool who nearly cost us the Bergman contract. The Bergman contract was always a disaster. I told you that when you bid on it. I told you the margins were too thin and the timeline was impossible. You bid on it anyway. The room went quiet. You didn't contradict Richard Hartwell. That was rule 1 of working at Hartwell Industries, of being married to his daughter, of existing in his orbit. But I was tired of rules that only applied to me. You told me, Richard repeated slowly, that the Bergman contract was viable if we optimized our processes. I told you it was possible if everything went perfectly, which it never does. I also told you we should bid higher to account for contingencies. You overruled me. I overruled you because you're conservative to the point of cowardice. This is business. Sometimes you have to take risks. Taking risks with accurate information is business. Taking risks while ignoring your CFO's analysis is gambling. You're not the CFO, Vanessa cut in, her voice sharp. You're a senior financial analyst who's gotten too big for his position. There it was. The truth, finally said out loud. I looked at her, really looked at her, and tried to find the woman who'd once laughed at my jokes, who'd stayed up late talking about dreams and fears, who'd promised that her family would see my value eventually. She was gone. Or maybe she'd never existed. Maybe I'd just been in love with potential with the hope that someday I'd be good enough for them. You're right, I said quietly. I'm not the CFO. I just do all the work of a CFO for a fraction of the salary with none of the authority. My mistake was thinking that might change. Your mistake? Richard stood up. All 6'2" of him with his silver hair and his custom suit and his absolute certainty that he was right about everything was thinking you could embarrass this family without consequences. You hung up on me. You ignored Vanessa's calls. You stayed in Paris like some kind of a person on vacation. I offered. His face went red. You're fired. I told you that already. You're fired. And you're going to sign these papers. He gestured to the coffee table where a stack of documents waited, flagged with bright orange tabs. I didn't move toward them. What papers? Separation papers from the company and from Vanessa. We're making this clean. How efficient. Don't be snide. You're not in a position to be snide-eyed. You're going to sign. You're going to take your severance, which is generous considering, and you're going to leave this family alone. I walked over to the coffee table, looked down at the papers, non-disclosure agreement, non-compete clause, settlement and release. Divorce papers already filled out with Vanessa petitioning on grounds of abandonment and mental cruelty. Mental cruelty. That was almost funny. And if I don't sign, then you get nothing. Vanessa said, no severance, no recommendation. We'll make sure no one in this industry ever hires you. You'll be done. I thought about the folder in my laptop bag, about James Morrison's offer, about the life insurance policy with my name on it and 15 million reasons for me to have an accident. I need to think about it. There's nothing to think about, Richard snapped. Sign the papers today. Now, no. The word hung in the air like smoke. Susan finally spoke, her voice measured and cold. Don't be foolish. You came from nothing. We gave you everything. A job, a home, a place in this family. This is more than fair. Fair? I tasted the word. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved the company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. But sure, fair. You abandoned your post. Richard said, I took an approved vacation after I told you not to after you initially approved it. You don't get to change the rules retroactively. I am the CEO of this company. I can do whatever I want. And there it was. The truth underneath all the corporate speak, all the talk about family values and teamwork. Richard Hartwell could do whatever he wanted. And everyone else had to smile and say, thank you. I picked up the divorce papers, flipped through them. Vanessa got the house, the car, the furniture. I got 30 days to vacate and a settlement of $50,000 contingent on signing the non-disclosure and non-compete. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. I'll think about it. I said again, there's a deadline. Vanessa said, you have 72 hours. After that, the offer is withdrawn and we file for divorce without settlement. You'll get nothing. I looked at her. This woman I'd loved who'd promised to be my partner. When did you stop being on my side? When you stopped being useful, she said. And at least she was honest. I picked up my suitcase. I'll be back for my things. You have 72 hours, Richard reminded me. I walked out of that house, out of that life. And I didn't look back. In my car, I sat with the engine running, looking at the folder from James Morrison. Then I pulled out my phone and dialed the number on his business card. He answered on the second ring. I was wondering when I'd hear from you. I need to know something, I said. That job offer, is it real? Not a pity hire, not a favor. Real. It's real. I need a CFO who understands this industry. You're the best person I know for the job. So, yes, it's real. When can I start? I could hear the smile in his voice. How soon can you get to New York? I can be there tomorrow. Then, let's say tomorrow. 10 a.m. My office. We'll discuss terms, go over the division structure, and if we're both happy, you can sign on immediately. What about the non-compete Hartwell will make me sign? Non-competes are tricky in Connecticut, especially when the firing was retaliatory and the employee was on approved leave. But we'll have our lawyers look at it. I'm not worried. I looked at the house one more time. At the life I'd built that had never really been mine. I'll see you tomorrow, I said. Welcome to Apex, James said, and hung up. I drove to a hotel in Marriott near the highway. Clean and anonymous. I ordered room service, spread the Hartwell documents across the bed, and started reading. By midnight, I had a list of 15 regulatory issues, 8 accounting irregularities, and 1 life insurance policy that made my blood run cold. By 2 meters, I had a plan. And by dawn, I was ready to burn it all down. Not with anger, not with drama, with evidence, with precision, with the kind of quiet revenge that Richard Hartwell would never see coming. The Apex Consolidated building in Manhattan was everything Hartwell Industries headquarters. Wasn't sleek glass and steel rising 40 stories above Midtown with a lobby that looked like modern art, had made it with architecture, and produced something beautiful. No wood paneling, no oil paintings of stern-faced founders, just clean lines, natural light, and a reception desk where the security guard smiled at me like I was a person, not an interruption. You must be Mr. Chen, she said, checking her tablet. Mr. Morrison is expecting you. 4th floor, suite 4000. The elevators are to your right. I'd worn my best suit, a charcoal gray I'd bought on sale 3 years ago, that still fit well enough to pass for expensive. My shirt was pressed. My shoes were shined. I looked like someone who belonged in a building like this, even if I didn't quite feel like it yet. The elevator was glass on one side, offering a view of Manhattan. As I rose through the building, I watched the city spread out below me. All those lives happening simultaneously. All those people who had no idea that my entire existence had just reshuffled itself like a deck of cards. The 40th floor was quiet in the way. Expensive places are thick carpet that swallowed sound, art on the walls that probably cost more than my car, and an assistant at a desk who looked up and smiled as I approached. Mr. Chen, good morning. James is finishing a call, but he'll be right with you. Can I get you anything? Coffee, water, tea? Coffee would be great. Black. Thank you. She returned with coffee in a real mug, not a paper cup, not a styrofoam disaster, and gestured to a seating area with a view that made my hotel room seem like a closet. Please make yourself comfortable. He shouldn't be more than a few minutes. I sat, sipped the coffee, which was excellent, and tried to calm the part of my brain that kept whispering, this was all a mistake, that I should go back to Connecticut and sign Richard's papers, and accept my place in the universe as someone who didn't get nice things. But then I thought about Vanessa's face when she'd called me useless. About Richard's smug certainty that I had no options. About that life insurance policy and all the convenient accidents that hadn't happened yet but might have eventually if I'd stayed long enough. No. I was done being small to make them feel big. David James emerged from his office, hand extended, smile genuine. He was wearing a navy suit with an open collar, no tie, which somehow made him look more authoritative, not less. Right on time. Come in. Come in. His office was corner positioned with windows on two sides, offering views of both Midtown and Central Park. The furniture was modern but comfortable, the kind of workspace that said its occupant actually worked here, not just held court. There were papers on the desk, a half-empty coffee cup, a framed photo of James with two college-age kids who had his smile. Your family? I asked, nodding at the photo. My daughter and son, both graduated now, both smarter than I was at their age. Rebecca's in medical school. Andrew's doing something with artificial intelligence that I only pretend to understand. He gestured to a conference table by the window. Please sit. Let's talk. I sat and he pushed a leather portfolio across the table to me. That's the formal offer. Take your time reading it. I'll give you the highlights, but the details matter, so don't just skim. I opened the portfolio. The first page was a letter on Apex letterhead. Offer of employment, Chief Financial Officer, Apex Manufacturing Division. The salary made me blink. $285,000 base with performance bonuses that could add another $100,000. That was more than double what Hartwell had paid me and almost exactly what a CFO should make in this industry. The base salary is competitive for the market, James said, watching my reaction. The bonus structure is tied to division performance metrics, EBITDA growth, cost savings, successful contract negotiations. You hit your targets, you make your bonus. Simple as that. I kept reading health insurance full coverage, no deductible, 401k matching at 6%. 4 weeks paid vacation starting immediately, not acred over time. 4 weeks, I heard myself say, and we actually expect you to take it. Burned out executives make bad decisions. I'd rather you take breaks and stay sharp. He leaned back in his chair. I saw what Hartwell did to you. That's not how we operate here. Stock options, professional development, budget, relocation assistance if I needed it. The division you'd be overseeing is our newest, James continued. We're expanding into precision manufacturing medical devices, aerospace components, high tolerance work. It's a different market than bulk distribution, but the financial principles are the same. You'd have a team of 4 initially with budget to hire more as we scale. 4 people reporting to me initially. I expect that number to grow. We're starting with about $60 million in projected revenue for the first year, scaling to $200 million by year 3 if we execute properly. Your job is to make sure we're profitable at every stage of that growth, not just chasing top-line numbers. It was everything I'd wanted at Hartwell. Responsibility, authority, respect. There's one complication, I said, pulling out the folder Richard had prepared. Hartwell wants me to sign a non-compete 18 months covering the entire manufacturing and distribution sector in the Northeast. James held out his hand and I passed him the document. He read it in silence, his expression neutral, then set it down and smiled. This is barely enforceable. You were fired while on approved leave. That's retaliatory termination. The non-compete is overly broad. And most importantly, you'd be working in a different sector. We're not competing for the same contracts. He slid the paper back to me. Sign it if you want the severance. Our lawyers can break it if Hartwell tries to enforce it, which they won't because they don't want a wrongful termination lawsuit. They offered me $50,000 as severance. Sign it, take the money, and start here next week. If Richard wants to make a fuss, we'll bury him in legal fees. Trust me, he'll back down. I wanted to believe him, but I'd spent 6 years watching Richard destroy people who opposed him, grinding them down with the sheer weight of his certainty that he was untouchable. You don't know Richard Hartwell, I said quietly. Actually, I do. We've been competing for 20 years. I've watched him bid aggressively on contracts he can't fulfill profitably, cut corners on safety to meet margins, treat employees like disposable assets. He's good at projecting strength, but his foundation is crumbling. James leaned forward, his voice gentle, but firm. I've seen the analysis you did in Paris. I know you understand exactly how weak Hartwell Industries really is. The question is, are you ready to stop protecting him? The question hung in the air between us. Was I? For 6 years, I'd covered for Richard's mistakes, massaged the numbers to hide his bad decisions, found creative solutions to problems he'd created through arrogance and ego. I'd been a good soldier, a loyal employee, a perfect son-in-law who knew his place, and it had gotten me fired, divorced, and nearly killed if my suspicions about that life insurance policy were correct. Yes, I said. I'm ready. James smiled. Good. Then let's talk about what happens next. You're going to sign Hartwell's papers, take your severance, and start here on Monday. We'll announce your hiring in the industry, press new CFO for Apex Manufacturing Division, impressive credentials, exciting future. Richard will see it and he'll be furious, but there's nothing he can do. He'll try something. Let him try. We're not Hartwell Industries. We don't operate on intimidation. We operate on results. James pulled out another folder. This one thicker than the employment offer. This is everything we have on Hartwell Industries. Market analysis, competitive intelligence, financial projections based on publicly available data. I want you to read it, not as a former employee, but as our CFO. Tell me where they're vulnerable. Tell me where we can compete effectively. Tell me how we can win without breaking any rules. I took the folder, felt its weight in my hands. This feels like corporate espionage. It's competitive intelligence. Everything in that folder is either public record or industry knowledge. I'm not asking you to violate any confidentiality agreements. I'm asking you to use your expertise to help Apex make better strategic decisions. He paused. If it makes you uncomfortable, we won't do it. But understand, Richard Hartwell wouldn't hesitate to do the same to us if our positions were reversed. He has multiple times. I thought about the Bergman contract, about the bids Richard had won by undercutting Apex only to bleed money on execution, about the way he'd used my analysis to undermine competitors, then turned around and ignored that same analysis when it suited him. Fair play was for people who had power. I'd been playing fair for 6 years, and it had gotten me here. Jobless, homeless, divorced. Maybe it was time to play smart instead. I'll read it, I said, and I'll tell you what I think. But I won't share anything proprietary. No client lists, no internal communications, nothing that would cross a legal line. That's all I'm asking. Use your knowledge of the industry. That's not proprietary. That's experience. And you earned it. He stood, extended his hand again. So, do we have a deal? I looked at the employment offer one more time. At the salary that would let me breathe, at the vacation time that was actually meant to be used, at the title that matched the work I'd been doing all along. Then I looked out the window at Manhattan spread below us. All those possibilities. All those people who'd built lives on their own terms. We have a deal, I said, and shook his hand. The contract signing took 20 minutes. James's assistant notarized everything, made copies, filed the paperwork. I walked out of that office with a start date of the following Monday. A temporary corporate apartment in Manhattan until I found a place of my own and a signing bonus of $20,000 that would hit my account within 48 hours. I felt like I was floating. In the elevator down, I pulled out my phone and looked at the messages I'd been ignoring. 17 from Vanessa, 9 from Richard, 3 from Susan, 1 from Thomas, Vanessa's brother that just said, "Good for you, man." Seriously. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I called the Marriott and extended my reservation for another week. Then I called a lawyer, not a Hartwell family lawyer, but someone independent I found through a Google search and 3 articles about wrongful termination. Her name was Patricia Chen, no relation, though I joked about it when I called. She agreed to meet me that afternoon. Her office was in a converted brownstone in Hartford, comfortable and professional without being ostentatious. She was maybe 50 with silver-streaked black hair and the kind of direct gaze that suggested she didn't waste time on, so she said after I'd explained the situation, fired while on approved vacation, pressured to sign a separation agreement within 72 hours and they're offering you $50,000 to go away quietly. That's the summary. Yes. And you want to know if you should sign? I want to know what my options are. She leaned back in her chair, stapled her fingers. Option 1, you sign, take the money, and move on. It's clean, it's fast, and you avoid a legal battle. Option 2, you don't sign, and you sue for wrongful termination. Connecticut is an at-will state. But there are exceptions, retaliation being one of them. If you can prove they fired you specifically for taking approved vacation time, you might have a case. How would I prove that? Do you have documentation that the vacation was approved? Email approval from Richard. Dated 3 months ago. Perfect. Do you have evidence that he fired you specifically because you took the vacation? I thought about the phone call in Paris. He said it on the phone. I don't have a recording. Witnesses? A restaurant full of people, but they were speaking French mostly though. I paused remembering. James Morrison was sitting next to me. He heard everything. Patricia raised an eyebrow. James Morrison of Apex Consolidated. That James Morrison the same. He's offered me a job as CFO. CFO, that complicates things. If you sue Hartwell and you're already working for their competitor, it looks retaliatory on your part, not theirs. The optics are terrible. So, I should just sign and let them win. I didn't say that. I said the optics are terrible for a lawsuit. But here's what I'd recommend. Sign the agreement, take the severance, and keep detailed records of everything. Every email, every text message, every communication. Because if Hartwell tries to enforce that non-compete against you, we'll have grounds to argue it's retaliatory and therefore unenforceable. We won't have to prove wrongful termination. We just have to show that the non-compete is being used to punish you for taking legal employment elsewhere. It made sense. Don't fight the battle they wanted me to fight. Wait for them to overreach, then strike. And the divorce, that's trickier. Connecticut is an equitable distribution state, meaning marital assets get divided fairly, not necessarily equally. How long were you married? 6 years. And you worked at Hartwell during that entire time? Yes. Did you contribute to the household income? I paid the mortgage, all the utilities, groceries, most expenses, but the house is in her name only. It was bought before we married with Hartwell money. Her name is the only one on the deed. Patricia made a note. That works in your favor. Actually, if the house is her separate property, you have no claim to it, but she also can't claim you owe her anything for it. What about retirement accounts, savings, investments? I have a 401k from Hartwell with maybe $80,000 in it. She has significantly more family money. Then the divorce should be straightforward. You take your 401k, she takes her assets, you split any joint accounts, and you're done. Don't fight for things that aren't worth the legal fees. She's claiming mental cruelty, Patricia snorted. They always do. It's boilerplate language for no-fault divorce. Don't take it personally. What matters is the asset division and whether there's alimony. Alimony in a 6-year marriage where both parties worked. Unlikely. But if she asks for it, we'll counter with the fact that you were the primary breadwinner for household expenses while she had access to family wealth. It'll go nowhere. I left Patricia's office with a plan. Sign the Hartwell papers, take the severance, start at Apex, and let Richard make the first wrong move because he would. Men like Richard Hartwell always did. They couldn't help themselves. That evening, I sat in my hotel room and read through the Apex folder on Hartwell Industries. Page by page, section by section, I saw my former employer through new eyes. They were overextended in 7 markets. They'd deferred maintenance on critical equipment. They'd underbid on contracts to steal market share, but the actual margins were killing them. Their workforce was demoralized. I could see it in the turnover numbers, in the Glassdoor reviews, in the safety incident reports that were trending upward, and that life insurance policy. $15 million increased right after I'd saved them $4 million. I pulled out my laptop and started making notes. Not about proprietary information I wouldn't violate my confidentiality obligations, but about patterns, about decision processes, about the kind of strategic thinking that led companies to chase short-term wins at the expense of long-term stability. By midnight, I had a 20-page analysis of where Apex could compete effectively without directly challenging Hartwell's existing contracts. New markets, different sectors, better margins. I sent it to James with a simple note. Preliminary thoughts. More to come. His response came back within minutes. This is excellent. You're going to do great here. Get some sleep. Monday's going to be busy. I closed my laptop and lay back on the hotel bed, staring at the ceiling. 72 hours ago, I'd been in Paris drinking wine and pretending my life wasn't falling apart. Now I had a new job, a new future, and a plan. Richard Hartwell had fired me thinking I had nowhere to go. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. The Hartwell Industries headquarters looked smaller than I remembered. Maybe it had always been small, and I just convinced myself it was impressive because I needed to believe I was working somewhere that mattered. The building was a converted mill from the 1922. All red brick and arched windows that Richard liked to call historic and authentic, which was corporate speak for outdated and expensive to maintain. I parked in the visitor section. They'd already deactivated my employee badge. Apparently, the security guard at the front desk, Marcus, who I chatted with every morning for 6 years, looked uncomfortable when he saw me. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I have to, I know. Visitor badge. I'm here to see Richard Hartwell. He's expecting me. Marcus made the call, his voice low, then slid a temporary badge across the desk. 3rd floor. But you know that already. Thanks, Marcus. How's your daughter doing? She was applying to colleges, right? His face softened. Got into UConn. Full ride. She's over the moon. That's wonderful. Tell her congratulations from me. I will. And Mr. Chen, for what it's worth. I'm sorry about how things went down. I clipped the visitor badge to my jacket. Not your fault. Take care of yourself. The elevator ride to the 3rd floor felt longer than the 40-story ascent at Apex had. Familiar territory is always harder to leave than new ground is to claim. I saw the water stain on the ceiling that facilities had been meaning to fix for 2 years. The motivational poster about teamwork that someone had hung ironically and that Richard had never noticed was ironic. The smell of burned coffee from the break room where the pot was always left on too long. This had been my life, my daily reality, and I'd thought it was normal. The executive suite was at the end of the hall behind double doors that were supposed to look impressive but mostly just looked heavy. Richard's assistant, Jennifer, who'd always been kind to me, glanced up from her desk with an expression I couldn't quite read. "David, they're waiting for you in the conference room. They Mr. Hartwell, Mrs. Hartwell, and Vanessa." "And the lawyers?" "Of course, there were lawyers. Thanks for the warning, Jennifer." She lowered her voice. "I put together your termination paperwork. They didn't give me much to work with for the severance calculation. I'm sorry. You did what you could. I appreciate it." The conference room was the largest one in the building with a long mahogany table that could seat 20 minutes, but today held only 5. Richard at the head, Susan to his right, Vanessa to his left, and 2 men in expensive suits who radiated attorney-like cologne. Richard didn't stand when I entered. "You're late." I checked my watch. "I'm 2 minutes early, actually." I said 10 o'clock. "Your assistant said 10:30. He waved his hand dismissively, as if the contradiction was my fault somehow. "Sit down. Let's get this over with." I sat across from Vanessa, who wouldn't meet my eyes. She was wearing navy, a power color meant to make her look authoritative, but she just looked tired. There were circles under her eyes that makeup couldn't quite hide, and her hands were clasped too tightly on the table. One of the lawyers, the older one, with silver hair and a Rolex that probably cost more than my car, slid a stack of documents across the table. "Mr. Chen, I'm Robert Fitzgerald, representing Hartwell Industries. This is my colleague, Daniel Park. We've prepared the separation documents we discussed. I'll walk you through each section." "I've already read them," I said. "My attorney reviewed them as well." Richard's eyebrow went up. "You hired an attorney?" "You hired 2? "I hired 1. Seemed reasonable." "This doesn't need to be adversarial," Susan said, her voice syrupy with false warmth. "We're all family here." "We're really not," I said quietly. "But go ahead, Mr. Fitzgerald. Let's hear the terms." Fitzgerald cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable with my tone. "The separation agreement consists of 4 components: termination of employment, severance package, non-disclosure agreement, and non-compete clause. Let's start with termination." He flipped to the first flag page. "Hartwell Industries is terminating your employment effective immediately, citing voluntary abandonment of position and breach of operational standards." I took an approved vacation. "That's not abandonment. The approval was conditional upon operational needs, which changed during your absence." "That's not what the approval email says. It's unconditional approval for 2 weeks, dated 3 months ago." Fitzgerald's jaw tightened. "Regardless, the termination stands. The severance package is $50,000 contingent upon signing the NDA and non-compete. The NDA prohibits you from disclosing any confidential information about Hartwell Industries, its operations, clients, or financial status. The non-compete prevents you from working in the manufacturing or distribution sector in the Northeast for 18 months. 18 months is a long time to be unemployed." I said. "You should have thought of that before abandoning your responsibilities," Richard snapped. "I took a vacation that you approved. I approved a weekend. The email says 2 weeks. Vanessa finally spoke, her voice brittle. "Can we just get through this, please?" I looked at her. This woman I'd shared a bed with for 6 years, who'd promised to be my partner in everything. "Are you okay?" "Don't," she said sharply. "Don't pretend you care." "I'm not pretending." "You look exhausted." "I'm exhausted because you've turned our lives upside down with your selfishness. Do you have any idea what this has done to me? To my reputation. Everyone's talking about how my husband abandoned me to drink wine in Paris. I didn't abandon you. I took a vacation. You ignored my calls. You stayed away for 2 weeks while I had to explain to everyone why you weren't here. You could have told them I was on vacation. That would have been accurate." Her eyes flashed. "You embarrassed this family." "I took a vacation," I repeated, keeping my voice level. "That's not embarrassing. That's normal." "Nothing about this is normal," Susan interjected. "Normal husbands don't disappear to Europe. Normal employees don't ignore their bosses' calls. Normal bosses don't call employees on vacation and fire them for taking approved time off." Richard slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. Are you going to sign these papers or not?" I pulled out my own folder, the employment offer from Apex, which I'd brought specifically for this moment. I slid it across the table to Richard. "I'll sign, But I want you to see this first. Richard opened the folder, scanned the first page, and his face went from red to purple. You're working for Apex. I'm going to be starting Monday as their CFO. The hell you are? You're signing a non-compete, which my attorney says is unenforceable given that you fired me for taking approved leave, but I'll sign it anyway because I want the severance money and because Apex's lawyers have assured me they can break it if you try to enforce it. You little Richard caught himself visibly struggling for control. You can't do this. I won't allow it. You don't have a say. You fired me, remember? This is corporate espionage. No, it's new employment. I haven't shared any proprietary information. I won't share any proprietary information, but my experience in this industry isn't proprietary. It's mine. I earned it. Fitzgerald jumped in, sensing danger. Mr. Chen, if you sign this non-compete and then work for Apex, Hartwell Industries will have grounds to sue both you and Apex for breach of contract. The legal fees alone would be substantial. I know. But here's the thing. My attorney also explained that wrongful termination lawsuits can be quite expensive, especially when there's clear documentation that I was fired for taking approved vacation time, especially when there are witnesses. I looked directly at Richard. How loud were you yelling when you called me in Paris? Loud enough for the whole restaurant terrace to hear? Loud enough that James Morrison, who was sitting next to me, heard every word. The room went very quiet. You're bluffing, Richard said, but his voice had lost its certainty. I'm not. I have the email approving my vacation. I have witnesses to your phone call. I have documentation of 6 years of exemplary performance reviews. And I have James Morrison willing to testify that you fired me specifically and solely for taking approved time off. I leaned forward. So, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to sign your papers. I'm going to take your $50,000 and I'm going to start work at Apex on Monday. And you're not going to do anything about it because if you try to enforce that non-compete, I will bury you in a wrongful termination lawsuit that will cost you 10 times the severance and legal fees alone. And that's before we get to punitive damages. Fitzgerald and Park exchanged glances. They knew I was right. Employment law in Connecticut was tricky, and retaliatory termination cases could get very expensive very quickly. You ungrateful? Susan started. Ungrateful? The word came out sharper than I intended. I worked 60-hour weeks for 6 years. I saved this company millions. I asked for one vacation and you fired me for taking it. And somehow I'm the ungrateful one. We gave you everything, Vanessa said, her voice breaking. A job, a home, a family. You gave me a job I was overqualified for at half the market rate. A home with my name on the mortgage, but not the deed. And a family that treated me like an employee they couldn't quite fire. I softened my voice. I'm not trying to hurt you, Vanessa. Any of you. I'm just done letting you hurt me. She looked away, blinking rapidly. Richard grabbed the Apex offer letter, scanning it more carefully this time. I watched his face change as he saw the salary, the title, the terms, everything I'd asked him for over the years and been denied. $285,000. He read aloud. Plus bonuses plus stock options. He looked up at me. This is what you think you're worth. This is what the market thinks I'm worth. It's what a CFO makes in this industry. You know that. You're not a CFO. You're a senior analyst. Who did all the work of a CFO? Who saved you $4 million on supplier contracts? Who fixed your accounting systems? Who covered for your bad decisions so many times I lost count? I kept my voice steady. You knew what I was worth, Richard. You just didn't want to pay it. Fitzgerald cleared his throat. Perhaps we should take a brief recess. No recess, Richard said. He wants to sign. Let him sign. But I want an amendment to the NDA, anything he learned while working here, any knowledge of our operations, our clients, our strategies. That's confidential. He shares any of that with Apex and we'll sue him into bankruptcy. I already agreed to that. I said the NDA is fine. I won't share client lists, internal communications, or proprietary processes. My attorney confirmed that's reasonable. What about the Bergman contract? Richard demanded. You worked on that. You know the details. I know you underbid by approximately 30% to win it and that you're going to lose money on fulfillment, but I don't know the specific terms. I don't have access to the contract documents and I won't share anything proprietary about it. What I will do is tell Apex not to bid on similar contracts because the margins are terrible. But that's strategic advice based on industry knowledge, not corporate espionage. Fitzgerald made a note. We should add specific language about the Bergman contract. No, I interrupted. The NDA covers all confidential information. We don't need special carve-outs for individual contracts. That just creates ambiguity. Park, the younger attorney, finally spoke up. He's right. The broader language is actually more protective. Specific exemptions create loopholes. Richard looked like he wanted to argue, but Fitzgerald nodded in agreement. Mr. Park is correct. The current NDA language is comprehensive. Fine. Richard shoved the papers toward me. Sign it. Take your money and get out of my building. I pulled out my pen, a M. Blanc I bought myself years ago, back when I still believed expensive things could make you feel valuable, and turned to the first flagged page, the termination agreement. I read it one more time, looking for traps. It said I was terminated for operational needs, not cause, which meant I could collect unemployment if I needed to. The severance was contingent on signing the other documents, but there was no clawback provision. If they later decided they didn't like what I was doing. I signed the NDA standard language about not disclosing confidential information. Nothing I hadn't already agreed to in my original employment contract. I wouldn't share client lists or internal documents. I could live with that. I signed the non-compete. 18 months manufacturing and distribution sector Northeast region. My attorney had already confirmed it was overly broad and likely unenforceable, especially given the circumstances of my termination, but I'd sign it, take the severance, and let Hartwell make the first move if they wanted to challenge my employment at Apex. I signed and finally the divorce papers. This was the part I'd been dreading, though I wasn't sure why. The marriage had been over long before Paris. Maybe it had been over from the beginning, and I'd just been too hopeful to see it. The terms were actually reasonable. No alimony, clean split of assets. Vanessa kept the house in her accounts. I kept my 401k in my car. We divided the joint checking account about $8,000 down the middle. No children, thankfully, to complicate things. I looked at Vanessa before I signed this one. She was staring at her hands, at the wedding ring she was still wearing, at the manicured nails and the diamond bracelet her parents had given her for our 5th anniversary. Vanessa, I said quietly. She looked up and for just a moment, I saw something in her eyes that might have been regret or maybe just exhaustion. It was hard to tell anymore. I'm sorry it came to this, I said. Are you? Because you seem pretty happy about your new job. I'm relieved about the job, but I'm sorry about us. I really thought we could make it work. So did I. Her voice was barely a whisper. But you changed. I took a vacation. You stopped being the person I married. Maybe I stopped being the person you needed me to be. Those aren't the same thing. She didn't answer. Just looked back down at her hands. I signed the divorce papers. Fitzgerald gathered all the documents, checking each signature, each initial, each flagged section. Everything appears to be in order. Mr. Chen, you'll receive the severance payment within 5 business days. The NDA and non-compete are effective immediately. Understood. Richard stood, which apparently meant the meeting was over. You're making a mistake. Apex is going to chew you up and spit you out. And when they do, don't come crawling back here. I wouldn't dream of it, I said, standing as well. But for what it's worth, Richard, you should probably look into the equipment maintenance backlog and the safety incident trend line and maybe bid more realistically on your next few contracts. Just some friendly advice from someone who used to care about this company's success. His face went red again. Get out. I'm going. I looked at Vanessa one more time. Take care of yourself. She didn't respond. I walked out of that conference room, past Jennifer's desk where she gave me a small sad smile, past the motivational posters and the water-stained ceiling and the burned coffee smell and out into the parking lot where my car was waiting. My phone buzzed as I unlocked the door. A text from James Morrison. How did it go? I typed back. Signed everything. I'm officially unemployed for the next 4 days. Perfect. Enjoy the break. See you Monday. I sat in my car for a moment, looking at the building where I'd spent 6 years of my life, where I'd worked late nights and skipped lunches and sacrificed weekends, where I believed that loyalty and hard work would eventually be rewarded. Then I started the engine and drove away. I didn't look back. Monday morning arrived with the kind of crisp autumn sunshine that makes New York City look like it's trying to sell you something. I stood outside the Apex building at 9:30 a.m., coffee in hand, wearing a new suit I'd bought over the weekend, navy blue, perfectly tailored. The kind of suit that said CFO instead of senior analyst pretending to be important. The difference was subtle but significant, like the difference between being invited to a party and crashing one. My phone buzzed. A text from my bank. Deposit $50,000 Hartwell Industries severance payment. I stared at the number for a moment, feeling something complicated twist in my chest. $50,000 for 6 years of my life. It should have felt like an insult. Instead, it felt like freedom seed money for whatever came next. A cushion that meant I didn't have to be afraid anymore. I'd already moved most of my things out of the house in West Hartford. Vanessa had been gone when I came by with a U-Haul, which was probably for the best. There wasn't much to take. Some clothes, my books, my laptop, a few pieces of furniture that had been mine before the marriage. Everything else belonged to that life, and I didn't want it anymore. The corporate apartment Apex had set me up with was in Hell's Kitchen, a one-bedroom with actual closet space and windows that didn't face a brick wall. It was temporary, 6 months, while I found a permanent place, but it felt like a palace compared to the hotel I'd been staying in. David, I turned to see James Morrison approaching, also with coffee. Also looking ready to start the week. He was wearing a gray suit today, still no tie, still radiating that effortless authority that came from actually earning respect instead of demanding it. "First day nerves?" he asked, falling into step beside me. "Is it that obvious? You're early? You're wearing a new suit and you've been standing outside for 5 minutes like you're afraid the building might not let you in." He smiled. "It's normal. Come on, let's get you settled." The 40th floor looked different on a Monday morning, alive with people, voices, the hum of a workplace that actually functioned. We passed cubicles and offices where employees were settling in, coffee cups appearing on desks, computers booting up, the ritual dance of a workday beginning. People looked up as we passed. Some nodded at James. A few smiled at me with curious interest. The new CFO probably discussed in break rooms and whispered about in hallways. I wondered what they'd been told. Probably not the full story, probably just experienced hire from the manufacturing sector or something equally vague. My office was 3 doors down from James' corner position, windows overlooking Midtown, furniture that was actually nice instead of corporate standard. There was a desk with a computer already set up, a conference table, bookshelves waiting to be filled, and a small couch by the window. "Your team is meeting in the conference room at 10 o'clock, James said, leaning against the doorframe. "I'll introduce you, give you some time to get to know each other, and then we'll have lunch to go over the division strategy. Sound good?" "Sounds perfect." "Good. Oh, and David." He paused. "Welcome to Apex. I'm glad you're here." After he left, I stood in my office for a moment, just taking it in. My name was already on the door, a temporary placard that would be replaced with something permanent once I proved I could do the job. But seeing it there, David Chen, Chief Financial Officer, made something settle in my chest that had been unsettled for 6 years. I wasn't pretending anymore. I wasn't waiting for someone to recognize my value. I was already recognized, already valued. The title on the door proved it. My computer password was on a welcome packet on my desk along with a stack of orientation materials, an organizational chart, and a handwritten note from someone named Sarah. "Welcome to the team. I'm your executive assistant. Let me know if you need anything. Coffee preferences, meeting schedule adjustments, human sacrifice to the gods of finance. I'm here to help." Sarah, I laughed already. I liked Sarah. The computer logged in smoothly. No IT issues, no waiting for access permissions, no bureaucratic delays. Everything worked. It was such a small thing, but after 6 years of fighting with Hartwell's ancient systems and their IT department that treated every request like an imposition, it felt revolutionary. I spent the next 20 minutes reviewing the materials. The manufacturing division was indeed new, only 3 months old with projected first-year revenue of $60 million and aggressive growth targets. Current staff was lean, 42 employees across operations, sales, and finance. My team consisted of 4 people. A senior accountant, a financial analyst, a payroll specialist, and a cost accountant. Small, but that nimble meant we could build processes right from the start instead of trying to fix broken ones. At 9:55, I headed to the conference room. 4 people were already there chatting over coffee and pastries that someone had thoughtfully provided. They all looked up when I entered, and I felt that familiar flutter of first-day anxiety. "Good morning," I said. "I'm David Chen. I'm excited to be here." A woman in her 40s stood up first, extending her hand. "Margaret Wu, Senior Accountant. We're excited to have you. We've been running without a CFO for 2 months, and it's been chaotic." "Controlled chaos," corrected a younger man with hipster glasses and a Michigan hoodie. "I'm Alex Rodriguez, Financial Analyst. Emphasis on controlled." "Barely controlled," said a woman with gray streaked hair pulled back in a neat bun. "Patricia Okonkwo, Payroll Specialist. And don't let Alex fool you. It's been a mess. A functional mess, but still a mess." The 4th person, a thin man in his 30s who looked like he survived on coffee and anxiety, just nodded. "Tom Brennan, Cost Accounting. I have reports for you whenever you're ready." "Lots of reports. So many reports. I look forward to reading them," I said, and meant it. "But first, let's talk about what you need from me." James is going to stop by in a few minutes to do official introductions. But before that, what's keeping you up at night? What problems need solving? They exchanged glances, and I could see the calculation happening. New boss, first day. How honest should we be? You can be direct, I said, sitting down at the table instead of standing at the head of it. I just came from 6 years of corporate politics where no one said what they actually meant. I'd love to work somewhere people tell me the truth. Margaret smiled. Okay, truth. Our accounting software is barely functional. It was supposed to be implemented fully by now, but it keeps delaying and we're running half the processes manually in spreadsheets. Truth. Alex added, our revenue projections are aggressive to the point of fantasy. We're supposed to hit 60 million this year, but we're tracking at maybe 45. And no one wants to tell James that his baby isn't growing as fast as he hoped. Truth. Patricia said, payroll is a nightmare because we're hiring so fast that I'm constantly onboarding new people and HR keeps changing the benefits packages and I'm not sure we're actually in compliance with all the state regulations for our multi-state workforce. Tom just slid a thumb drive across the table. Truth. All of our cost data is on here and it's going to make you want to drink. We're losing money on 3 of our 7 active contracts because sales promise delivery schedules we can't meet and operations is bleeding overtime costs to try. I picked up the thumb drive, felt its weight. This was exactly the kind of honesty I'd been craving. Okay, I said. Here's what we're going to do. Margaret, get me details on the software issues, what's not working, what we need, timeline for fixes. Alex, I want to see the revenue projections and the actual tracking data. We're going to revise those projections to something realistic and present them to James together. Patricia, let's get a compliance audit scheduled. I'd rather find problems ourselves than have a state regulator find them for us. And Tom, I'm going to spend this afternoon going through your data and then we're going to have a long conversation about contract pricing and delivery schedules. They all looked slightly stunned. That's it, Margaret said. No angry speech about how we need to work harder. No lecture about loyalty and commitment. Why would I do that? You've been holding things together without a CFO for 2 months. You clearly work hard. What you need is support, not lectures. I paused. Unless you want lectures. I can do lectures if that's what motivates you. Alex laughed. Please don't. We've had enough lectures from sales about attitude and team spirit. No lectures then. Just solutions. The door opened and James walked in with another man. Tall, athletic build, expensive suit, practice smile. David team, good morning. I wanted to introduce you to Marcus Levy, our VP of Sales for the Manufacturing Division. Marcus, this is David Chen, our new CFO. Marcus extended his hand and I shook it. His grip was firm to the point of aggressive, the handshake of someone who thought strength was a substitute for competence. David, great to meet you. James speaks highly of you. His tone was friendly, but his eyes were calculating. Looking forward to working together. Likewise, I said, keeping my voice neutral. James clapped his hands together. Marcus, why don't you fill David in on the sales pipeline? Give them a sense of what we're working with. Marcus launched into a presentation that sounded rehearsed: number of active leads, conversion rates, projected Q4 closings. It was impressive on the surface, the kind of numbers that would make a board of directors smile. But I'd heard these presentations before. I'd given these presentations before, back when I'd been trying to make Richard Hartwell's bad decisions sound like good strategy. Those are strong numbers, I said when Marcus finished. What's the average margin on these contracts? Varies by contract, but we're competitive. That's the key. We're winning business by being competitive on price. How competitive? Well, the market, it's tight. We have to be aggressive to win deals. What's the average margin? I asked again more directly. Marcus shifted his weight. Depends on the contract specifics. Ballpark, 20%, 15, 10. Some contracts are lower margin, but we make it up on volume. What's the lowest margin contract we've signed? I kept my tone conversational, but I could see Tom and Alex exchanging glances. They knew where this was going. Marcus smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Look, I appreciate you wanting to dig into the details, but sales and finance have different priorities. My job is to win business. Your job is to make the numbers work. My job, I said carefully, is to make sure we're profitable. And if we're winning contracts at margins so thin that we lose money on execution, that's not good business. That's just expensive market share. The room went very quiet. James leaned against the wall, arms crossed, expression neutral. He was watching this play out with interest but not intervening. I think you're being overly conservative, Marcus said, the friendly tone fraying slightly. This is a growth phase. We have to be aggressive. Aggressive is fine. Reckless is not. Tom, what's the lowest margin contract we're currently executing? Tom looked at Marcus, then at me, then at James, then he said, the dentist contract. We're projected to lose about 8% on it after factoring in overtime and material cost overruns. We're not losing money, Marcus protested. That's just Tom's conservative accounting. That's accurate accounting, Tom said quietly. We underbid by 32% to win the contract. Even with perfect execution, we'd barely break even. With the delays we've had, we're underwater. Marcus' face flushed. James, I don't think it's appropriate for finance to be questioning sales strategies on David's first day. Actually, James interrupted, his voice mild but firm. I think it's exactly appropriate. David's job is to make sure we're building a sustainable business, not just a large one. If we're winning contracts that lose money, I need to know that. He looked at me. What do you recommend? Short term. Tom and I need to review every active contract and identify which ones are underwater. For those, we either renegotiate terms or we eat the loss and learn from it. Long term, we need a pricing approval process. Sales proposes contract terms. Finance reviews margins and risk. And we both sign off before we commit. No more surprises. That's going to slow down our sales cycle. Marcus objected. It's going to prevent us from going bankrupt. I countered. Fast growth is meaningless if we're losing money on every sale. James nodded slowly. I agree. David, work with Marcus to develop that approval process. Marcus, I want you to cooperate fully. We're building something sustainable here, not just chasing revenue numbers. Marcus' smile was tight. Of course, whatever the company needs. He left shortly after and the tension in the room eased noticeably. Well, Margaret said after a moment of silence. That was quite a first day show. Too much? I asked. No, James said, pushing off from the wall. That was exactly right. Marcus is excellent at winning business. But he needs someone to keep him honest about pricing. That's your job, he looked at the team. David has my full support on this. Finance isn't an obstacle to growth. It's a partner in sustainable growth. Anyone have a problem with that? Heads shook. Alex was grinning. Good, David. I'll let you get acquainted with your team. We'll do lunch at 1 to discuss division strategy. Margaret, Tom, Alex, Patricia. Give him everything he needs. Transparency is our policy. After James left, the four of them looked at me with something between respect and amusement. You just went toe-to-toe with Marcus Levy on your first day, Alex said. He's going to hate you. Will that be a problem? Probably. But it was worth it. He's been running roughshod over operations and finance since the division started, and no one's had the authority to push back. Margaret stood up, gathering her materials. I like you, David. You're direct. We could use more direct around here. The rest of the morning was a blur of introductions, system login, document reviews, and coffee. So much coffee. Sarah, my assistant, turned out to be a cheerful woman in her 20s, who was frighteningly efficient and had already organized my calendar, scheduled follow-up meetings with each team member, and somehow procured my preferred coffee order without me telling her what it was. How did you know I drink black coffee? I asked when she delivered the third cup of the morning. I asked Margaret what she thought you'd drink based on the vibe you gave off. She said, black coffee, no sugar, like a man who's done with everyone's nonsense. Was she right? Disturbingly accurate. She's good at reading people. It's why she's lasted through 3 CFO searches before you. 3. The division is new, but we've had some false starts on leadership. You're number 4. But I have a good feeling about you. She smiled. You stood up to Marcus. The others didn't. At 1 o'clock, James collected me for lunch. We went to a small Italian place 2 blocks from the office, tucked into a side street that looked like it had been there since before the neighborhood got expensive. Owner's a friend, James explained as we were seated at a quiet corner table. Food's excellent, and it's private enough that we can talk business without worrying about who's listening. We ordered pasta for me, risotto for James, and then he pulled out a tablet and opened a presentation. This is where we are, he said, showing me charts and graphs. And this is where I want us to be in 3 years. The gap between current state and goal was significant, ambitious, but not impossible if we executed well. Here's what I need from you, James continued. I need financial discipline. I need accurate forecasting. I need someone who can tell me when we're about to make an expensive mistake, especially if it's a mistake I want to make. He paused. I saw what happened at Hartwell. Richard surrounded himself with these men, and now his company is bleeding. I won't make that mistake. What if I tell you things you don't want to hear? Then I'll listen and we'll discuss it and we'll make a decision together. But I need the truth first. Always the truth. The food arrived. And we ate in companionable silence for a few minutes before James spoke again. How are you doing? Really? That's a lot of change in 2 weeks. Divorce, new job, new city. I'm okay. Better than okay, actually. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm where I'm supposed to be. Good. But if that changes, if you need support, my door is open. We take care of our people here. I believed him. That was the strange part. After 6 years of corporate doublespeak, I actually believed that James Morrison meant what he said. We spent the rest of lunch discussing division strategy, growth targets, and the kind of company culture James wanted to build. It was everything I'd hoped for and nothing I'd experienced at Hartwell. When we got back to the office, there was a flower arrangement on my desk. White lees and blue irises, elegant and expensive. The card read, "Congratulations on your new position. We're watching RH." I stared at it for a long moment, feeling my good mood evaporate. Sarah appeared in the doorway. "Those just arrived. Pretty, right? Who's RH?" "Someone from my past," I said, pulling the card off and tucking it into my desk drawer. "Sarah, can you have these sent to the hospital? Donate them to the children's ward or something." "Sure, but are you okay? You look like someone just walked over your grave." "I'm fine. Just old ghosts." After she left with the flowers, I sat at my desk and pulled up Tom's thumb drive. Time to see exactly how bad the contract situation was. But in the back of my mind, Richard's message echoed. "We're watching." Let them watch, I thought. Let them see what happens when you actually value your employees. Let them watch while I built something better than they ever could. 3 weeks into my tenure at Apex, I'd settled into a rhythm that felt almost suspiciously comfortable. My team was responsive and competent. James trusted my judgment. The work was challenging, but not soul-crushing. I had weekends, again, actual weekends, where I didn't check email or feel guilty for existing outside the office. It felt too good to last. I should have known that Richard Hartwell wasn't the type to send flowers and then disappear quietly into the night. Men like him didn't accept defeat. They regrouped. They strategized. And they struck back when you least expected it. The first sign of trouble came on a Thursday morning. I was reviewing cost projections for the new aerospace contract. A legitimate opportunity that would actually make money, unlike the Denison disaster Marcus had saddled us with, when Sarah appeared in my doorway, looking uncharacteristically serious. "David, there's someone here to see you. He says it's urgent." "Do we have an appointment?" "No. He just showed up. Says his name is Douglas Brennan and he's a fraud investigator with the SEC." My stomach dropped. The SEC Securities and Exchange Commission. Should I call legal? Yes. "And tell Mr. Brennan I'll be with him in a few minutes." After Sarah left, I sat very still, my mind racing through possibilities. The SEC didn't show up at your office for friendly chats. They showed up when they thought something illegal was happening. But what? Apex was a private company. We didn't have publicly traded securities. Unless someone had filed a complaint. Unless someone had suggested that I'd brought proprietary information from Hartwell. Unless Richard had decided to burn me down using federal investigators as his weapon. I picked up my phone and called James. "We have a problem," I said when he answered. "SEC investigator in the lobby asking to speak with me." There was a pause. "I'll be right there." James arrived at my office 30 seconds before the legal team did. 2 attorneys I'd met briefly during orientation. Both now looking alert and focused. The lead attorney, Catherine Reeves, was a woman in her 50s with steel gray hair and the kind of calm that came from years of handling crisis. "What do we know?" she asked. "Nothing yet. Just that there's an SEC investigator who wants to talk to me. Don't say anything without me present. In fact, let me do most of the talking. You confirm facts. You don't volunteer information. Understood." Understood. Douglas Brennan was a man in his early 40s with thinning hair and the tired eyes of someone who'd seen too many people lie to him. He was waiting in the small conference room, a briefcase on the table in front of him, everything about his posture radiating bureaucratic authority. "Mr. Chen," he said, standing to shake my hand. "Thank you for seeing me. I'm Douglas Brennan, senior investigator with the Securities and Exchange Commission." He produced credentials that looked official enough to make my palms sweat. "This is Catherine Reeves, our general counsel," I said. "And James Morrison, our CEO," Brennan nodded at them. "I appreciate you making time. I'll try to keep this brief. Mr. Chen, I'm here regarding a complaint filed against you alleging securities fraud and theft of proprietary information." The words hung in the air like a guillotine blade. Who filed the complaint? Catherine asked. Hartwell Industries. Specifically, Richard Hartwell, CEO. Brennan pulled documents from his briefcase. The complaint alleges that Mr. Chen, while employed as senior financial analyst at Hartwell Industries, accessed confidential financial information with intent to use it for personal gain. Further, that upon his termination, he immediately joined a competitor and is currently using that information to harm H. Hartwell's business interests. That's absurd, I said. Catherine put a hand on my arm. Mr. Brennan, my client signed a comprehensive separation agreement with Hartwell Industries that included a non-disclosure agreement. He has not violated that agreement. Furthermore, Hartwell is not a publicly traded company. So, I'm unclear on the SEC's jurisdiction here. Hartwell Industries has publicly traded bonds, Brennan said. And if Mr. Chen had access to material information that could affect the value of those bonds. Information about the company's true financial status, for instance, and he used that information for personal benefit that falls under our jurisdiction. James leaned forward. What exactly is Hartwell alleging David did? Brennan consulted his notes. According to the complaint, Mr. Chen accessed confidential financial projections and shared them with Apex Consolidated prior to his employment here. Specifically, they allege he provided information about Hartwell's contract portfolio that allowed Apex to strategically underbid on several opportunities, causing financial harm to Hartwell. That's a lie, I said flatly. David, Catherine warned. No, I'm not sitting here while Richard Hartwell accuses me of crimes I didn't commit. I never shared proprietary information with Apex. Not before I was employed here and not after. Everything I've done has been by the book. Brennan pulled out more papers. Then perhaps you can explain these emails. He slid printouts across the table. I recognized the format immediately. Hartwell Industries' internal email system, but the content made my blood run cold. The first email allegedly from my Hartwell account to James Morrison's Apex account dated 2 weeks before I took my Paris vacation. James attached are the Q3 projections for Hartwell's manufacturing division. As you can see, they're significantly overextended on several contracts. This might be useful for your strategic planning, David. The second email allegedly from me to someone named M. Rodriguez at apexconsolidated.com with a subject line reading Hartwell client list. Marcus, here's the complete client list from Hartwell's distribution network. Should give you some targets for poaching. DC. I stared at the emails, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. I didn't send these, I said. They came from your email account, Brennan said. Then someone else accessed my account. I never sent these emails. I never attached those documents. This is fabricated. Can you prove that? Brennan asked, his tone neutral, but his eyes sharp. Catherine jumped in. Mr. Brennan, my client is entitled to examine the digital forensics on these emails before responding to allegations based on them. I'd like copies of the full email headers, server logs, and any authentication data. We're still gathering that information from Hartwell's IT department. Then this interview is premature. You're asking my client to respond to allegations supported by evidence he hasn't been allowed to examine. That's not how this works. Brennan nodded, unbothered. That's fair, but I will need to speak with Mr. Chen again once we have complete documentation. In the meantime, I'd advise against any communication with former Hartwell employees or access to Hartwell systems. I don't have access to Hartwell systems. I said I was terminated 3 weeks ago, and yet these emails were sent from your account, which suggests someone else is using my credentials, which means Hartwell has a security problem. Not that I committed fraud. Brennan stood collecting his papers. We'll be in touch. Mr. Chen, I'd strongly advise you to retain criminal counsel. This is a serious matter. After he left, the four of us sat in silence for a long moment. This is Richard, I said finally. This is him trying to destroy me. Can he do this? James asked Catherine. Can he just fabricate evidence and file SEC complaints? If the evidence is fabricated, no. But we'll need to prove it's fabricated, which means forensic analysis of those emails, server logs, authentication records. She looked at me. David, I believe you, but we need to build an airtight case. Did you have any communication with James or anyone at Apex before your employment? Just the conversation in Paris in person. Nothing in writing until after I was fired. Good. We can verify that through James' email records and phone logs. What about your Hartwell email account? Who had access to it? IT department. Obviously, Richard as CEO probably had administrative access to everything. Vanessa might have known my password. We shared passwords sometimes for household accounts. Could she have accessed your work email? I thought about it. Maybe she knew I used the same password for most things. I changed it after the divorce papers were filed. But before that, I trailed off, realizing how careless I'd been. Catherine made notes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. First, I'm bringing in a digital forensics expert to analyze those emails. Second, we're going to pull all of your communications records, email, phone, text to prove you had no contact with Apex regarding Hartwell information. Third, we're filing a complaint with the Connecticut Bar about Hartwell's attorneys. If they were involved in fabricating this evidence, what about the SEC investigation? I asked. We cooperate fully. We provide evidence of your innocence, and we make Hartwell look like the bad actors they are. But David, she fixed me with a serious look. You need to tell me right now if there's anything at all that could support their allegations. Even something small, even something you thought was innocent. I can't defend you if I'm blindsided. There's nothing, I said firmly. I never shared confidential information. I never accessed Hartwell's systems after my termination. I never even talked to Apex about Hartwell beyond general industry knowledge. What about the analysis you did in Paris? James asked quietly. The folder I gave you about Hartwell's vulnerabilities? My stomach clenched. That was publicly available information. You said so yourself. It was. But if Hartwell is arguing, you had insider knowledge. The folder. I said to Catherine. James gave me a folder in Paris with public analysis of Hartwell Industries, market research, publicly filed financial data, industry reports. I reviewed it and wrote some strategic recommendations for Apex based on that public information. Could they use that against me? Did you add any information that wasn't in the folder? Anything from your time at Hartwell? I thought carefully. I made observations about Hartwell's bidding patterns and operational decisions, but those were based on industry knowledge, not proprietary data. I didn't share client names, contract terms, internal communications, nothing confidential. Catherine nodded slowly. That should be defensible. Industry expertise isn't proprietary. But we'll need to be very careful about how we present this. Brennan is going to try to blur the line between expertise and espionage. So, what do I do? I asked. You do your job. You don't contact anyone at Hartwell. You don't delete any emails or files. You document everything. And you let us handle the legal side. She stood. I'll start working on this immediately. James, I'll need authorization to bring in outside forensics experts. Whatever you need, James said. Blank check. We protect our people. After Catherine left, James and I sat in the conference room, the city sprawling below us through floor-to-ceiling windows. I'm sorry, I said. I never meant to bring this kind of trouble to Apex. This isn't your fault. This is Richard Hartwell being exactly who he is, a bully who can't stand losing. James turned to look at me. Are you okay? Honestly, I'm furious. I spent 6 years being loyal to that man, to that company, and this is how he repays me by trying to put me in prison. The SEC complaint probably won't go anywhere. If the emails are fabricated, Brennan will figure that out. And if Hartwell filed a fraudulent complaint, they'll face consequences, will they? Men like Richard don't face consequences. They have lawyers and money and connections. They just win always. Not always, James said quietly. I've been competing with Richard for 20 years, remember? And I'm still here, still profitable, still growing. He doesn't always win, David. He just makes you think he does. I wanted to believe him. But the fear was there, cold and tight in my chest. The SEC didn't investigate unless they thought there was something to investigate. And even if I was innocent, which I was, the process itself could destroy me. Legal fees, reputation damage, the suspicion that would follow me even after I was cleared. Richard knew that. That's why he'd done it. Not because he thought I'd actually go to prison, but because he knew the investigation itself was punishment. I need to see those emails. I said the full versions, not just Brennan's printouts. If they're fabricated, there will be evidence in the metadata. Catherine will get them. Trust her, she's the best. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, trying to focus on work while my mind spiraled through worst-case scenarios. Tom brought me the updated contract analysis. Alex presented revised revenue projections. Margaret asked about the software implementation timeline. I gave answers, made decisions, did my job on autopilot while internally I was screaming. At 6 o'clock, Sarah knocked on my door. David, you have a visitor. She says she's your ex-sister-in-law. I looked up confused. What? Emily Hartwell? She says it's important. Emily, Vanessa's younger sister. I'd always liked Emily. She was the only member of the Hartwell family who'd ever treated me like a person instead of an employee. She'd been away at graduate school for most of my marriage, studying environmental policy at Berkeley, and we'd only seen each other at holidays and family events. Send her in, I said, curious. Emily looked different than I remembered. Her hair was shorter, her clothes more professional, but she still had that same direct gaze that had always made her seem older than her 26 years. David, she said, closing the door behind her. I'm sorry to show up unannounced. But I need to talk to you about my father. If this is about the SEC complaint, it's not. I mean, it is, but not the way you think. She sat down across from my desk, her hands clasped tightly. Those emails, the ones the investigator showed you, they're fake. Dad had them created. The room seemed to tilt. You know this for certain. I was there when he talked to his IT guy about it. I wasn't supposed to hear I was visiting home last weekend. And I came down for water late at night. Dad and this guy, Brandon, were in his study. I heard Dad say, I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that? And Brandon said, yes. My hands were shaking. Emily, do you understand what you're telling me? Your father fabricated evidence to file a federal complaint against me. That's a crime. I know. That's why I'm here. What he's doing is wrong, David. I don't care that you left the company or that you're working for Apex. You don't deserve to be railroaded like this. Why are you helping me? I'm not family anymore. She smiled sadly. You never really were family to them, but you were always kind to me. You remembered my birthday. You asked about my research. You treated me like a person. She pulled a thumb drive from her bag. This has voice recordings from that night. I recorded the conversation on my phone through the door. It's not perfect, but you can hear Dad talking about fabricating the emails. I stared at the thumb drive like it was a live grenade. Emily, if you give this to me, your father will know you betrayed him. I know he'll cut you off financially, emotionally. You'll lose everything. I'll lose his money. I won't lose everything. She pushed the thumb drive across my desk. I have my own life, my own career. I don't need Hartwell money and I don't need to be part of a family that does this to people. I picked up the thumb drive. Felt its weight. Thank you. You have no idea what this means. Just promise me you'll use it. Don't let him win. He's been bullying people my entire life and everyone just takes it because he has money and power. But you don't have to take it. You have proof now. After Emily left, I sat alone in my office holding the thumb drive, watching the sun set over Manhattan. Then I called Catherine Reeves. I have evidence, I said when she answered. Evidence that Richard Hartwell fabricated those emails. And you're not going to believe how I got it. Catherine Reeves listened to the recording 3 times. Her expression growing more grim with each playthrough. We were in a secure conference room at Apex. She'd insisted on bringing her full legal team, plus the digital forensics expert she'd hired, a thin man named Dr. Marcus Webb, who looked like he'd never seen sunlight, but could probably hack into Fort Knox given enough Mountain Dew. Richard's voice crackled through the speakers. Tiny, but unmistakable. I need emails that look like they came from Chen's account. Can you do that? Brandon's response. Yeah, I can backdate them in the system. Make it look like they were sent before he left. But Mr. Hart. Well, if anyone does a real forensic analysis, they won't. The SEC doesn't have the resources to dig that deep on a complaint like this. They'll see the emails, talk to Chen, and even if they don't charge him, the investigation alone will destroy his reputation. That's all I need. Junis, there was a pause. Then Brandon again, what about the content? You want me to write the emails? I'll draft them. You just make them look authentic. And Brandon. This conversation never happened. Understood, sir. The recording ended. Emily had captured almost 4 minutes of conversation. Muffled, but clear enough to be damning. This is gold, Catherine said quietly. This is Richard Hartwell admitting to fabricating evidence for a federal complaint. That's obstruction of justice, wire fraud, potentially conspiracy charges. Can we use it? I asked. Emily recorded it without her father's knowledge. Is that legal? Dr. Webb looked up from his laptop where he'd been analyzing the audio file. Connecticut is a one-party consent state for recordings. As long as Emily was present during the conversation, even if the other parties didn't know she was there or that she was recording, it's admissible. But she recorded through a door. I said she wasn't technically part of the conversation. Doesn't matter. Catherine said she was in a place she had legal right to be her family's home. She overheard a conversation that she then chose to record. That's legal. The question isn't admissibility. It's what we do with it. We give it to the SEC, I said immediately. Eventually, yes, but we need to be strategic here. Catherine pulled up a document on her tablet. Right now, the SEC is investigating you based on Hartwell's complaint. If we immediately produce evidence that Hartwell fabricated the complaint, several things happen. 1. The investigation shifts focus to Hartwell. 2. Richard knows someone inside his organization betrayed him. 3. He goes into full defensive mode and probably destroys any other evidence. You want to wait? I couldn't keep the frustration from my voice. I want to build an airtight case. Dr. Webb, how long do you need to analyze those emails Brennan showed us? If I can get the actual email files with full headers and metadata, not just printouts, 2 days, maybe 3. Get them. File a motion if you have to, but get the complete email data. Catherine turned back to me. Here's what's going to happen. Dr. Webb will prove those emails are fabricated through digital forensics. We'll have technical evidence and testimonial evidence. Emily's recording. Then we go to the SEC with everything at once. We don't just defend you. We bury Richard Hartwell. James, who'd been sitting quietly in the corner, spoke up. What's Emily's exposure in this? If Richard finds out she's the source. That's why we need to move quickly. Catherine said once we hand this over to the SEC, Emily will need legal protection, whistleblower status, possibly a restraining order. If Richard retaliates, I can help arrange that. I'll cover her legal fees. I said whatever she needs. She risked everything to help me. Generous, but let's see what happens first. She may not need much. Whistleblowers in federal cases often get considerable protection. Catherine closed her tablet. For now, David, you continue business as usual. Don't contact Emily. Don't contact anyone at Hartwell. Don't do anything that could be construed as retaliation or witness tampering. Let us handle this through proper channels. How long? I asked. 1 week, maybe 2. Dr. Webb does his analysis. We package everything together and we present it to Brennan with a formal complaint against Hartwell Industries for filing a fraudulent SEC claim. It felt like an eternity, but I nodded. Okay, 1 week. The next 7 days were the longest of my life. I went through the motions at work, reviewed budgets, attended meetings, worked with Tom on fixing the contract pricing issues that Marcus had created. But the whole time, my mind was on that thumb drive, on Emily's recording, on Richard's voice admitting he was trying to destroy me. At night, alone in my Hell's Kitchen apartment, I'd pull up the recording and listen to it again. Not because I needed to. I had every word memorized, but because it was proof. Proof that I wasn't crazy. Proof that Richard Hartwell was exactly as terrible as I'd thought. Proof that leaving had been the right decision, even if it had led me here to this moment of legal limbo. On the 3rd day, Dr. Webb called with preliminary findings. The emails are definitely fabricated, he said, his voice crackling through my phone. I got the full email files from the SEC. They were surprisingly cooperative once Catherine explained we were cooperating with the investigation. The metadata is all wrong. The timestamps don't match the server logs. The IP address shows the emails originated from Hartwell's headquarters, not from any device you had access to. And this is the good part. They were created using administrative privileges in the email system, then backdated to look like they were sent earlier. Can you prove that definitively? I can prove it in a way that would hold up in federal court. The digital fingerprints are all over this thing. Whoever did it, this Brandon guy from the recording, he's competent enough to fool a casual observer, but not competent enough to fool a real forensic analysis. He left traces everywhere. How soon can you have a full report? 2 days. I want to be thorough, but Catherine should know. This is slam dunk evidence. Richard Hartwell is going down for this. I called Emily from a burner phone I'd bought specifically for this purpose. Catherine's advice to avoid creating any traceable communication. It's David, I said when she answered. I can't talk long, but I wanted you to know the recording you gave me. It's working. The forensics expert confirmed the emails are fake. We're going to the SEC within a week. There was a long pause. I'm scared, David. I know, but Catherine Reeves, my lawyer, she's going to help protect you. Whistleblower status, legal protection, everything you need. It's not legal protection I'm worried about. It's my family. My mother called yesterday. She knows something is wrong. She kept asking why I'd been at the house. What I was doing up so late. I think Dad suspects. My blood ran cold. Has he said anything directly? No. But Vanessa called, too. She never calls. She asked if I'd been in touch with you. What did you say? I said no. But she didn't believe me. She said Dad was dealing with a situation and that I should stay out of it. That family loyalty mattered. Emily's voice cracked. David, I don't know if I can do this. If they find out it was me, they won't. Not until we go to the SEC. And by then, You'll have legal protection. I promise, Emily. I won't let him hurt you. He's my father. I know. But what he's doing is wrong. You know that. That's why you came to me. Another long pause then. Okay. But David, when this is over, I don't think I can go back to the family. I mean, this is going to break everything. I know. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've been looking for an excuse to leave for years. You just gave me a good one. After I hung up, I sat in my apartment and thought about families. The ones you're born into and the ones you choose. The Hartwells had been my family for 6 years, and they discarded me the moment I stopped being useful. Emily was choosing to leave that family, to blow it up from the inside, because she believed in doing the right thing. I hoped that counted for something. I hoped it would be enough when everything came crashing down. On day 6, Catherine called an emergency meeting. Brennan wants to meet again. She said, tomorrow. He says he has new evidence. My stomach dropped. What kind of evidence? He didn't say. But David, I need you to trust me here. We go in, we listen. We don't volunteer anything. Dr. Webb's report will be ready by tonight. We're almost there. The meeting was set for 10 a.m. at the SEC's New York field office, a nondescript building in Lower Manhattan that looked like every other federal office building. All security checkpoints and fluorescent lighting and the particular smell of government bureaucracy. Brennan met us in a conference room with another investigator, a woman named Sandra Pacheco, who introduced herself as his supervisor. That was the first warning sign supervisors didn't attend routine interviews. Mr. Chen, thank you for coming in, Brennan said, his tone more formal than it had been during his office visit. This is Supervisory Agent Pacheco. She's taken an interest in your case. Why? Catherine asked bluntly. Pacheco smiled slightly. Because it's gotten complicated. Mr. Chen, we've completed our preliminary analysis of the emails that formed the basis of Hartwell Industries' complaint against you. I kept my expression neutral, but my heart was racing. And Catherine prompted, and we've found significant irregularities. The emails appear to have been created after the dates they claim to have been sent. The metadata doesn't match the content. The IP addresses are inconsistent with Mr. Chen's known devices and locations. Pacheco slid a folder across the table. In short, we believe these emails were fabricated. Catherine and I exchanged the briefest glance. She'd been right. The SEC had figured it out on their own. That's what we've been trying to tell you, I said carefully. We know, and we owe you an apology for the inconvenience of this investigation. Pacheco's tone was professional, but there was something else underneath anger. Maybe or disgust. However, this raises a more serious question. Who fabricated these emails and why? That's obvious, isn't it? I said. Richard Hartwell filed the complaint. Richard Hartwell provided the emails. They came from Hartwell Industries' email system. We're aware, which is why we're now opening a criminal investigation into Hartwell Industries for filing a false complaint, fabricating evidence, and obstruction of justice. Pacheco leaned forward. Mr. Chen, I need to ask you directly. Do you have any information about how these emails were created? Any knowledge of who at Hartwell might have been involved? This was it. The moment we'd been waiting for. Catherine spoke before I could. Agent Pacheco, before my client answers that, I need certain assurances. If Mr. Chen provides you with evidence regarding the fabrication of these emails, evidence that leads to criminal charges against Hartwell Industries, will he be protected from any retaliation? He's already protected as a complainant in a federal investigation. If he becomes a witness in a criminal case, those protections expand considerably. And what about other witnesses? If there are individuals at Hartwell who can provide testimony about the fabrication, what protections can you offer them in the fabrication? One pretty sense, Pacheco's eyes sharpened. We have a robust whistleblower protection program. Anyone who comes forward with evidence of corporate fraud receives protection from retaliation and in some cases financial rewards if their information leads to successful prosecution or settlement. Catherine pulled out a flash drive, not Emily's original, but a copy Dr. Webb had made and certified. Agent Pacheco, my client has come into possession of a recording made by a member of the Hartwell family. In this recording, Richard Hartwell explicitly discusses fabricating emails to frame my client. We also have a comprehensive forensic analysis of the emails in question prepared by Dr. Marcus Webb, a certified digital forensics expert. We're prepared to provide both pieces of evidence along with testimony from my client and the individual who made the recording in exchange for full immunity for Mr. Chen and whistleblower protection for the source. Brennan and Pacheco looked at each other. Something passed between them. Surprise, interest, maybe excitement. This had just become a much bigger case. Let me hear the recording, Pacheco said. Catherine plugged in the flash drive and pulled up the audio file. Richard's voice filled the conference room, talking casually about fabricating federal evidence like he was ordering lunch. By the time it finished, Pacheco's jaw was tight. "Who made this recording?" she asked. "Emily Hartwell, Richard Hartwell's younger daughter. She overheard the conversation and recorded it. She came to my client because she believed what her father was doing was wrong. Where is she now? Safe and willing to testify, provided she receives appropriate protection." Pacheco stood up, started pacing. "This is significant. If we can corroborate this recording with the forensic evidence, we have a case for multiple felonies, conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, filing false statements to a federal agency." She turned to Brennan. "Get legal on the phone. We need witness protection agreements drafted immediately." "What about my client?" Catherine asked. "Your client is no longer under investigation. As of right now, he's a witness. And Miss Hartwell, assuming her testimony holds up, will be treated as a whistleblower with full protections." Pochio sat back down, her demeanor completely changed. "Mr. Chen, I need you to tell me everything. Every interaction with Richard Hartwell, every detail about your employment at Hartwell Industries, everything that led up to this moment. Don't leave anything out." So, I told her all of it. The 6 years of overwork and underpay. The vacation Richard had approved and then used as an excuse to fire me. The separation agreement and the divorce. The suspicious life insurance policy that had been increased right before I was sent on increasingly dangerous site visits. The flowers with the threatening note. Everything. Catherine stopped me when I got to the life insurance policy. "Wait, go back to that $15 million policy increased from $2 million 8 months before you were terminated." "Yes, I found out when I was reviewing Hartwell's financial documents in Paris. James had given me public analysis and I noticed the disclosure about Keyman insurance policies in their bond offering documents." Pacheco and Brennan exchanged looks again. "Mr. Chen," Pacheco said carefully. "If Richard Hartwell substantially increased your life insurance policy and then began placing you in increasingly dangerous situations, that could suggest attempted murder," Catherine finished. "Or at minimum, reckless endangerment." My hands were shaking. Hearing someone else say it, hearing a federal agent acknowledge that my paranoia might have been justified made it real in a way it hadn't been before. "Do you have documentation of these site visits?" Brennan asked. "Emails assigning you to inspect facilities, visit warehouses, that kind of thing?" "I might. I'd have to check my old email archives." "Check them. And Mr. Chen, don't go anywhere alone until we've talked to Richard Hartwell. If he's desperate enough to fabricate federal evidence, he's desperate enough to do something much worse." We left the SEC office 2 hours later with immunity agreements for me, whistleblower protection for Emily, and an active criminal investigation into Richard Hartwell and Hartwell Industries. In the car back to Apex, Catherine was on her phone coordinating with Emily's new legal team. I sat in the back seat watching New York slide past the windows, feeling like I was in someone else's life. "David," Catherine said when she'd finished her call. "You did good today. You and Emily, you stood up to a bully and you're going to win. It doesn't feel like winning yet. It will. When the indictments come down, when Richard Hartwell is arrested, when the truth comes out and everyone knows what he did, that's when it will feel like winning." I wanted to believe her, but mostly I just felt tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of looking over my shoulder. Tired of being afraid. My phone buzzed. A text from James. Catherine filled me in. "Take the rest of the week off. Seriously, rest. You've earned it." Another text. This one from an unknown number. "It's Emily. New phone. They're moving me to a safe house until the investigation is complete. Thank you for believing me and for protecting me."
I replied, "Thank you for being brave enough to do the right thing.
Stay safe." That night, I sat in my apartment with a glass of wine, not expensive Paris wine, just a decent Pinot Noir from the bodega down the street, and I thought about justice. For 6 years, I'd believed that working hard and being loyal would be enough. That Richard Hartwell would eventually see my value and reward it. That the system was fair, that good things happen to good people, that patience was a virtue. I'd been wrong about all of it. The system wasn't fair. Good things didn't happen to good people. Good things happened to people who fought for them. And patience wasn't a virtue. It was just another word for accepting less than you deserved. Richard Hartwell was about to learn that lesson the hard way and I was going to watch him fall. The news broke on a Tuesday morning. 3 weeks after my meeting with the SEC, I was in my office reviewing quarterly projections with Alex when Sarah burst through the door without knocking, a first for her, which told me immediately that something major had happened. "Turn on CNBC," she said, already grabbing the remote for the television mounted on my wall. "Right now." The screen flickered to life, showing a news anchor with the kind of serious expression reserved for market crashes and CEO arrests. Behind her, a chyron scrolled across the bottom. Breaking. Manufacturing CEO arrested on federal fraud charges. Richard Hartwell, CEO of Hartwell Industries, was taken into custody this morning by FBI agents at the company's Connecticut headquarters. Federal prosecutors have charged Hartwell with conspiracy to commit fraud, obstruction of justice, and filing false statements to the Securities and Exchange Commission. According to the indictment, Hartwell allegedly fabricated emails to frame a former employee in an attempt to damage that employee's career and harm a competitor. Alex let out a low whistle. Holy, the footage cut to shaky cell phone video of Richard being walked out of the Hartwell Industries building in handcuffs. FBI agents on either side of him. His face was red, his mouth moving, probably yelling, though there was no audio. Behind him, I could see employees watching from the windows, their expressions shocked. Joining us now is legal analyst Jennifer Kwan. Jennifer, how serious are these charges? Very serious, Tom. We're talking about multiple federal felonies here. Conspiracy to commit fraud carries up to 5 years in prison. Obstruction of justice, another 5 years. Filing false statements to a federal agency. Another 5. If convicted on all counts, Richard Hartwell could be looking at 15 to 20 years in federal prison. My phone started ringing. James, then Catherine, then a number I didn't recognize. Then another. Sarah muted the TV. I'm guessing you knew this was coming. I knew it was possible. I didn't know it would be today. The phones are going crazy. Every business reporter in New York wants a statement. What should I tell them? Tell them no comment for now. Root everything to Catherine Reeves. After Sarah left, I sat down heavily in my chair. Alex was still staring at the television where they were now showing old footage of Richard at industry conferences, smiling and confident. The very picture of success. That's your father-in-law, Alex said. Your ex-father-in-law, I mean. Yes. And he tried to frame you for securities fraud. Yes. Jesus. David, why didn't you tell us? Because it was being handled and because I didn't want to be defined by it. I looked at him. I'm the CFO of Apex Manufacturing Division. That's what matters. Not Richard Hartwell's crimes. Still, Alex shook his head. This is going to be everywhere. Every trade publication, every business news site, Hartwell Industries is going to be in free fall. He was right. By noon, the story had exploded across every platform. Bloomberg, Reuters, The Wall Street Journal, all running variations of the same headline. Manufacturing CEO arrested and fraud scheme targeting former employee. Some outlets had already connected the dots. I saw my name in several articles. Sources indicate the former employee in question is David Chen, who left Hartwell Industries in September and is now CFO of Apex Consolidated's manufacturing division. My phone kept ringing. I ignored most of it, but I took Catherine's call. Have you seen the news? She asked. Hard to miss it. The U Attorney's Office will be making a formal statement this afternoon. They'll lay out the charges in detail. You should know they're also charging Brandon Keller, Hartwell's IT director, as a co-conspirator. He's already cooperating in exchange for a reduced sentence. What about Emily? Safe? The whistleblower protection is holding. Her name hasn't been mentioned in any public filings, and it won't be unless she chooses to go public. Right now, she's the SEC's star witness, and they're keeping her identity sealed. Has Richard said anything? His lawyer issued a statement calling the charges baseless political persecution and insisting he'll be vindicated. Standard stuff. But David, the evidence is overwhelming. The recording, the forensic analysis, Brandon's testimony. The prosecutor told me this morning they have him dead to rights. When's the trial? Probably not for months. These things take time, but the arraignment is tomorrow. He's being held without bail because the prosecutor argued he's a flight risk. He has significant assets and international business connections. The idea of Richard Hartwell spending the night in jail was almost impossible to imagine. He was a man who stayed in 5-star hotels and flew first class. The closest he'd come to roughing it was probably business class on a transatlantic flight. How are you doing? Catherine asked. Really? I don't know. I thought I'd feel triumphant. Instead, I just feel tired. That's normal. This has been a lot. But David, you won. He tried to destroy you, and instead he destroyed himself. That means something. After we hung up, I tried to focus on work, but it was impossible. Every few minutes, Sarah would buzz to tell me about another call, another reporter, another request for comment. Finally, at 2 o'clock, James appeared in my doorway. Walk with me, he said. We took the elevator down to the ground floor and walked out into the crisp November air. James led us to a small park 2 blocks from the office, one of those pocket green spaces, Manhattan, sprinkled between buildings like an afterthought. "You're handling this well," he said as we sat on a bench. "I'm pretending to handle it well. There's a difference." "Fair enough. Listen, I want you to know that Apex is your back on this. Whatever you need, media training, security, legal support, it's yours. We don't abandon our people when things get complicated." "I appreciate that, but I also need to know, are you okay to keep working? Because if you need time, if this is too much, I want to work." I interrupted. "I need to work. If I sit at home thinking about this, I'll go crazy. At least here I have something productive to focus on." James nodded. "Okay, but the offer stands. Doors always open." We sat in silence for a moment, watching pigeons squabble over a discarded sandwich. "You know what the irony is?" I said. "I never wanted revenge. I just wanted to be left alone. I wanted to do my job, build a career, move on with my life. Richard's the one who couldn't let it go. Men like Richard never can. They see everything as a competition. Everyone is either a threat or a tool. You stopped being useful, so you became a threat. It's that simple to them. What happens to Hartwell Industries now? Chaos, probably. Board will likely force Richard out. Even if he's not convicted, the optics are too damaging. They'll bring in a crisis management team, try to steady the ship. Some of their clients will leave. Stock price will tank. It'll be ugly." "Good," I said, and meant it. That evening, I went back to my apartment and found a package waiting outside my door. No return address, just my name written in familiar handwriting. Vanessa's handwriting. I carried it inside, set it on the kitchen counter, and stared at it for a long moment before opening it. Inside was a jewelry box and a letter. The jewelry box contained my wedding ring, the simple gold band I'd left on the bathroom counter the day I'd moved out. I'd wondered what happened to it. Apparently, Vanessa had kept it. The letter was written on expensive cream stationery, the kind she'd always used for thank you notes and formal correspondence. "David, I'm writing this because I don't have the courage to say it to your face. I'm sorry for all of it. For how my family treated you, for how I treated you, for not standing up for you when it mattered. I knew about the emails. Not before Dad had them created, but after. He told me what he'd done. Told me it was necessary to protect the company, to protect our family. And I didn't stop him. I should have. I should have gone to you, warned you, done something. Instead, I stayed silent because that's what we Hartwells do. We protect the family no matter who gets hurt. I saw the news this morning. I saw Dad being arrested and I felt relief. Not sadness, not anger, relief. Because maybe now he'll finally face consequences for the things he's done. Not just to you, but to so many others over the years. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't even want it. I just wanted you to know that you were right to leave. Right to stand up for yourself. Right to refuse to be small so we could feel big. I hope you're happy at Apex. I hope you found what you were looking for. I'm sorry it took me this long to see what you saw all along, that my family is broken. And I was too scared to admit it, Vanessa." I read the letter 3 times, looking for sarcasm or manipulation, but found only honesty. It was perhaps the most genuine thing Vanessa had ever said to me. I put the ring back in the box and set it on a shelf in my closet. Maybe someday I'd throw it away. Maybe I'd sell it. For now, it could stay there, a reminder of the man I used to be and the life I'd escaped. The next morning, I woke up to my phone buzzing with news alerts. Richard's arraignment was happening at 10 a.m. and apparently, the media circus was already in full swing outside the federal courthouse. I wasn't planning to go. What would be the point? But at 9:30, Catherine called. "I'm at the courthouse." She said, "Emily's here. She wants to see you." Is that safe? If Richard sees her, he won't. She's in a secure witness area. But David, she's scared. She asked if you could come. You don't have to, but I'll be there in 20 minutes. I told Sarah to cancel my morning meetings, grabbed my coat, and caught a cab to the courthouse. The scene outside was exactly what I'd expected. News vans, reporters with microphones, protesters with signs I couldn't read from the cab. Catherine met me at a side entrance and led me through security to a small room on the 3rd floor. Emily was sitting at a table, her hands wrapped around a cup of coffee that had probably gone cold an hour ago. She looked exhausted, like she hadn't slept in days. When she saw me, she stood up. "David, thank you for coming." "Of course. How are you holding up?" "I'm terrified. The prosecutor keeps telling me I did the right thing, that I'm protected, that everything will be okay, but my mother won't speak to me. Vanessa sent me a text calling me a traitor. Thomas, he's the only one who's been decent. He said he understood why I did it, but that I couldn't come to any family events anymore because it would upset Dad. I wanted to say something comforting, but what could I say? She'd burned her family to the ground to do the right thing. There were consequences to that, and platitudes wouldn't make them hurt less. I'm sorry, I said instead. I know this is hard, but you saved my life, Emily. If you hadn't come forward, Richard would have destroyed me. Maybe literally. So, whatever happens, whatever you lose, you did the right thing. Did I? Because right now, it feels like I just blew up my entire life for nothing. Not for nothing. For justice, for truth, for the principle that powerful people shouldn't get away with destroying others just because they can. I sat down across from her. Your father tried to frame me for federal crimes. He increased my life insurance policy and sent me into dangerous situations. He fabricated evidence and filed false complaints. That's not family loyalty. That's criminal behavior. And you stopped him. Emily's eyes filled with tears. He's still my father. I know. And that makes what you did even braver. Catherine knocked on the door frame. They're bringing Richard in. Arraignment starts in 5 minutes. Emily, you don't have to watch if you don't want to. I do, Emily said, wiping her eyes. I need to see it. I need to know this is real. We went to the gallery, Catherine, Emily, and me. The courtroom was packed with reporters, Hartwell Industries employees, and curious onlookers. I recognized some faces from my time at the company. Jennifer, Richard's assistant, sitting in the back row looking shell-shocked. Marcus, the security guard, who nodded at me solemnly. A few board members I'd presented to over the years, all looking grim. And then they brought Richard in. He was wearing the same suit from yesterday, slightly rumpled now, without a tie. His hands were cuffed in front of him. His face was drawn, his famous confidence nowhere in evidence. He looked smaller than I remembered, older, almost fragile. The judge entered and we all stood. The arraignment proceeded with bureaucratic efficiency. Charges read, plea entered, not guilty. Bail arguments heard and denied. Richard's lawyer, an expensive suit from a white shoe Manhattan firm, argued passionately for house arrest with electronic monitoring. The prosecutor countered that Richard had the means and motive to flee the country. The judge sided with the prosecutor. Richard Hartwell would remain in federal custody pending trial. I watched Richard's face as the judge made her ruling. For just a moment, his mask slipped and I saw genuine fear. He was going to spend months in jail, maybe years, maybe the rest of his life, and he'd done it to himself. When they led him out of the courtroom, he looked up at the gallery. His eyes swept across the crowd and landed on Emily. Recognition flashed across his face, then shock, then rage. He knew. Somehow he knew it had been her. Emily grabbed my hand, her grip tight enough to hurt, but she didn't look away. She stared at her father, and her father stared back. And in that moment, something broke between them that could never be repaired. Then he was gone. Back through the door that led to the holding cells. We left the courtroom in silence. Outside, the reporters were shouting questions, but Catherine steered us away through a back corridor and out to a waiting car. It's done, Catherine said once we were safely inside. He's in custody. The trial will take months, but the evidence is solid. He's going to prison, David. It's over. But it didn't feel over. It felt like the beginning of something else, something I didn't have a name for yet. Emily leaned her head against the window. I need to leave Connecticut. I can't stay here anymore. Everyone knows what I did. Everyone hates me. Not everyone, I said. I don't. Catherine doesn't. And there are people out there who are going to see you as a hero for standing up to corruption. I don't feel like a hero. I feel like an orphan. I didn't have an answer for that. Some losses couldn't be fixed with words. Catherine dropped me back at Apex and I went up to my office in a daze. The television was still on, muted, showing footage of the courthouse. My phone had 43 missed calls. James appeared in my doorway. You okay? No, I said honestly. But I will be good. Because we have a company to run and I need my CFO focused. Think you can do that? I looked around my office at the desk with my name on it at the windows overlooking Manhattan at the work waiting for me that had nothing to do with Richard Hartwell or revenge or justice. Yeah, I said I can do that. And for the first time since the phone call in Paris, I believed it. 3 months after Richard's arrest, Hartwell Industries filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. I read about it in the Wall Street Journal over coffee on a Sunday morning, sitting in my apartment with winter sunlight streaming through the windows. The article was clinical in its assessment: over-leveraged contracts, mounting legal fees from the criminal case, loss of key clients who didn't want to be associated with the scandal. The board had forced Richard to resign from his CEO position 2 weeks after his arrest. But by then, the damage was done. Major accounts had fled. Credit lines had dried up. Vendors demanded cash up front instead of extending terms. The company my ex-wife's family had built over 3 generations was collapsing, and I felt nothing. Not satisfaction, not sadness, just a distant curiosity, like reading about a natural disaster in a country I'd never visited. The bankruptcy filing includes plans to sell off several divisions, the article continued. Industry analysts suggest that Apex Consolidated may be positioned to acquire some of Hartwell's more profitable assets at significant discount. My phone rang. "James, tell me you're reading the journal," he said without preamble. "I'm reading the journal. The Hartwell bankruptcy, their manufacturing division, the one we compete with directly. It's going to be part of the asset sale. I want it." I sat down my coffee. "You want to buy pieces of Hartwell Industries, not pieces, the best pieces. Their flagship manufacturing facility in New Britain is state-of-the-art. Their client list in the aerospace sector is exactly what we need to scale our division. And with the bankruptcy, we can get it all for probably 60 cents on the dollar. James, the optics are that we're a smart company making a smart acquisition. Hartwell's creditors want to get paid. Their employees want to keep their jobs. We can provide both. This isn't revenge, David. This is business." But it felt like revenge. It felt like standing over the corpse of my former life and picking through the pieces that still had value. "I need you to do the financial analysis," James continued. "What's it worth? What can we pay and still maintain healthy margins? What's the integration cost? I want a complete picture before we make a bid. When board meeting is in 2 weeks. I want to present this as a done deal. Not a possibility. Can you do it?" I looked at the article again at the photo of the Hartwell Industries building where I'd spent 6 years of my life. At the employees quoted as saying they were hopeful someone would buy the company and save their jobs. People like Jennifer, like Marcus the security guard, like the analysts I'd trained and the accountants I'd worked with. They didn't deserve to lose their jobs because Richard Hartwell was a criminal. "I can do it," I said. "But I have conditions." "Name them." "If we acquire the division, we honor the existing employment contracts. No mass layoffs, no gutting the workforce to reduce costs. These people didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve to be punished because their CEO was a criminal." There was a pause. "Agreed. Anything else?" "I don't want to be the face of this acquisition. Put someone else in charge of the integration. I'll do the analysis. I'll advise on strategy, but I'm not walking into that building as the conquering hero. It's too complicated." Also agreed. "Though, for the record, you wouldn't be the conquering hero. You'd be the guy who's giving them a future." After we hung up, I spent the rest of Sunday pulling together every piece of public information I could find on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division. Financial statements from their bond offerings, industry reports on their market position, news articles about their contracts and clients. By midnight, I had a preliminary assessment. The division was worth somewhere between $40 and $60 million as a going concern. But in bankruptcy, with the taint of scandal and the pressure to liquidate quickly, we could probably acquire it for $35 million. It was a steal. It was also deeply strange to be putting a price tag on a piece of my former life. Monday morning, I assembled my team, Margaret, Alex, Tom, and Patricia, and laid out the project. "We're conducting acquisition due diligence on Hartwell Industries' manufacturing division." I said, "I need complete financial analysis, profitability by product line, customer concentration risk, contract portfolio review, integration cost estimates. We have 2 weeks." Tom's eyes went wide. "Hartwell, your former employer, Hartwell, the same. Are we? Is this?" Alex struggled for words. "Is this weird for you?" "Extremely, but it's also good business. So, let's focus on the business part and try to ignore the weird part." We dove in. The bankruptcy court had made Hartwell's financial records public as part of the filing, which meant we had access to data I'd never been allowed to see when I actually worked there. Detailed profit and loss statements by division, complete customer lists, contract terms and schedules, equipment inventories, employee compensation data. It was like performing an autopsy on something that was still technically alive but dying. "Jesus," Margaret said on day 3, looking at a spreadsheet of contract margins. They were losing money on almost everything. How did they stay in business this long? "Creative accounting," I said, and Richard's willingness to lie to the board about actual performance. They kept winning new contracts to generate cash flow, but each contract lost money, so they needed more contracts to cover the losses. "Classic death spiral, except for the aerospace division," Tom noted. "That's actually profitable. Good margins, solid contracts, excellent equipment. If we stripped away everything else and just bought this piece, that's exactly what we're going to do. I said James wants the aerospace division, not the whole mess. We let someone else buy the money-losing pieces. The work was intense but straightforward. Unlike the chaos at Hartwell, where I'd been constantly fighting for resources and authority, at Apex, I had everything I needed. A competent team, adequate time, access to information. It was a reminder of how much easier work was when people actually wanted you to succeed. On day 7, Catherine Reeves called with an update on Richard's case. Trial date is set. She said June 15th. The prosecutor is pushing for a speedy trial and Richard's legal team couldn't get it delayed any longer. Also, there's been a development with Emily. My stomach tightened. What kind of development? She's going public. There's going to be a 60 Minutes interview airing next Sunday. She's going to talk about why she came forward, what she witnessed, what it cost her. The producer reached out to me for comment. They want to interview you, too. Absolutely not. That's what I told them. But David, you should know this is going to bring everything back into the spotlight. Emily's brave for doing this, but it means more media attention, more questions, more scrutiny. Is she safe? If she goes public, she has security. The FBI is taking threats seriously, especially given Richard's resources and connections, but she feels like she needs to do this. She wants people to understand why she made the choice she made. I thought about Emily in that courthouse, watching her father being led away in handcuffs, about the text from Vanessa calling her a traitor, about how she'd said she felt like an orphan. She's trying to take back the narrative. I said, exactly. Instead of being the daughter who betrayed her family, she's the whistleblower who stood up to corruption. It's smart, actually. Difficult, but smart. Sunday night, I watched the 60 Minutes interview alone in my apartment. Emily looked different, older somehow. Though it had only been a few months, she sat in a nondescript room, hands folded in her lap, and told her story with a quiet dignity that made my chest ache. People ask me how I could betray my own father, she said to the interviewer. But what he was doing, fabricating evidence, trying to destroy someone's life, that's the real betrayal. He betrayed every principle he claimed to believe in. Family values, integrity, honesty. Those were just words to him. Words he used to control people. You knew that coming forward would cost you your relationship with your family, the interviewer prompted. I did, and it has. My mother won't speak to me. My sister sent me one text message in 3 months, and it was to tell me I was dead to her. My brother tries, but he's caught between loyalty to them and I don't know, maybe basic human decency. Emily's voice cracked slightly, but I had to ask myself, what kind of person would I be if I stayed silent? If I knew my father was trying to send an innocent man to prison and I did nothing. David Chen, your father's former employee. You knew him? I knew him. He was always kind to me. Remembered my birthday. Asked about my studies. Treated me like a person instead of a prop. That shouldn't be remarkable, but in my family, it was. She looked directly at the camera. David didn't deserve what my father tried to do to him, and I wasn't going to be complicit in that destruction. The interview went on for another 10 minutes with Emily describing the recording, the decision to come forward, the aftermath. She was articulate and composed, but I could see the cost in her eyes. The grief of losing her family. The fear of what came next. The loneliness of having made an impossible choice. When it ended, my phone immediately started buzzing. James telling me the interview was powerful. Catherine checking if I was okay. Sarah sending a simple message. Your ex-sister-in-law is brave as hell. And then, surprisingly, a text from Vanessa. I watched the interview. Emily's right. I'm sorry I called her a traitor. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I hope you're well. I stared at that message for a long time before responding. I hope you're well, too. Take care of yourself. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't reconciliation, but it was something in acknowledgement that we'd both been trapped in the same toxic system, and we'd both found different ways to escape. The next morning at work, the Hartwell acquisition analysis was ready. I'd compiled everything into a comprehensive presentation. Current state assessment, valuation analysis, integration plan, risk factors, financial projections. The aerospace division was worth acquiring at the right price. Everything else was a dumpster fire we should avoid. James reviewed it in his office, nodding as he flipped through the slides. This is excellent work, he said. Exactly what I needed. Board meeting is Thursday. I'll present this and if they approve, we'll submit a bid by end of week. What if Hartwell's board rejects our bid? There's bad blood there. They're in bankruptcy. They don't get to reject good faith offers based on personal feelings. The bankruptcy trustee will evaluate all bids based on value and likelihood of closing. We'll be competitive on both fronts. What about Richard? Even from jail, he might try to interfere. Richard doesn't get a vote anymore. He resigned as CEO and the board stripped his voting rights as part of the settlement with creditors. He's a defendant in a criminal case, nothing more. James closed the presentation. This is going to happen, David. And when it does, you're going to have saved dozens of jobs and built our division into a real powerhouse. That's something to be proud of. I wanted to feel proud. Instead, I felt like a scavenger picking over bones. Thursday's board meeting lasted 3 hours. James called me afterward with the news. Unanimous approval to bid $38 million for the aerospace division with employment guarantees for existing staff and a 90-day integration timeline. We're doing this, he said, and I could hear the excitement in his voice. We submit the bid tomorrow morning. If all goes well, we'll own it by end of March. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about walking into that New Britain facility as part of Apex, about seeing Jennifer and Marcus and all the people who used to be my colleagues, about the strange circularity of it all fired from Hartwell, hired by Apex, now facilitating Apex's acquisition of Hartwell. If someone had told me 6 months ago sitting on that Paris terrace that this is where I'd end up, I would have laughed or cried. I wasn't sure which. Around 2:00 a.m. I gave up on sleep and went for a walk. New York in winter in the middle of the night was a different city, quieter, harsher, more honest somehow. I walked through Hell's Kitchen down to Times Square, still bright and busy even at this hour. Then over to the Hudson River waterfront. I stood there looking at the water, thinking about all the versions of myself I'd been over the past year. The loyal employee who worked 60-hour weeks. The husband trying to be good enough. The man on vacation who laughed at his father-in-law and hung up the phone. The witness in a federal investigation. The CFO building something new. Which one was real? Maybe all of them. Maybe none of them. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the news about the acquisition bid. I'm glad Apex is doing this. Those employees deserve better than what my family gave them. Thank you for taking care of them. I typed back. How are you doing? Really? Her response came a few minutes later. Some days better than others. The interview helped. Saying it all out loud. Owning my choice. It made it real in a way it wasn't before. I'm moving to Seattle. Fresh start. My advisor at Berkeley found me a research position with an environmental policy think tank. I start next month. That's wonderful. I'm happy for you. Are you happy? That's not a rhetorical question. After everything, are you actually happy? I looked out at the Hudson, at the lights reflecting on the water, at the city behind me that was starting to feel like home. Getting there, I typed. Some days better than others, but getting there. Good. You deserve it. We both do. The bid went in Friday morning. By Friday afternoon, we had confirmation that it was being seriously considered. By Monday, we were in negotiations with the bankruptcy trustee. By Wednesday, we had a deal $38 million for the aerospace division. Employment guarantees included closing date set for March 15th. James called an all-hands meeting to announce it. Apex Consolidated is acquiring the aerospace manufacturing division of Hartwell Industries, he announced to the assembled staff. This doubles the size of our manufacturing division, adds 65 talented employees to our team, and positions us as a major player in the precision aerospace components market. I want to thank David Chen and his team for the exceptional analysis that made this possible. Everyone applauded. I smiled and nodded, accepting congratulations from colleagues who had no idea how complicated this was for me. After the meeting, Margaret pulled me aside. You okay? This has to be weird. Weird is an understatement. For what it's worth, you're handling it with a lot of grace. I would have burned the place down. I thought about it, decided this was better. She laughed. Revenge via legitimate business acquisition. Very classy, but it wasn't revenge. Or maybe it was, but a different kind. The kind where you win by building something better, not by destroying what came before. That night, I treated my team to dinner at a nice restaurant in Tribeca. My way of saying, thank you for 2 weeks of brutal work. We ate well, drank good wine, and for a few hours, I forgot about the complexity and just enjoyed the victory. On the cab ride home, my phone rang. An unknown number. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. David Chen. A male voice unfamiliar. Speaking. This is Thomas Hartwell, Vanessa's brother. I hope you don't mind. I got your number from Emily. I sat up straighter. Thomas. Hi. What can I do for you? I wanted to thank you for the employment guarantees and the acquisition. My mother, she's been a wreck since the bankruptcy. Worried about all the people losing their jobs. When she heard that Apex was keeping everyone on, she actually cried with relief. It was the right thing to do. Those employees didn't do anything wrong. I know, but you could have gutted the place and no one would have blamed you. After what my father did to you, he trailed off. Anyway, thank you. And David, I'm sorry for all of it. The way our family treated you, the way I stayed silent when I should have spoken up, you deserved better. I appreciate that, Thomas. If you're ever back in Connecticut and want to grab coffee or something, I'd like that. No pressure, but yeah, I'd like that. After we hung up, I sat with that conversation, turning it over in my mind. The Hartwell family was fragmenting. Emily gone to Seattle. Vanessa apologizing via text. Thomas reaching out. And at the center of it all, Richard sitting in a jail cell waiting for trial. I'd escaped that family. But they hadn't escaped the consequences of being that family. The wheel keeps turning, I thought. The wheel keeps turning, and sometimes the people on top end up on the bottom and the people who were crushed find ways to rise. I was rising and I wasn't done yet. The trial lasted 3 weeks. I didn't attend. Catherine said I didn't need to. My deposition was entered as evidence and Emily's testimony was compelling enough without me sitting in the gallery as a reminder of Richard's crimes. So, I followed it through news reports and Catherine's daily updates, watching from a distance as the man who tried to destroy me was systematically taken apart by federal prosecutors. The verdict came on a Friday in late June. Guilty on all counts. I was in a meeting with aerospace suppliers when Sarah interrupted, holding up her phone with a news alert. The room went quiet as everyone checked their devices simultaneously. Sentencing in 60 days, Catherine texted. 15 to 20 years likely. It's over, David. You won. But it didn't feel like winning. It felt like closing a book I'd been forced to read. Relief that it was finished. Not joy at how it ended. That evening, James took me to the rooftop bar where we'd celebrated the Hartwell acquisition closing 3 months earlier. The aerospace division was already exceeding projections. The employees we'd kept had become some of our best performers. Marcus, the security guard, now ran safety protocols for our entire manufacturing division. To justice, James said, raising his glass. To new beginnings, I countered. We drank as the sun set over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. My phone buzzed. A text from Emily. Saw the verdict. How are you feeling? Free. I typed back and I meant it. That night, I stood in my apartment, no longer temporary, officially mine now, and looked at the life I'd built. Photos on the wall from a hiking trip with my team. Books I'd actually had time to read. A kitchen where I cooked dinner instead of eating takeout at my desk. A calendar with vacation do not disturb blocked out for 2 weeks in August. On my desk sat 2 objects. The Mont Blanc pen I'd used to sign away my old life and the business card James had given me in Paris, now framed. I picked up the card, remembering that moment, the wine, the view, the laughter that had started everything. 6 months ago, Richard Hartwell had called me in Paris and fired me. Thinking he was ending my story. Instead, he'd freed me to write a better one. My phone rang one last time. Unknown number, I answered. Mr. Chen, this is Douglas Brennan, Sec. I wanted to personally thank you for your cooperation in the Hartwell case. Your testimony was instrumental. I'm glad I could help. There's one more thing. The whistleblower reward program, you and Miss Hartwell are entitled to a percentage of the penalties assessed. It should be substantial. After he hung up, I laughed. Really laughed. The way I had on that Paris terrace. Richard had tried to destroy me with $15 million in life insurance. Instead, I'd helped destroy him and gotten paid for it. I raised my glass of wine to the empty apartment. To karma, I said, and to never settling for less than I deserve. The city glittered below, full of possibility, and I was finally ready to claim it. Story 7. My wife and her family threw a luxurious dinner without me on my birthday. Oh, today was your birthday. Make sure to clean up after us. I quietly picked my wallet and headed to a restaurant worthy of my special day. When they came to ask me to clean up, they found my letter. Wife's face froze and my wife's mother was left speechless. My name is Marcus Hale, and if you're looking for some soba story about a downtrodden guy who finally found his backbone, well, you're in the right place. But let me tell you something right off the bat. This isn't some Disney fairy tale where the underdog gets his happy ending through sheer determination and a catchy musical number. This is real-life Chicago style where the wind cuts through you like a knife and the people you love can be even sharper. So here I am, 38 years old as of today. Though apparently nobody got that memo, sitting at my drafting table in what used to be the mansion's library before it became my makeshift office. The irony isn't lost on me that I'm surrounded by leather-bound books that nobody in this house has ever read. Designing buildings for a family that treats me like I'm barely qualified to design a paper airplane. But hey, that's my life in a nutshell. Professional architect by day, family doormat by night. The morning light streams through those ridiculously expensive stained glass windows that I personally had restored last spring with my money, of course, casting rainbow patterns across my blueprints for the Morrison redevelopment project. It's a beautiful piece of work, if I do say so myself, and I do because nobody else around here will. 22 floors of mixed-use space that will transform an entire neighborhood. Complete with green terraces and sustainable energy systems that would make Al Gore weep with joy. But does my wife Claire give a damn? Does her mother Margaret? Does her precious sister Isabel? Let me paint you a picture of my domestic bliss. I live in the Sheridan Road mansion. And when I say live, I use the term loosely because I'm more like a well-dressed squatter who happens to pay most of the bills. There's Claire, my wife of 8 years, who somehow managed to convince me that marrying into money was a privilege, even when I'm the one providing said money. Then there's Margaret, the Queen Mother herself, who runs this house like she's Marie Antoinette, and I'm some peasant who wandered in from the fields. And finally, there's Isabel, the baby sister who's never worked a real day in her life, but somehow always needs just a small loan to keep her latest business venture afloat. The best part, they act like I should be grateful. Like I won some cosmic lottery by getting to bankroll their lifestyles while they treat me like I'm invisible. It's like being a ghost, except ghosts at least get the satisfaction of scaring people occasionally. Me, I just get to watch my bank account drain while pretending I don't notice the eye rolls when I dare to speak at dinner. Take this morning for instance. I woke up expecting, well, hoping might be more accurate, that someone might remember it's my birthday. Not asking for a parade down Michigan Avenue or anything. Just maybe a "Hey Marcus, happy birthday" would have been nice, but no. Claire rolled out of bed, checked her phone for 20 minutes while I pretended to be asleep, then vaulted into the bathroom like I didn't exist. I heard her on the phone with Isabel planning some lunch at that overpriced place on Oak Street, discussing whether they should get manicures before or after shopping. Not once did she mention that her husband was celebrating another year of putting up with this circus. Margaret wasn't any better. I passed her in the hallway and she barely looked up from her tablet where she was scrolling through real estate listings, probably looking for another property for me to help finance. "Good morning, Margaret," I said like the polite little husband I am. She grunted something that might have been a greeting or might have been indigestion. Hard to tell with her. And Isabel, well, she was still unconscious at 10 a.m., which is practically dawn for someone whose biggest responsibility is deciding which Instagram filter makes her look most authentic. The girl treats sleep like it's an Olympic sport, and she's going for the gold medal. Here I sit, sketching out plans for buildings that'll outlast all of us, while my family of in-laws treats me like I'm some kind of convenient ATM that occasionally offers unwanted opinions. The Morrison project is my baby. A complete transformation of 6 city blocks that'll bring jobs, housing, and hope to a neighborhood that's been forgotten by everyone except the drug dealers and the city planners who love to write it off as economically challenged. I've poured my heart into these designs, working late into the night while Claire watches reality TV shows about women who make my in-laws look humble. The sustainable features alone will save the residents thousands in energy costs, and the community spaces I've incorporated will give families places to gather, kids places to play safely, and seniors places to enjoy their golden years without fear. But try explaining that to Claire. Last week, when I was excited about getting approval for the green roof systems, she looked at me like I just told her I was taking up competitive toe wrestling. "That's nice, honey," she said. Then immediately launched into a story about how Isabel's friend's cousin's boyfriend might be able to get them VIP tickets to some charity gala that costs more per plate than most people make in a month. The thing is, I used to think this was temporary, that eventually they'd see how hard I work, how much I sacrifice, how I've basically funded their entire lifestyle while my own dreams got filed away under maybe someday. I thought Claire married me for more than just financial security. I thought Margaret would eventually warm up to the guy who's been keeping her lights on. I thought Isabel would grow up and realize that money doesn't magically appear just because you're pretty and know how to pout. That I thought a lot of things. Turns out thinking and reality have about as much in common as Chicago weather and common sense, which is to say not much. But today feels different somehow. Maybe it's because I'm officially closer to 40 than 30. Or maybe it's because I spent my birthday morning alone with my drafts while my wife planned her social calendar without me. Whatever it is, something's shifting inside me like tectonic plates preparing for an earthquake that I've been documenting things lately. Expenses, conversations, the little moments that reveal who these people really are when they think nobody's watching. Call it professional habit or call it preparation, but architects don't just design buildings. We plan for contingencies, and something tells me I'm going to need a very big contingency plan. So, You want to know how my birthday evening went? Buckle up, Buttercup, because this is where things get really classy. And by classy, I mean about as elegant as a dumpster fire in a wedding dress. I pulled into our circular driveway around 7:30 after spending the day at the office pretending that designing sustainable housing for underprivileged families was enough to fill the birthday-shaped hole in my chest. The first thing I noticed was that our driveway looked like a luxury car dealership had exploded. I'm talking serious money here. A midnight blue Rolls-Royce Phantom that probably cost more than most people's houses. A pearl white Bentley that screamed, "I have more money than sense." And a Ferrari so red it looked like it was bleeding automotive arrogance all over our imported Italian stonework. Now, you might think I'd be excited. Maybe my loving family had planned a surprise party for dear old Marcus. Maybe they'd remembered it was my birthday after all and decided to throw me a celebration worthy of the guy who keeps their credit cards from getting declined at Nordstrom. Yeah, right. And maybe pigs would start flying formations over Lake Michigan while singing show tunes that I walked through our front door. The one with the hand-carved mahogany panels that I'd had restored by artisans who charged more per hour than some people make in a week. And immediately understood what was happening. The house was lit up like the 4th of July, but instead of celebrating American independence, we were apparently celebrating the independence of my money from my bank account. The crystal chandeliers that I'd had rewired last month were sparkling like diamonds, casting warm light over what looked like a spread from Architectural Digest's How to Spend Your Husband's Money issue. Champagne flutes were singing their little crystal songs as servers in crisp white uniforms. Servers I was definitely paying for, by the way, moved through the crowd like well-dressed ghosts carrying liquid gold. And the crowd, oh, this was Chicago's finest. I recognized half of them from the society pages. The kind of people who attend charity galas not because they care about charity, but because they need somewhere to show off their latest Cartier purchases. Women dripping in jewelry that could fund a small country's education budget. Men wearing watches that cost more than luxury cars. All of them laughing. That particular laugh that rich people perfect. The one that sounds like tinkling coins, but somehow manages to be completely soulless. At the center of it all stood Margaret, my dear mother-in-law, looking like she'd raided the crown jewels of 3 different monarchies. The woman was practically a walking jewelry store advertisement with diamonds hanging off her like Christmas ornaments on a very expensive, very judgmental tree. She raised her champagne flute, and knowing Margaret, it was probably the good stuff, the kind that costs more per bottle than most people spend on groceries in a month. To my darling Isabel, she announced in that voice she reserves for public speeches and private condescension. And to the launch of her latest boutique venture, may it be as successful as all her previous endeavors. Now, here's where I should mention that Isabel's previous endeavors have had about as much success as a chocolate teapot. There was the organic skincare line that folded faster than Superman on laundry day. The artisanal candle business that literally went up in smoke, and the vintage clothing boutique that vintaged itself right into bankruptcy. But hey, why let a little thing like consistent failure stop you from throwing another party funded by your sister's husband's increasingly depleted savings account? The crowd erupted in applause and cheers, and I watched my sister-in-law bask in the attention like a cat in a sunbeam. Isabel was wearing a dress that probably cost more than my car payment, looking every inch the successful entrepreneur. She definitely wasn't. The girl could sell ice to Eskimos. I'll give her that. But unfortunately, her business acumen peaked somewhere around the level of a particularly ambitious lemonade stand. That's when I made my entrance. Picture this. Me, the guy who actually pays for this circus, walking into my own house like I'm crashing someone else's party. The conversation didn't exactly stop, but it definitely did that thing where the volume drops and people start speaking in stage whispers while pretending not to stare. I stood there for a moment, taking it all in. The flowers that probably cost more than most people's rent, the catering setup that looked like it could feed a small army. The champagne fountain. Yes, a champagne fountain. Because apparently regular champagne wasn't fancy enough for Isabel's latest business disaster celebration. And then Claire spotted me, my loving wife of 8 years, the woman who promised to love me in sickness and in health, for richer or poorer, though apparently she'd been banking on the richer part. She tilted her head in that way she does when she's about to say something that sounds sweet but tastes like poison. "Oh," she said, her voice carrying that particular blend of surprise and condescension that she'd perfected over our years of marriage. "Today was your birthday." Let me repeat that for emphasis. Today was your birthday. Past tense like it was something that happened in ancient history, not something that was literally happening right now at this very moment. While she stood in our house celebrating her sister's latest money-burning expedition. The silence that followed was the kind you usually experience right before a tornado hits. You know that moment when all the birds stop singing and the air gets thick and heavy and you know something catastrophic is about to happen? Yeah, that silence. Then Margaret, bless her black little heart, let out this chuckle. Not a laugh, mind you, but a chuckle. The kind of sound a snake might make if snakes could express amusement at the suffering of small mammals. Well then, Marcus, she said, her voice dripping with the kind of fake sweetness that gives you diabetes just from listening to it. Make yourself useful. Make sure to clean up after us when the night is over. And then, this is the part that really gets me, everyone laughed. The whole room erupted in laughter like Margaret had just delivered the punchline to the funniest joke in the history of comedy. These people, these guests who were drinking my champagne and eating my food in my house, thought it was absolutely hilarious that the host should be relegated to janitor duty at his own birthday celebration that nobody bothered to acknowledge. I stood there watching these people laugh at me, watching my wife smile that cold, calculating smile that I'd somehow mistaken for warmth all these years, watching my mother-in-law treat me like hired help in my own home. The funny thing about rock bottom is that it gives you a really solid foundation to build on. And that's exactly what I was about to do. Everyone laughed that night. Everyone except me. But here's the thing about the last laugh. It's usually the best one. You know what's funny about being pushed too far? It's not the dramatic explosion you see in movies where the hero throws a chair through a window and delivers some epic speech that makes everyone realize they've been terrible human beings. Nope. Real life is quieter than that. Real life is standing in your own living room surrounded by people laughing at your expense and suddenly feeling this weird sense of clarity that that's exactly what happened to me in that moment. While Margaret's words hung in the air like toxic fog and the laughter of Chicago's social elite echoed off the walls I'd personally had painted last summer, something inside me just clicked. Not snapped, clicked like a puzzle piece finally finding its proper place. Or a lock tumbling open after years of trying the wrong key that I didn't argue. Hell, I didn't even frown. You want to know what I did? I reached into my back pocket, pulled out my wallet, the leather one Claire had given me for our 5th anniversary back when she still pretended to care about things like anniversaries, and slipped it into my jacket. Then, I walked over to the antique side table where I always left my father's watch. The only thing of value he'd managed to leave me before he decided that a heart attack at 55 was preferable to dealing with life's disappointments. The watch was a 1985 Omega Seamaster. Nothing too fancy by Sheridan Road standards, but it had been his daily companion through 20 years of construction work, and it had been mine through 8 years of architectural projects and family disappointments. I fastened it around my wrist with the kind of deliberate care you reserve for important moments. The kind of moments that divide your life into before and after. The whole time, the party continued around me like I was a ghost. And honestly, that's exactly what I'd been for years. A ghost who paid the bills and fixed the plumbing and listened to endless complaints about everything from the thread count of the Egyptian cotton sheets to the temperature of the wine cellar. A ghost who had apparently become so transparent that his own birthday could be forgotten in favor of celebrating another one of Isabel's guaranteed to fail business ventures. Margaret was still holding court near the champagne fountain, regaling some poor couple about her latest real estate investment opportunity. Translation: another scheme for other people to fund her lifestyle while she took credit for the profits and blamed market conditions for the inevitable losses. Isabel was posing for selfies with her friends because apparently documenting your fake success is more important than actually achieving real success. And Claire was chatting with that plastic surgeon's wife about their upcoming spa weekend in Napa. Because clearly discussing grape-flavored massages takes priority over acknowledging your husband's existence, that I walked toward the front door. My footsteps surprisingly loud on the marble flooring that had cost me a small fortune and 3 arguments with the contractor. Funny how you notice details like that when you're seeing everything for what might be the last time. The hand-painted wallpaper I'd special ordered from Italy. The custom millwork that had taken craftsmen 6 weeks to install. The Persian rugs that were older than some small countries. All of it paid for by the guy who was apparently invisible to everyone enjoying it. Not one person tried to stop me. Not one person. Think about that for a minute. I'm walking out of my own house during a party that's being thrown with my money, and 60+ people just watch me leave like I'm some random caterer heading out for a smoke break. My wife, the woman who supposedly loves me enough to have promised to spend her life with me, didn't even pause in her conversation about overpriced spa treatments. My mother-in-law, who's been living off my generosity for years, was too busy planning her next financial conquest to notice that her primary funding source was walking away. And my sister-in-law. She was too busy pretending to be a successful businesswoman to realize that her main investor was about to become unavailable for future bailouts. The night air on Michigan Avenue hit me like a revelation. You know how sometimes you don't realize you've been holding your breath until you finally exhale? That's what stepping outside felt like. The air in that mansion had been thick with entitlement and suffocating with the weight of unspoken expectations. Out here with the Chicago wind cutting through my suit jacket and the city lights twinkling like earthbound stars. I could actually breathe again. That I stood there for a moment looking back at the house through those ridiculously expensive windows. I'd had triple glazed for energy efficiency. The warm light spilling out onto the perfectly manicured lawn made the whole scene look like a Christmas card. If Christmas cards featured selfish people celebrating their own greed while ignoring the guy who made it all possible. That's when I pulled out my phone and made a call that would have shocked the hell out of the Marcus from this morning. I dialed AITA, the Michelin-starred restaurant downtown that I'd been wanting to try for months, but never could because Claire always found reasons why we needed to eat at the same boring society hangouts where she could see and be seen by the right people. Elena's, this is James. How may I help you? The voice was warm, professional, actually interested in helping rather than dismissing. Hi, I'd like to make a reservation for tonight if possible. Chef's table for one. There was a brief pause, probably because normal people don't call for same-day reservations at restaurants that book months in advance. But then James came back with something I hadn't heard in my own house in years. Enthusiasm. Let me see what I can do for you, sir. Tonight's a special evening, and we always try to accommodate guests who appreciate culinary artistry. May I have your name? Marcus Hale. Another pause. This one different. Mr. Hale, the architect, I believe you designed the building that houses our sister restaurant in River North. That's right, sir. It would be our absolute pleasure to host you tonight. We have a cancellation at the chef's table for 8:30. Would that work for you? I looked back at the mansion one more time, watching through the windows as my family continued their celebration of everything except the person who made it possible. 8:30 would be perfect. Wonderful. We'll see you then, Mr. Hale and sir. It's going to be an exceptional evening. As I walked toward my car, the sensible BMW that Claire always complained wasn't flashy enough for our social status. I felt something I hadn't experienced in years. It took me a moment to identify it because it had been so long since I'd felt it. Hope. Tonight, for the first time in longer than I could remember, someone was going to treat my birthday like it mattered. Tonight, I was going to do something just for me. Not for Claire or Margaret or Isabel or the endless parade of social obligations that had consumed my life. Tonight, Marcus Hale was going to remember what it felt like to matter. Let me tell you something about driving through downtown Chicago at night when you've just walked out on your own birthday party that nobody bothered to acknowledge. It's like seeing the city for the first time. The lights look brighter. The architecture seems more impressive. And suddenly you remember why you fell in love with this concrete jungle in the first place. Maybe it's because for the first time in years, I was driving somewhere I actually wanted to go. Instead of chauffeuring my wife to another mindless social gathering where I'd stand around making small talk about other people's money, Elena sits on the 32nd floor of a building I actually helped design back in my early days before I got married and my career became secondary to funding Claire's lifestyle. The elevator ride up gave me time to think about the irony. Here I was celebrating my birthday in a building that represented who I used to be, escaping from a house full of people who had no idea who I actually am. The moment those elevator doors opened, I knew I'd made the right choice. The restaurant's entrance was understated elegance. No gaudy gold fixtures or over-the-top crystal nonsense like the stuff Margaret insisted we needed at home. Just clean lines, warm lighting, and the kind of sophisticated atmosphere that whispers class instead of screaming wealth. Michael Russo, the restaurant director, greeted me like I was visiting royalty instead of a guy having a midlife crisis in a $1,000 suit. He was probably in his 40s with the kind of genuine smile that you don't see much in my usual social circles, the kind that reaches the eyes and actually means something. Mr. Hale, he said, extending his hand for a firm handshake that felt more sincere than any interaction I'd had all day. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. We're honored to have you dining with us tonight, and may I be the first to wish you a very happy birthday. Those words hit me harder than they should have. Here was a complete stranger. Someone who owed me nothing. Someone who had never benefited from my bank account or my connections. And he was the first person all day to acknowledge that I was celebrating another year of life. I actually had to clear my throat before I could respond. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate that more than you know. Follow me, sir. We have something special planned for you. He led me through the main dining room, past tables of couples sharing intimate conversations and business partners sealing deals over perfectly prepared meals. The atmosphere was sophisticated without being pretentious, successful without being showy. Everything my home life wasn't. The chef's table was positioned with a perfect view of the open kitchen where I could watch culinary artists create edible masterpieces with the kind of passion and precision I used to bring to my architectural work before it became just another way to fund other people's dreams. The seat was comfortable, the lighting was perfect, and for the first time all day, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged. Chef Rodriguez will be preparing a special tasting menu for you tonight, Michael explained, paired with wine selected specifically for the occasion. We understand this is a significant birthday and we want to make sure it's memorable for all the right reasons.
As if on cue, a sommelier approached with a bottle that looked older than some of the artifacts in the Art Institute.
Mr. Hale, we'd like to start your evening with a 1987 Bordeaux, the same year you were born. It's been aging for 38 years, just like the birthday boy. I nearly lost it right there. These people, these complete strangers, had put more thought into my birthday in 30 minutes than my own family had in 38 years. They'd researched my birth year, selected a wine that had been waiting its entire existence for this moment, and presented it with the kind of care and attention that made me remember what it felt like to be valued. The first course arrived like a work of art. Delicate amuse-bouche that looked too beautiful to eat but tasted like heaven had opened a catering company. The flavors were complex, sophisticated, challenging, everything my palate had been craving after years of eating at the same boring country club where Claire insisted we needed to be seen. As I savored each bite, I could hear the kitchen staff working behind me with the kind of teamwork and mutual respect that I hadn't experienced in my own home in years. They called out orders with military precision, but there was joy in their voices, passion in their movements. These people loved what they did, and it showed in every perfectly plated dish that emerged from their workspace. The second course was even better. Locally sourced truffle ravioli that made me understand why people write poetry about food. The pasta was handmade, the filling was divine, and the truffle oil was applied with the kind of restraint that separates true artistry from showing off. Each bite was a revelation, a reminder that some things in life are worth savoring instead of rushing through to get to the next obligation. Between courses, I found myself checking my phone out of habit. Claire's Instagram was lit up with pictures from the party. Her radiant smile as she posed with Isabel. Margaret holding court with her society friends. The champagne fountain sparkling in the background. Not one mention of me. Not one hint that tonight had been anything more than another excuse to celebrate Isabel's latest guaranteed failure. But here's the thing. For the first time, I didn't care. Let them post their pictures and pretend their lives were perfect. I was experiencing something real, something authentic, something that didn't require pretense or performance. The third course arrived with a flourish. Wagyu beef so tender it practically melted on my tongue. Paired with a reduction that had probably taken hours to perfect. The sommelier poured a wine that complemented the meat so perfectly. It was like they'd been destined for each other since the beginning of time. "How is everything, Mr. Hale?" Michael appeared at my elbow with the kind of attentive service that made me feel like the most important person in the building. "It's perfect," I told him, and I meant it. "Absolutely perfect. We're so glad. The kitchen staff wanted me to tell you that they're honored to be cooking for the architect who designed the Morrison Complex. They drive past your buildings every day and feel proud to work in a city shaped by your vision." That's when they brought out the birthday surprise, a handwritten card signed by every cook, server, host, and dishwasher in the restaurant. Simple messages like, "Happy birthday, and thank you for making our city beautiful and hope your special day is as amazing as you are." I sat there surrounded by strangers who treated me with more kindness and respect than my own family ever had. Reading birthday wishes from people who appreciated my work and valued my contributions to their world for the first time in years, I felt like I mattered. You know what they say about the best revenge being served cold? Well, I'd been chilling mine in the freezer of my patients for about 6 months, and tonight felt like the perfect time to serve it up with a garnish of truth and a side of long overdue consequences. See, while I'd been playing the role of the invisible husband who magically makes money appear to fund everyone else's fantasies, I'd also been doing what any good architect does. I'd been documenting everything. Because here's the thing about building a solid case. Whether it's for a construction project or a complete demolition of your family's house of cards, you need a foundation of facts, blueprints of evidence, and materials that can withstand any attempt at reconstruction. For months, I'd been quietly, carefully, methodically building my case. Every fraudulent real estate deal Margaret had orchestrated while using my name as collateral. Every small loan Isabel had begged for to prop up her latest business disaster, complete with forged documents claiming success where there was only failure. Every credit card Claire had opened in my name. Every joint account she drained for her shopping sprees and spa weekends. Every financial decision made without my knowledge but with my money that I'm an architect. Remember, we don't just design pretty buildings and hope they stay standing. We plan for structural integrity. We calculate load-bearing capacities and we always have detailed documentation of every beam, every wire, every foundation pour. And I'd been applying those same professional standards to my personal life without anyone realizing it. The letter had been written weeks ago, drafted and redrafted like the most important blueprint of my career. I'd used my father's old fountain pen, The one he'd carried through 20 years of construction sites and business negotiations, and my best stationery, the heavy Crane and Company paper that Claire had bought for important correspondence, but never actually used because texting was so much easier than forming complete thoughts. Tonight, before I'd walked out on my own birthday celebration, I'd placed that letter exactly where it needed to be, in the center of the dining room table, right next to the ridiculous ice sculpture of a swan that probably cost more than most people's monthly salary. I positioned it so that when the party wounded down and the guests finally went home to count their social media likes, someone would inevitably notice the envelope with my name written clearly across the front. The letter itself was a masterpiece of controlled rage and factual documentation. 3 pages of my finest handwriting. Each word chosen with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel. No emotional outbursts. No dramatic accusations. No pleading or begging or asking for explanations. Just facts. Cold, hard, legally documented facts that painted a picture so clear that even someone as delusional as Margaret couldn't deny it. Page 1. Detailed Margaret's real estate schemes, the properties purchased with my credit rating, the loans secured against assets I didn't know I owned, the rental income that somehow never made it into our joint accounts. I had bank statements, property records, and email exchanges that she thought she'd deleted, but I'd recovered from our shared cloud storage because apparently criminal masterminds don't always understand how technology works. Page 2 was dedicated to Isabel's financial fantasies. The boutique that existed only on paper. The inventory purchases that were actually personal shopping sprees. The business loans I'd co-signed under the impression that her companies were successful when they were actually hemorrhaging money faster than a shark with hemophilia. I had invoices, bank records, and even screenshots of her deleting negative reviews from social media while posting fake success stories. Page 3 was my personal favorite, a detailed accounting of Claire's creative financing techniques. The credit cards opened in my name without my knowledge. The joint accounts drained for household expenses that turned out to be jewelry and designer handbags. The forged signatures on loan applications for home improvements that somehow improved only her wardrobe. I documented every purchase, every withdrawal, every lie that had been told to banks and credit agencies using my name and reputation. But here's the thing that made this letter truly devastating. I hadn't just documented their crimes. I'd also documented the solutions. Account numbers for the forensic accountant I'd already hired. Contact information for the fraud investigation specialist who was standing by. Reference numbers for the criminal attorney who'd reviewed every piece of evidence and confirmed that yes, what they'd been doing was not just morally bankrupt, but actually illegal. The final paragraph was my favorite part. Effective immediately. I will no longer be participating in this family's financial fiction. All joint accounts have been frozen pending investigation. All credit cards have been canceled. All loans have been called in. And all future requests for funding will be directed to your individual attorneys. I suggest you contact them soon because you're going to need them. I'd signed it with the same fountain pen my father had used to sign construction contracts. The same steady hand that had drafted building plans for half of Chicago's skyline. My signature was clear, confident, and legally binding because every word in that letter had been reviewed by lawyers who specialized in white-collar crime. The beauty of the timing was perfect. While they were upstairs celebrating Isabel's latest doomed venture with champagne that cost more per bottle than most people's car payments, the consequences of their actions were sitting patiently on the table like a time bomb disguised as correspondence. They'd finish their party, send their guests home, and then discover that their house of cards was about to become a house of consequences. I'd even included copies of all the evidence, neatly organized and labeled folders like the architectural drawings I'd spent my career perfecting. Bank statements in chronological order. Email exchanges sorted by participant. Legal documents arranged by severity of fraud. Everything they'd need to understand exactly how screwed they were. Presented with the same attention to detail, I brought to million-dollar construction projects. The most satisfying part, I'd carbon copied every relevant financial institution, law enforcement agency, and regulatory body that might be interested in their creative approach to other people's money. By the time they read my letter, half of Chicago's financial community would already be reviewing their files and preparing their own letters, the kind that arrive with official seals and require immediate legal representation. That I'd been carrying this letter around for weeks, waiting for the right moment to deploy it. Tonight, sitting at Elena's with my birth year Bordeaux and my hands-on birthday cards from people who actually appreciated my existence, I could almost picture the scene back at the mansion, the party winding down, the guests departing, and then someone, probably Isabel, looking for her next victim to clean up her mess, discovering my little gift. The truth served cold and documented in triplicate. Sometimes the best birthday presents are the ones you give yourself. Picture this. It's nearly midnight. The champagne has lost its fizz. The ice sculpture has melted into an abstract art piece that nobody wants to look at. And the last of Chicago's social elite have finally stumbled out to their overpriced cars, probably texting their drivers to avoid any unfortunate encounters with sobriety checkpoints. The mansion that had been buzzing with fake laughter and genuine greed for the past 4 hours was now settling into that particular kind of silence that comes after a party. The kind where you can hear the lies echoing off the walls. Isabel, my dear sister-in-law, was doing what she does best, avoiding any actual work while loudly complaining about the need for someone else to do it. She was standing at the bottom of our grand staircase, the one with the hand-carved banister that I'd had restored by craftsmen who charged more per hour than some people make in a day. Still wearing her ridiculously expensive dress and looking like a princess who'd just discovered that castles require maintenance. "Marcus," she shouted, her voice carrying that particular blend of entitlement and irritation that she'd perfected over years of never hearing the word no. "Where are you? Come clean this mess." Her heels clicked across the Persian carpet with the rhythm of impatience. Each step a tiny percussion note and a symphony of her self-importance. She was probably already mentally composing tomorrow's Instagram post about her successful party, complete with hashtags about entrepreneurship and empowerment and whatever other buzzwords she used to disguise the fact that her business acumen peaked somewhere around a lemonade stand. But here's where things get interesting. As Isabel clicked her way through the debris of her celebration, abandoned champagne flutes, crumpled napkins, and the general detritus that comes from entertaining people who confuse expensive with valuable, she made it to the dining room where the real entertainment was waiting. There, in the center of our mahogany dining table that had been in Claire's family for 3 generations, and probably witnessed more financial crimes than a Swiss bank, sat my letter. Positioned exactly where I'd left it. Right next to the puddle that used to be a swan eye sculpture. The envelope practically glowing under the chandelier lights like a beacon of truth in a sea of the envelope was cream-colored Crane and Company stationery. The expensive stuff that Claire had bought for important correspondence, but never used because forming complete thoughts was apparently too much effort. My name was written across the front in my father's fountain pen. The same careful handwriting that had signed architectural contracts and building permits and apparently farewell letters to families who mistake kindness for weakness. Isabel stopped dead in her tracks. You know that moment in horror movies when the music stops and everything goes quiet right before something terrible happens? That was this moment. Except instead of a masked killer jumping out of a closet, it was the much more terrifying prospect of actual consequences for years of financial fraud. "Mother," she shrieked, her voice carrying the kind of panic that usually accompanies natural disasters or tax audits. "Mother, get down here." Margaret descended the stairs like a queen approaching her throne, except this particular queen was about to discover that her kingdom was built on quicksand, and the tide was coming in. She was still wearing her diamonds because apparently taking off jewelry before bed was for peasants, and had that imperious expression she wore whenever she was about to deliver one of her lectures about proper behavior or fiscal responsibility, which was rich coming from someone whose idea of financial planning involved spending other people's money. "What is it now?" Isabel, Margaret demanded, irritation dripping from her voice like venom from a particularly well-dressed snake. Some of us need our beauty sleep, unlike certain people who think they can survive on champagne and social media validation. But when Isabel pointed at the table with a trembling finger that was still adorned with rings I'd probably helped finance, Margaret's expression shifted from irritation to something approaching actual concern. Because there, sitting innocently among the party debris, was evidence that somebody in this house had been paying attention to more than just the social calendar. Margaret approached the letter like it might explode, which in a way it absolutely was going to. She picked up the envelope with the kind of careful handling usually reserved for antique china or unstable explosives, turning it over in her hands like she could divine its contents through the expensive paper. "What is this?" she whispered. And for the first time in the 8 years I'd known her, Margaret sounded uncertain. Not commanding, not condescending, not dismissive, just uncertain, like a woman who was beginning to realize that the foundation of her comfortable life might not be as solid as she'd assumed. That's when Claire made her entrance. Drawn by the sound of her mother's uncharacteristic vulnerability, she swept into the dining room, still wearing her party dress, her makeup still perfect despite hours of air kissing and fake laughing with Chicago's most accomplished social climbers. But when she saw Margaret holding my letter with the kind of reverence usually reserved for court summons or cancer diagnosis, her confident smile started to falter around the edges. "What's wrong?" Claire asked, and even she could hear the nervousness in her own voice. Because if Margaret, who could negotiate real estate deals with the ruthlessness of a corporate raider and the morals of a loan shark, looked worried, then something was seriously wrong with their carefully constructed world. That Margaret's hands shook slightly as she opened the envelope. The sound of tearing paper unnaturally loud in the suddenly quiet room. She unfolded my letter with the slow, Deliberate movements of someone who knows they're about to read their own obituary, and began reading the words I'd crafted with all the precision and attention to detail that had made me one of Chicago's most respected architects that I wish I could have been there to see her face. As she processed the first paragraph, the way her eyes would have widened as she realized that I hadn't just been the convenient ATM she'd thought I was, but actually a very observant architect who'd been documenting every crooked board in their house of financial cards. "What is this?" she whispered again. But this time, it wasn't a question. It was the sound of someone watching their entire world crumble in real time, like a controlled demolition, where you can see each floor pancaking into the one below it until nothing's left but dust and regret. Claire snatched the letter from her mother's hands, her eyes scanning the carefully written words that detailed every fraudulent transaction, every forged document, every lie they'd built their lifestyle on. And as she read, I could imagine her perfect composure finally cracking like expensive makeup in the heat. The house of cards was falling. And gravity is you know what's beautiful about gravity? It doesn't discriminate. It doesn't care if you're wearing designer clothes or driving a luxury car or living in a mansion on Sheridan Road. When the foundation crumbles, everything falls at exactly the same speed. And there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop it except watch and pray you land somewhere soft. By morning. And I'm talking about that brutal Chicago morning when the sun comes up like an unforgiving spotlight on last night's mistakes. The consequences of my little letter were spreading through the financial community faster than gossip at a country club brunch. Because here's the thing about white-collar crime in a city like Chicago. Everybody knows everybody. And when one domino falls, the rest follow with the precision of a Swiss watch and the subtlety of a demolition crew. Margaret's brokerage contracts were the first to go. I'd thoughtfully included her license number in my documentation, along with copies of the falsified documents she'd used to secure deals that violated more regulations than a speakeasy during Prohibition. The Illinois Department of Financial and Professional Regulation doesn't mess around when it comes to real estate fraud, especially when the evidence is presented with the kind of meticulous organization that makes prosecutors weep with joy. Her phone started ringing at 6 a.m., not with congratulations on last night's party, but with cancellation notices that sounded like death nails for her carefully constructed empire. The Henderson account, worth $2 million in potential commissions, terminated effective immediately. The North Shore development deal that she'd been bragging about for months, canceled faster than a Netflix subscription after a price hike. Even the small-time investors who'd trusted her with their retirement funds were pulling out like passengers abandoning a sinking cruise ship. But Margaret's professional destruction was just the opening act. The real show was happening in Isabel's digital kingdom, where her carefully curated online persona was collapsing like a house made of Instagram filters and wishful thinking. See, I'd included screenshots of her real financial records in my letter. Not the fantasy numbers she posted on social media, but the actual bank statements that showed her boutique losing money faster than a slot machine with a gambling addiction. And when those numbers got leaked to a few key influencers who specialized in exposing fake entrepreneurs, well, let's just say the internet has about as much mercy as a pack of wolves discovering a wounded deer. Her follower count, which she'd been artificially inflating with bots and fake engagement, started dropping like the temperature during a Chicago blizzard. The comments on her posts went from goals and queen to fraud alert, and this accompanied by screenshots of her real financial disasters. The lifestyle bloggers who'd been featuring her success story were now publishing retractions and apologies, distancing themselves from her like she had a contagious case of bankruptcy. The really beautiful part was watching her brand partnerships evaporate in real time. The jewelry company that had been paying her to pose with their products. They canceled her contract and demanded their merchandise back, the fashion brand that had been featuring her in their campaigns. They scrubbed her from their website so thoroughly it was like she'd never existed. Even the local coffee shop that had been giving her free lattes in exchange for Instagram mentions stopped returning her calls. But Claire was experiencing her own special kind of financial apocalypse. Because while she'd been living it up on credit cards opened in my name, I'd been building a paper trail that would make the FBI's evidence room look disorganized. Her credit cards started getting declined at the most embarrassing possible moments. Picture this. She's at Nordstrom trying to buy a purse that costs more than most people's mortgage payments. And the sales associate has to take those humiliating scissors to her platinum card right there in front of other customers. The joint accounts she'd been raiding for her shopping sprees were frozen tighter than Lake Michigan in January, with federal investigators reviewing every transaction like archaeologists examining ancient artifacts. The country club where she'd been peacocking around for years. They politely suggested she might want to consider alternative dining arrangements until her temporary financial situation was resolved. Translation: they didn't want to be associated with someone whose husband had filed fraud charges and was cooperating with federal investigators. But here's where it gets really good. Their mansion, That beautiful sprawling monument to other people's money that had been the center of their social universe, was suddenly looking a lot less permanent. Because when you've been using property as collateral for loans you can't repay, and when those loans were secured through fraudulent means, the banks tend to get cranky about things like ownership and legal possession. The foreclosure notice arrived by certified mail on a Tuesday, delivered by a postal worker who probably had no idea he was carrying the death certificate for their entire lifestyle. Margaret signed for it with hands that shook like autumn leaves because even she understood what those official seals and legal language meant. Game over. Pack your bags and maybe start looking into rental properties in neighborhoods that don't require trust funds for admission. The really delicious irony was that their mansion, the one I'd been maintaining and improving with my money for years, was about to be sold to cover debts that they'd accumulated while treating me like invisible furniture. All those renovations I'd funded, all those repairs I'd arranged, all those improvements I'd made were about to benefit some lucky buyer who'd get the place for a fraction of what it was worth. The reporters showed up next because financial scandals involving Chicago's social elite are like catnip for investigative journalists. They camped outside the mansion with cameras and microphones, asking pointed questions about property fraud and embezzlement that Margaret, Isabel, and Claire were spectacularly unprepared to answer. The same driveway that had been filled with luxury cars just days earlier was now crowded with news vans and process servers. Their neighbors, the same social climbers who'd been kissing their asses at parties for years, suddenly developed selective amnesia about their friendships. Phone calls went unreturned, lunch invitations disappeared, and social media posts that had once featured group photos now showed mysterious editing where familiar faces used to be. The country club gossip network, which had once carried stories about their latest acquisitions and social triumphs, was now buzzing with whispered conversations about federal investigations and criminal charges. The same people who'd been laughing at my expense just days earlier were now avoiding them like they had a communicable case of financial ruin. And through it all, my phone stayed mercifully silent. No desperate calls begging for help. No tearful voicemails promising to change. No angry demands for explanations. Because apparently, when you've spent years treating someone like they don't exist, it doesn't occur to you to reach out when you need them most. The house of cards hadn't just fallen. It had been professionally demolished with permits. You know what's funny about freedom? You don't realize how much you've been carrying until you finally set it down. Walking into my architectural firm that first morning after the nuclear detonation of my marriage felt like stepping into sunlight after years in a cave. My shoulders were straighter, my head was clearer, and for the first time in ages, I was excited about the work that had made me fall in love with architecture in the first place. My office on the 14th floor of the Morrison building. Yeah, one of my own designs, which felt appropriately symbolic, had been my sanctuary during the darkest years of my marriage. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Chicago River. Drafting tables positioned to catch the morning light and walls lined with awards and recognition that my family had never bothered to acknowledge. This was where Marcus Hale, the architect, lived, separate from Marcus Hale, the invisible husband and convenient ATM. The first thing I did was call my assistant Sarah and tell her to clear my schedule for new client meetings. Not because I was falling apart. Quite the opposite. I was finally ready to rebuild. And this time, I was doing it right. Within a week, my phone was ringing off the hook. Turns out, when you're not constantly distracted by financial fraud and family drama, you can actually focus on creating buildings that make people's lives better. The Morrison redevelopment project that I've been sketching while my family ignored my birthday, it got fast-tracked for approval after the city planning committee saw my presentation. But that was just the beginning. A developer in New York called about designing a sustainable housing complex in Brooklyn. An environmental group in Tokyo wanted me to consult on a zero-emissions office building. A non-profit in London needed someone to design affordable housing that didn't look like a concrete prison. Projects that mattered. Clients who valued innovation over intimidation. Work that would outlast the people who created it. For the first time in years, I was working because I loved it, not because I needed to fund someone else's fantasy lifestyle. I stayed late, not because I was avoiding going home, but because I was genuinely excited about the plans I was developing. I took meetings on weekends, not because I was escaping family obligations, but because I was collaborating with people who shared my passion for creating spaces that served communities instead of just ego. The money was better, too. Which was ironic since I was no longer supporting 3 additional adults with expensive tastes and flexible relationships with financial reality. Clients were willing to pay premium rates for an architect who brought both technical expertise and genuine enthusiasm to their projects. My reputation, which had been solid but constrained by my personal distractions, was suddenly soaring like a building reaching for the sky. But here's the thing that really changed everything. I started volunteering at the Riverside Foster Center on the South Side. Not because some society wife told me it would look good for our social standing. Not because it was a tax write-off, but because I genuinely wanted to do something that mattered beyond profit margins and property values. The center was housed in a building that had seen better days. Probably around the time the Cubs last won the World Series, which tells you everything you need to know about its condition. Cracked foundations, outdated electrical systems, windows that let in more cold air than light, and a heating system that worked about as reliably as Chicago politicians keeping their promises. But the kids, man, these kids were something else. They'd been dealt hands that would make professional poker players fold immediately. But they kept playing with the kind of determination that would shame most adults I knew. Kids who'd been bounced between foster homes like pinballs in a machine. Who'd learned not to get too attached to anything because everything was temporary, who developed survival skills that most of us never need, but took for granted. The first time I walked into their common room, a space that was trying to be cheerful, but mostly succeeding at being depressing, I saw potential that nobody else was noticing. Not just potential in the building, but potential in the kids who were trying to do homework at wobbly tables under fluorescent lights that flickered like strobe lights at a very sad disco. "Are you another social worker?" asked a girl who couldn't have been more than 12, but had eyes that looked like they'd seen 40 years of disappointment. "Nope," I told her. "I'm an architect. I design buildings, and I think this place could use some serious redesigning." That's how I met Destiny, who became my unofficial consultant on what kids actually needed in a living space. She had opinions about everything. Natural light requirements, study space configurations, the optimal acoustics for both socializing and quiet time. She was basically a 12-year-old architectural critic with better insights than most of my professional peers. Over the following weeks, I started spending my evenings at the center. Not just volunteering, but actually listening to what the kids and staff needed. Not what bureaucrats thought they needed. Not what looked good on grand applications, but what would actually improve their daily lives. I began sketching plans for a complete renovation. Spaces that would feel like home instead of an institution. Common areas designed for both community and privacy. Study rooms with proper lighting and sound dampening. A kitchen where kids could learn to cook real food instead of just heating up processed garbage. Outdoor spaces where they could grow gardens and play safely. The more time I spent there, the more I realized these kids understood something that my former family never had. The difference between having things and having value. They appreciated every small improvement, celebrated every minor victory, and supported each other through setbacks that would crush most adults. When I showed them my preliminary designs for the new facility, their reactions were worth more than any architectural award I'd ever received. Their eyes lit up with the kind of hope that money can't buy and entitlement can't fake. They asked questions about construction timelines and structural engineering like they were personally invested in every beam and wire. "Will it really look like this?" Destiny asked, studying my renderings with the intensity of a Supreme Court justice reviewing constitutional law. "Better," I promised her. "Because you're going to help me design it." That night, I worked until 3 a.m. refining the plans. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Because for the first time in years, I was building something for people who would actually appreciate it. People who understood that shelter isn't just about walls and roofs, but about creating spaces where dreams can grow and futures can be built. That I was finally remembering why I became an architect in the first place. To create spaces that make people's lives better. In my life, it was definitely getting better. Let me paint you a picture of irony so thick you could cut it with a butter knife and serve it at a country club brunch. Remember that grand mansion on Sheridan Road where I used to be treated like expensive furniture that occasionally offered unwanted opinions? Well, that architectural masterpiece, the one I'd maintained and improved with my own money for years, was now someone else's problem, and my former family was experiencing what you might generously call a lifestyle adjustment. Their new accommodations were a 2-bedroom apartment in Rogers Park, which is a perfectly respectable neighborhood if you're not accustomed to living in a house that could double as a small hotel. The apartment building was one of those 1970s constructions that screamed functional but not fancy, with thin walls, questionable plumbing, and the kind of beige carpeting that had seen more drama than a soap opera. But retained about as much dignity. Margaret, the former queen of Chicago real estate fraud, was now discovering what it felt like to be on the receiving end of housing market reality. Her bedroom, and I use that term loosely since it was barely large enough for a queen bed and a dresser from IKEA, had become a monument to fallen grandeur. Designer clothes that used to hang in a walk-in closet the size of most people's living rooms were now crammed into a particle board wardrobe that creaked every time she opened it. The woman who used to hold court in restaurants where the wine list cost more than most people's monthly rent was now sitting at a card table she bought at a garage sale staring at a phone that had become as silent as a tomb. Her contact list, which used to read like a who's who of Chicago society, was now about as useful as a chocolate teapot. Amazing how quickly people forget your number when the FBI starts asking questions about your business practices. She'd been wearing the same thrift store outfit for 3 days. A polyester blouse that probably cost less than one of her old silk scarves and slacks that had seen better decades. Her jewelry, what little remained after the asset seizures, consisted of a wedding ring from her deceased husband and a watch that kept time about as accurately as a sundial in a basement. The diamonds that used to hang off her like Christmas ornaments on a very expensive tree had been sold to pay legal fees that kept growing faster than weeds in an abandoned lot. The really beautiful part was watching her try to maintain her dignity while learning to shop at discount grocery stores. Picture this. A woman who used to have her groceries delivered by personal shoppers, now standing in the cereal aisle at Aldi, trying to figure out why she needed a quarter to use a shopping cart. She'd attempted to negotiate with the checkout clerk about the bag fees, apparently thinking her decades of real estate manipulation had prepared her for retail transactions. Spoiler alert, it hadn't. Meanwhile, Isabel was experiencing her own special version of reality therapy at a coffee shop called Been There, Done That, a name that was probably meant to be clever, but mostly succeeded at being prophetic. My former sister-in-law, who used to post inspirational quotes about entrepreneurship while spending other people's money, was now wearing a brown apron and learning that customer service is significantly harder when the customers aren't paying you to pose with their products. Her Instagram account, which used to showcase a lifestyle that was 1 part aspiration and 3 parts fiction, had become a graveyard of deleted posts and bitter comments from former followers who felt personally betrayed by her financial fantasies. The few hundred subscribers she had left were mostly there for the same reason people slowed down to look at car accidents. Morbid curiosity about how far someone can fall when gravity finally catches up with them. The job itself was a masterclass in humiliation for someone who'd spent years pretending that influencer was a legitimate career path. She had to wake up at 5 a.m., which for Isabel was basically the middle of the night, and spend 8 hours brewing coffee for people who were actually contributing something useful to society. Her co-workers were mostly college students who worked harder in one shift than she'd worked in her entire adult life. And they had exactly zero patience for her complaints about how this isn't what I'm used to. The really delicious irony was watching her try to apply her networking skills to coffee shop customers. She'd attempt to turn every transaction into a business opportunity, pitching her non-existent expertise to commuters who just wanted caffeine and a receipt. Have you ever considered diversifying your investment portfolio? She'd ask someone ordering a latte, apparently not understanding that most people don't discuss their financial planning with baristas who can't figure out how to work the espresso machine. And then there was Claire, my beloved ex-wife, who was discovering that the job market has surprisingly little demand for women whose primary qualifications include looked good at charity galas and married well. Her resume, such as it was, read like a catalog of expensive hobbies disguised as professional experience. Volunteer coordinator for the Symphony Gala, board member of the Garden Club, committee chair for various fundraising events, all unpaid positions that sounded impressive at cocktail parties, but meant absolutely nothing to actual employers. The stack of rejection letters on her side of their shared dining table, a wobbly thing she'd bought at a thrift store that would have made our old housekeeper laugh, was growing taller than the Sears Tower. Entry-level positions at marketing firms, administrative assistant roles at nonprofits, even retail jobs at department stores where she used to shop. Everybody was passing on Claire Hale like she was expired milk. The interviews she did manage to get were exercises in mutual bewilderment. Potential employers would ask about her experience with spreadsheets, and she'd talk about organizing seating charts for dinner parties. They'd inquire about her customer service background, and she'd mention the time she returned a dress that didn't fit properly. They'd want to know about her problem-solving skills, and she'd describe resolving conflicts between competing social climbers at fundraising events. But here's the part that really got to me. Every month, like clockwork, they'd receive an envelope from me. Plain white business envelope, no return address, containing a check for exactly half their rent. Not because I felt guilty. Guilt was a luxury I'd given up along with subsidizing their lifestyles. Not because I still loved them. Love had died somewhere between the financial fraud and the birthday humiliation. I sent those checks out of habit. The same way you might leave food out for a stray cat that you don't particularly like but don't want to see starve. Each envelope also contained the letters they kept sending me. Unopened. Returned to cinder like unwanted mail. Sometimes the best revenge is just letting people experience the natural consequences of their choices with a front row seat to watch gravity do its work. 1 year later, I was sitting in the same chair where this whole story started. My drafting table in what used to be the mansion's library, but was now the bright airy design studio of the newly opened Riverside Community Center. Yeah, that's right. I bought the building that used to house the Foster Center, gutted it completely, and rebuilt it into something that would make those kids feel like they mattered. Because here's the thing about second chances. Sometimes you have to build them yourself. The morning light was streaming through windows that actually let in light instead of just existing for show, illuminating architectural plans for my next project, a sustainable housing development in Detroit where families could own homes instead of just dreaming about them. But today wasn't about work. Even though work had become something I actually enjoyed again instead of just endured. Today was my 39th birthday, and for the first time in longer than I could remember, I was actually looking forward to celebrating it. The first hint that this birthday would be different came at exactly 7 a.m. when I heard the sound of hushed whispers and poorly suppressed giggles coming from the main activity room. Now, if you've ever tried to organize a surprise for someone while working with a dozen kids aged 8 to 17, you know that subtle isn't exactly their strong suit. It's like trying to hide a marching band in a library. Technically possible, but you're going to hear the tubas. I pretended to be absorbed in my blueprints while the sounds of what was clearly a covert operation echoed through the center. Chairs being moved, whispered arguments about color coordination, and at least 3 instances of someone hissing, "Shut up. He'll hear us." Loud enough to wake the dead. These kids had many talents, but stealth wasn't one of them. Destiny appeared in my doorway around 8:30, trying to look casual, but practically vibrating with excitement. She'd grown about 6 in the past year and had developed the kind of confidence that comes from having adults actually listen to your opinions instead of just patronizing you. "Mr. Hale," she said, attempting to sound nonchalant and failing spectacularly. "We need you to come look at something in the activity room. There's a problem with the lighting fixture." I looked up from my plans, fighting back a smile. "The lighting fixture that we just installed last month? The one that cost more than my first car?" "Yeah, that one. It's making weird noises." Weird noises. Like birthday song noises. The kid had many strengths, but lying wasn't one of them. I stood up, pretending to be concerned about our potentially musical lighting situation. "Well, we'd better go investigate this serious electrical issue." Walking toward the activity room, I could hear more whispered conferences and what sounded like someone practicing the opening notes of Happy Birthday on what I suspected was a very off-key harmonica. The center had become home to about 15 kids over the past year, ranging from little Marcus, yeah, they'd named him after me, which still made me get a little choked up, to Rebecca, who was 17 and planning to study engineering in college next year with the scholarship we'd helped her apply for. Destiny pushed open the door to the activity room, and I was hit with a wall of sound that was probably the most beautiful cacophony I'd ever heard. Surprise! "Happy birthday, Mr. Hale." The room had been transformed into something that looked like a birthday party had exploded in the best possible way. Handmade decorations covered every surface. Construction paper streamers and colors that definitely hadn't been designed by any professional decorator. Hand-drawn posters that said things like "Happy Birthday to the best architect ever" and "Mr. Hale is awesome and old." The kids had clearly rated every art supply in the building and used them with the kind of enthusiastic disregard for conventional aesthetics that only children can pull off. But the centerpiece was a cake that looked like it had been decorated by a committee of sugar-high 8-year-olds armed with every tube of frosting they could find. It was lopsided, covered in enough sprinkles to fund a small country's gross domestic product, and had "Happy 39th Birthday, Marcus," written in frosting that was 3 different colors and approximately 4 different fonts. It was absolutely hideous and completely perfect. "We made it ourselves," shouted Tommy, a 10-year-old who took pride in everything he did, whether it was homework or cake decorating. Rebecca helped with the oven parts because we're not allowed to use the oven without supervision, but we did all the decorating. "I can tell," I said, and I meant it as the highest compliment. "It's the most beautiful cake I've ever seen." And then they presented me with cards. Not store-bought cards with generic messages, but handmade cards that they'd clearly spent hours on. Cards with drawings of buildings that were supposed to be my designs, but looked more like abstract art created by very optimistic aliens. Cards with messages like, "Thank you for giving us a real home." And, "You're the best grown-up we know." And, "Happy birthday to our favorite old person." But it was little Marcus' card that really got me. He was 8 years old and had been bounced between foster homes since he was 3, never staying anywhere long enough to feel like he belonged. His card was a drawing of stick figures standing in front of a building that was definitely supposed to be the center and written in crayon with the careful penmanship of someone still learning how letters work. "Thank you for making us a family." That's when I lost it. Not the dignified single tear rolling down the cheek kind of losing it that you see in movies, but the full-blown ugly crying can't catch your breath kind of breakdown that happens when someone sucker punches you right in the feelings. These kids who'd been abandoned, neglected, shuffled through a system that treated them like paperwork instead of people, were calling me family. Me, the guy who'd spent years being invisible to the people who were supposed to love him most, was being claimed by kids who had every reason to not trust adults, but chose to trust me anyway. "Are you okay?" Mr. Hale? Destiny asked, looking concerned. Did we make you sad? No. I managed to say through the tears that wouldn't stop coming. You made me happy, happier than I've been in 39 years, and that's when they really surprised me. Every single one of them, from 8-year-old Marcus to 17-year-old Rebecca, surrounded me in what can only be described as the world's best group hug. Not because they felt sorry for me, not because they thought they should, but because they wanted to. Because in their eyes, I wasn't just the guy who'd built them a better place to live. I was family that we spent the rest of the day eating terrible, wonderful cake and playing games that had no rules and making enough noise to disturb every neighbor in a 3-block radius. And when evening came, I didn't go home to an empty apartment to nurse my loneliness with expensive whiskey and architectural journals. That I stayed right where I was, surrounded by the family I'd built instead of the one I'd been born into. The family that chose me just as much as I'd chosen them. Later that night, my phone buzzed with another call from Claire. I looked at it for a moment, then turned it face down on the table next to my stack of birthday cards from kids who actually knew my worth, that I already had everything I needed. This was the birthday I'd always deserved, celebrated with the family I'd always wanted. And for the first time in 39 years, I felt like I was exactly where I belonged.